The Problematic Prince. Please forgive your father, Erna. Things were bad. At the time, I was cornered, Brenda said. She looked at Erna with a flat, soft expression, which only served to make Erna more nervous. I understand that it's upsetting for you, but you must understand. Your tea is cold, Erna said, cutting Brenda off. The two women sat in silence as a maid came forward and cleared away the tea. She then poured 2 fresh cups and retreated to her post. I'm sorry, that is rude. Please continue, Erna said. She looked up from staring at the steaming cups and faced Brenda hearty once more. Erna was just trying to be polite, but it was clear that she didn't want to hear any more. Brenda bit her tongue though. She did not dare proceed with the interrupted conversation. Erna was to be married to the prince. She will be the Princess Schubert, and she would not be able to treat Erna how she used to. Erna was to be the city's most top lady. Brenda still saw her as the naughty little girl that ran away from home after being punished. Here she is now, returning home as a princess. When Brenda first heard the rumors of the marriage, she couldn't help but laugh. There was no way Erna would allow herself to get involved with the poisonous mushroom prince. Not even after he had ruined her marriage business, threw her life into a fire pit, and with bankruptcy just around the corner. Then there was the king. Brenda felt sure he wouldn't allow such a thing to take place, but it was quite the opposite. The king set the ceremony for the end of fall, breaking with all tradition, but no one argued. This marriage was ridiculous, but it proceeded anyway. Once the proposal was common news, Erna and the Baroness Baden were moved to his townhouse, and the Baroness began preparations. The Viscount couple, Erna's parents, were excluded from the preparations completely. A rivalry with the official royal family grew, and there was no way to avoid the resentment and disrespect that followed. It was endured because the Hardy family could avoid bankruptcy with this endeavor, and in a week's time, the Hardy family will become the in-laws to the royal family. You must understand, Brenda continued. You should make up with your father before the wedding. The pair of you have to walk this road together, and you don't want to make it more awkward than it needs to be. You should have dinner together, Brenda said. I don't think I can give a definite answer, ma'am, Erna said. I will have to check my schedule. She was able to keep her voice firm and calm. Brenda looked at Erna with disappointment, but could do nothing except for now. She was a stubborn old coot and would not conceive the point too readily. Even when Erna saw the Viscountess off, later that evening, she reminded Erna to make the time. Erna felt cold under the woman's hard gaze. It reminded her of the scornful eyes that constantly looked down at her through the buzz of public rumor. I know it's disrespectful to say, but the Viscountess has no shame, said Lisa. How can she suggest forgiveness after what they did to you?
Lisa,
Erna said. She felt embarrassed. I don't think I would understand you, but I'll still love you all the same, Lisa said with bright enthusiasm. Erna looked at Lisa and felt warmed by her shy smile. The day they met, Lisa declared she would follow and love Erna for the rest of her life. It tickled Erna's heart. Now that she was to be Grand Duchess, Lisa thought Erna would forget all about her, being an insignificant maid and all, but Erna came straight away to pick Lisa up. Troublemaker as she was, Erna liked having her around. She was a golden ray of sunshine on a stormy day. You've suffered a lot because of me, Erna said, touching Lisa's arm. I'm sorry for all the trouble. Even though she knew it would be indecent, Lisa let herself be taken into Erna's arms, and she could feel the tears welling up. Erna said nothing and just comforted the maid. I'll follow you, love you, and protect you for the rest of my life. Lisa followed after Erna with rekindled determination. From a neglected hillbilly to a lady's personal maid and soon, handmaiden to the Grand Duchess, Lisa had quite the responsibility ahead of her. Oh, miss, "The prince is not coming to see you." Lisa's attitude became firm as she recalled Prince Bjorn. He was a strong enemy of the Hardy family, the very same prince who rode in on a white horse to save Lady Hardy. There was a lot of talk about forgetting the past and moving on recently, but the more Lisa thought of it, the more it looked like a poisonous mushroom. They were turning the whole country upside down with their marriage. They very much seemed like a couple in love, but Lisa could see the shyness that surrounded their meetings. Lisa couldn't understand the prince's attitude toward Erna. He never sent flowers or letters. It was not normal. They were not normal lovers. Something is wrong, and after much internal debate, Lisa came to the conclusion that something is very, very wrong. "Oh, I'll visit him tomorrow. We're going to be having luncheon at the palace," Erna replied. She smiled casually, as if not meeting your fiancé for 2 whole weeks was pretty normal. "I will pick out a very nice dress, one that will make the prince fall in love with you," Lisa promised. The poisonous mushroom prince will fall in love, Lisa decided. Erna was beautiful, but after her work, Lisa will make sure Erna is irresistible. "You terrible thing," Leonard declared. He had fallen onto the table, spilling it and all the drinks upon it to the floor. Bjorn looked at the crazed man through bleary, drunken eyes. Empty bottles rolled around the floor like fallen leaves, and the insensible idiots sprawled in between. It was a colorful display of ugliness. 2 bachelor parties so far and enough drink to put the prince's life at risk. The thought was there, but it did not register to Bjorn as he looked down at the mouthful of brandy left in his glass. He raised the deer horn trophy above his head, down the remnants, and declared the evening at a successful conclusion. Bjorn managed to escape the club without incident. A few groans here and there. Leonard seemed to have fallen asleep on the floor where he had fallen. Bjorn had seized that opportunity to beat a retreat. Leonard would not have let him leave otherwise. His head was groggy, and more than once he had to lean against a wall to stabilize himself. Wallowing around with drunkards did not happen. He realized he was still carrying the deer horn trophy when he went to touch his aching head. It was a reminder of a bitter past, but the lads were so determined to cut the horns of Bjorn Njester that they had made a new one and presented it to him last night at the first bachelor party. Even though it was the second trophy, it still held a deep meaning and held the same feelings as the first. The whole reason he joined this madness was because the lads had ordered a gold trophy for him. "If you go, you lose. The trophy will be charged to Schubert Palace anyway." They laughed. Each time one of them got married, a trophy would be made, with their name written on it, and the idea was to be the man who got away with it at the end of a very heavy drinking session. It was Bergman who lost the last trophy to Bjorn. Bjorn had almost lost his trophy to Leonard, but the drunk fool fell and the alcohol did the rest, allowing Bjorn to make a clean getaway. It had taken 2 nights, but a victor was clear, and Bjorn got to add another trophy to his rather large collection. He had not intended to stay that long. With so many trophies, he did not care to throw one away. He was going to raise a toast, say some polite words, and then leave. But once that first drink passed his lips, he lost himself to the madness. In the end, everyone was obsessed with the trophy, as they always are, and the party did not finish easily until the morning. When he saw the fountain, he laughed. He kept laughing all the way. He started to think how different things would have been if Erna had not come to the fountain that morning. Where would he be now? Would he still be with Gladys? He doubted that. "Miss Hardy is waiting," came a voice. He was already back at his mansion? He must have drifted off into a drunken stupor. "Erna, why?" Bjorn said to the phantom voice. "Oh my God, my prince, how are you in such a state at this hour?" The voice belonged to Mrs. Fitz. She approached him when he got out of the carriage and cried out when she noticed his drunken state. Bjorn staggered with a half-hearted smile on his face, and Mrs. Fitz could do nothing but sigh. "Where is Erna?" Bjorn said. "Where she said she would be. Did you forget that you had a luncheon with your fiancé, my prince?" "But it's only morning. The sun hasn't even come up yet," Bjorn said and looked up into the sky, where the sun lazily drifted over his head. He came, Erna thought as she saw Bjorn enter the room. He actually came. She was starting to think he would not show, and she felt the depression hit her like the wind, but now that he was here, striding across the room to her, she felt hope rekindle inside her. He came, Erna thought as she saw Bjorn enter the room. He actually came. She was starting to think he would not show, and she felt the depression hit her like the wind, but now that he was here, striding across the room to her, she felt hope rekindle inside her. There was something off about the way he walked though, and as the initial shock of seeing Bjorn enter the drawing room, she noticed that the man who normally walked with such grace and purpose stumbled across to her. He did not have to get too close before she could smell the alcohol that surrounded him like an invisible cloud. She looked up into his drowsy eyes and they swiveled as they struggled to focus on her. "As you can see, I am in no fit state to have luncheon at this current hour." Bjorn fumbled the words out of his mouth. She was surprised he could form a coherent sentence. Hope burned away in Erna's chest and made room for anger and disappointment. She knew she had to reply to him, but she couldn't find the right words. A part of her wanted to slap his silly, drunken face, but the royal etiquette training advised that a future queen did not behave in such a manner. Bjorn sighed at Erna's silence. "Will you wait for me?" he said. "How does dinner sound?" "What?" Erna said, trying to make sense of his slurring, and noticed he was looking at a clock on the table. "Fine, yes." The whole situation was ridiculous and disrespectful. Erna did not have to put up with this and knew she should say something, but what would the point be? She doubted Bjorn really knew where he was and what he was doing. "Fine, we will have dinner instead," but she doubted he would even remember or be conscious. "Okay then." Bjorn moved in closer to Erna and whispered, "Miss Hardy, I will bring you a gift of apples." Bjorn handed something over to Erna, something he had been holding the entire time that Erna only just noticed. When she saw what it was, she recoiled and brought a hand up to her mouth. The golden deer antler trophy, the very thing that started all this mess in the first place. Lisa had explained to her the importance of the deer antler trophy, or rather, the feigned importance these bachelors put on it. It was awarded to the best drinker at the stag party, which meant the prince had broken his promise to her and had spent the entire night, at least, getting drunk for this stupid thing. Erna felt like she had been struck with a gong and her head spun. She stared at the trophy the prince had put into her hands before wandering off to the sofa to lay down. He looked to be going to sleep. "What the hell is this?" Erna demanded. "A wolf horn," Bjorn said sleepily. Erna felt suffocated. Wolves do not have horns. "Is that so?" Bjorn lazily opened his eyes and looked at Erna. "I suppose not now, it's been cut off." Bjorn whispered a laugh and the drawing room became silent, save for the ticking of the second hand on the clock. It eroded away the silence on top of Bjorn's heavy, drunken breathing. "I should have refused you," Erna thought as she let herself fall to the seat opposite Bjorn. She looked at the man she was to marry next week. All these problems and difficulties that she couldn't understand, all because she was to marry the prince. The wedding was already done, and the participants were fait accompli. Grandmother and Mrs. Grieve were moved to tears and were relieved the wedding was finally done. Bjorn smiled and looked as if it were a simple Sunday afternoon. He looked down at her with drunken eyes. "You are awake, I see." Erna looked at her drunken fiancé as he slept. He looked like a simple man that had fallen asleep, not a hung-over prince who had given her the most bizarre gift. A wolf horn that was actually a deer horn, which is won by a bachelor in a drinking contest. Bjorn was not a bachelor, and he did not win the drinking game. It was a confusing mess of identity ended in a confusing gift. The first thing Bjorn saw when he opened his eyes was a delicate young woman holding a gold stick like she was the queen with a scepter. Recognition was slow. Memories hurt and pounded his mind for attention, but when he grasped at them, they fled to the back of his head. "Are you okay?" He knew that voice, the soft, angelic song of Erna Hardy. "Should we postpone dinner, like luncheon, or will that be delayed too, until it becomes breakfast, only for that to be luncheon once again?" Erna said. Something was wrong, Bjorn realized. He picked up the thorns laden within Erna's tone. He sat up on the couch, which sent his mind into a panic as it tried to figure out which way was up, or was it down. "Would you mind waiting a little longer?" Bjorn said through a barren, dry throat. "I think I need to do a little preparation before we have dinner."
Fine.
Erna snapped. Bjorn rose and looked down at the little kitten with its tail fluffed and claws out. He smiled pleasantly at Erna and strode out of the room. He tried to walk as straight as possible, but his head was still having trouble reorientating itself to the correct alignment of the world, and he stumbled a little before he reached the door. About an hour later, Bjorn returned to the drawing room, freshly washed, shaved, and dressed. All notions of his drinking had vanished, and he was fully alert. "Shall we go?" he said. He offered Erna his hand. For a moment, he thought Erna was going to refuse. Her face was coy, and it was clear that she was still upset, but Erna took his hand delicately and allowed herself to be led out to the garden room. It was mainly used for breakfasting, but Bjorn felt the need for some fresh air. Bjorn drew out a chair for Erna, and then went to sit opposite. The table was already laid out for the evening meal, of which there was only a placemat and cutlery in front of Erna. Bjorn winked at the servants, and they busied themselves with serving the food. Once the staff had laid out the dinner in front of Erna and a cup of coffee in front of Bjorn, Erna finally spoke. "Why do you not eat?" Erna asked. "This is enough for me," Bjorn said and rubbed his stomach. "If you have something to say, will you say it already?" Erna said, who felt burdened by the pregnant silence. "Well, not really," Bjorn said, playing with the coffee cup. He had not taken a sip of it yet. "But you're the one that set this up," Erna said, right before stuffing food in her mouth. "Well, yes, I just thought it would be nice to share a meal together, before the wedding." "Is that really all? Were you expecting another reason?" Bjorn sipped at the coffee, regretting it soon after as his tummy gargled at him.
No.
"I don't expect anything from you," she wanted to say, but stopped at no. Bjorn seemed to relax a little more and watched Erna eat her dinner. The hunger in Erna was enough that she ignored his staring. Now and then she would dab at the corners of her mouth with a napkin, take a sip of water, and grab up the fork again to dig in. Erna might look like a bird pecking at a feeder, but she could eat like a horse, but she was always careful to follow proper etiquette as dictated by the book. By the time the desserts arrived, the mood between Bjorn and Erna softened a little, but each time Erna looked up at Bjorn, who hadn't taken her eyes of Erna, she would look back down at her food as if in embarrassment. "You wish to say something, Miss Hardy. Would you just say it?" Bjorn said in frustration. Erna put down the small fork. She had been harassing an innocent chocolate cake with it for hours. She looked up at Bjorn and met his eyes. "I want to bring my maid to the palace," Erna said. "Your maid? You mean the one who could be a guardian for the gates of hell?" Bjorn said with a cocked smile. "Of course. She and whatever servants you wish are welcome." "No," Erna didn't rise to Bjorn's jest. "Lisa will be enough for me." Bjorn caught a look in Erna's eyes and a twitch in the corners of her mouth. "There is something else?" The wedding, Erna started. Paused. Our wedding. It's traditional for the bride to be given away by her father. Yes, Bjorn said. I would have liked my grandmother to walk me down the aisle. She is the one who has earned that right. But if I don't follow tradition, it could bring harm down on the Luchen royal family and to you. Erna looked at Bjorn in earnest. So, what you're saying is that you don't want to follow tradition to avoid your father walking you down the Virgin Road. Erna nodded. If memory serves, Viscount Hardy is still alive and well. Bjorn said thoughtfully, I don't want to be lead into my new life by a man who gave up being my father. Erna said. Okay, Bjorn said. He showed interest in what Erna was saying by twisting the corners of his mouth thoughtfully. Erna's pale cheeks flushed red as they looked at one another, and her will could be seen, clear as day, in her defiant eyes. If it's going to cause disrespect, then I will abide by tradition. But if there is another way, Erna held her trembling hands under the table so the prince couldn't see. Then I would like to hold your hand. Would you please take me? Erna's blue eyes reflected the candlelight that lit up the garden room. They seemed to dance with the very fires of courage and determination. Bjorn realized that before him sat a rebel with the face of an angel. It feels so strange, Grandma, Erna said, fidgeting with her hands. Are you scared? A little bit, Erna said, cautiously. From the day she received the marriage proposal, up until now, she had been scared, and the closer the wedding got, the more the feeling dominated. The fact that she was going to marry the prince made Erna feel quite helpless. Why did the prince propose? Erna said softly. Isn't it because he loves you? Contrary to popular opinion, the Grand Duke has an eye for hidden gems. The Baroness smiled. Erna laughed lightly. After Bjorn had proposed in front of the Baroness, her view of the man changed. She seemed to completely forget the past and all the times she criticized the prince, dubbing him the problem child of the royal family. Erna wanted to tell her grandmother that it wasn't true. The prince didn't love her, but she knew her grandmother was lying, just as much as she was. Erna had almost gotten herself embroiled in a scandal, which would have ruined her future. Becoming a Grand Duchess brought joy to the Baroness, but within that was the deep sadness of leaving her granddaughter. My dear Erna, I was so afraid that you would follow in your mother's footsteps. To be with a man that cheats and lies and does not care for his children. Bjorn was horrifyingly like Walter. It made me sick. It would not have been good for you to lose your heart to such a man. I rushed all the way here to save my granddaughter from such a fate, but I boiled my insides for nothing. The prince is not like the rumors. He is a fine young man. The Baroness smiled, even as her eyes turned red with tears. Erna knew of the rumors. During her tumultuous time in the city, she had heard all the evil gossip and learned how such rumors could destroy a person. Baroness Baden knew as well, so came to Erna's side. She knew the rumors about Erna were not true. The Baroness assumed the rumors about the prince could also not be true. She watched Bjorn Njester over the last few months and came to the conclusion that the rumors were grossly exaggerated. She was wary and knew that her view could be distorted by the desire to find happiness for Erna, but she knew the prince could be afforded a level of trust. There is nothing to be afraid of, Erna. You will do well, the Baroness said. Just be yourself. Really? Erna said. Of course. Erna knew her grandmother was not looking at this objectively, but she wanted to leave the mood light. So she smiled and nodded, so that her grandmother would be left with no worry in her heart. You will make your mother proud, okay? Baroness Baden said, giving Erna a kiss on the forehead. Yes, Grandma, Erna said. Erna closed her eyes and snuggled into Baroness Baden. It did not feel like a night that she would be able to sleep, but she closed her eyes and tried anyway. Her grandmother smelled like flower petals and her skin was soft and warm. She could hear the rhythmic thud of the old woman's heart. Erna engraved the moment in her mind. She wanted to remember this always. "You shameful bastard! Do you really think you can treat the father of the Grand Duchess like this?" Walter Hardy gritted his teeth and looked down at his bandaged leg. He wanted to get rid of the damn thing, but he made a promise. "Hold on a little bit, honey. It's just for one day," Brenda Hardy said, holding out a set of crutches. Trembling at his humiliation, Walter accepted the crutches meekly. It had been 2 days ago, in the evening, that Prince Bjorn had come to Walter Hardy at the Hardy mansion. Walter felt pride that he was to be the father of the Grand Duchess, but the words the prince spoke boiled his blood. "Miss Hardy will be holding my hand on the walk down the aisle," Bjorn said. It was an order that left Walter bewildered. He tried to argue tradition and formality, the many virtues that the prince should abide by, but he did not even raise an eyebrow. It was like talking to a wall. "What? But Your Highness, what will the people say?" "There will be outrage. They will not accept this," Walter said. Walter was driven into a corner, and he protested. For his daughter to face such humiliation on such a momentous occasion, it was unbelievable, and the prince acted so casually about it. "Then we will create a reason," Bjorn said. "He must be drunk. What other reason could there be for this madness?" Walter blinked at the prince, as the prince stood there as tall and proud as ever. "We won't say that you are in bad health. I don't think that is a good reason," Bjorn said flatly. He was looking at Walter's leg. "What are you suggesting? You really dare go this far?" Walter said. Maybe it was because Walter was worried that Erna had told the prince everything, but no matter who he was, he had no authority to intervene in a father's discipline of his child. Walter carefully prepared a rebuttal and waited for Bjorn's response. "Yes, so what? She is my wife," Bjorn said. It took Walter off guard, and he felt his fighting spirit bleed away. In the end, he had to acquiesce the prince's suggestion. Walter fumed at the ruse and cursed every living thing under the sun. The prince swanned into his home like a perfect gentleman, insulted him, and then floated out of the house like nothing was out of place. The roads were lined with crowds of people that all clustered together along the paths to the Schuber Palace. Even though they spoke of the end of the world for the Luchen royal family, they cheered for the spectacle of it. "Hey, there they come. They're coming," they called when the luxurious golden carriage trundled past, pulled by 4 white horses. The bride's procession was led by regal-looking royal guard. In their formal attire, they looked splendid and dignified. It was nothing when compared to when Princess of Lars as the crowned princess, but it could never be called inferior, only prepared in haste. "I can't believe he can catch such a woman," some said, as they saw the beautiful princess through the windows of the carriage. "She may be beautiful, but she is no Princess Gladys. She is a whole different class," others said. The clatter of tongues permeated across the procession. The prince's second wife does not look all that much. She's so arrogant, just staring off like that. She is very different to Princess Gladys. At least she showed some kindness. She is very haughty, is she not, with her nose up in the air. By the time the rumors spread through the streets, the carriage passed along the Archduke's bridge. As the palace drew closer, Erna started to turn ever more pale. From the moment she put on her wedding dress, her mind went blank and she struggled with her nerves. She realized she had been like this from the moment she boarded the train to Schuber. Everything seemed like a dream, and she imagined the real Erna Hardy was still asleep somewhere, probably on that train. That reality seemed a lot more likely than the one she found herself in right now. The one where Erna Hardy becomes a princess. When her carriage stopped outside the royal chapel, Erna let go of the tethers of her delusion. She struggled to suppress her rapid breathing as she got down from the carriage. It was lucky that she was led to where she was needed to be. Her mind was so fuzzy, she struggled to notice where she was, and when she looked down, she was already on the red carpet. Erna stared blankly at the bouquet of flowers that had appeared in her hand. A whisper of a voice in her mind wondered where they had come from. Had she been holding them the entire time? She looked up at the closed door in front of her, and she could feel the fear rise up in her. She was afraid of this door more than any door she had ever faced. It was about to open, and beyond would be Erna's new life. I can be happy. She remembered the promise she had made confidently. Her heart pounded and felt ready to burst. Her legs were trembling so much they barely kept her upright, and the flowers of the bouquet shook. I should turn and run. The conviction felt so certain in her head. It was the only true course of action, but as she felt the motion, a shadow fell over Erna. Erna? She looked up at the soft voice and saw him, the Prince Bjorn. He was to be her chaperone into the new life. He felt more like a guard escorting her to her execution. Breathe, Bjorn said. Breathe, Erna said to herself. That's it, breathe, relax, Bjorn said. Bjorn seemed jovial at Erna's outward struggle to mentally contain the situation. He held her hand and she could feel it. Thank you, Erna said, her voice trembling. You heard my request. Erna gave an awkward smile as she waved a hand. Bjorn laughed lightly as if to confirm what Erna had said. I will be a good wife, Erna went on. The moment she made that promise, her voice became firm and the trembling stopped. Bjorn still just smiled at her. Even as the door opened, he looked at her and smiled. Even as the sunlight, tainted with reds, greens, and blues of the stained glass window at the far end of the chapel, washed over them, Bjorn smiled at her and led her to her new life. The second royal wedding was underway. It was a lot different from the first royal wedding, which was so noisy and busy that the souls of the prince and princess, who were so used to the tumultuous and public lifestyle, were drowned out. At the end of the Virgin Road, in front of the archbishop who was to marry them, Bjorn slowly turned to Erna. He did not let go of her hand. The light from the stained glass window bathed the pair in rose light. Under the gaze of hundreds of onlookers, Bjorn lifted the veil that covered Erna's face. It was such a small gesture, and only the first act in a long line of prescribed ceremony and tradition. It was also a pointless act to uncover the face of the one he had looked upon so many times before today. It was mainly for the masses. The corners of Bjorn's lips gently curled into a smile as he looked into Erna's eyes. The fierce blue was tainted by the red light and looked like flames sparked in the sky. Erna looked like a flower in the wedding dress of layered lace and delicate silks. He wanted to applaud the tailor, who did a splendid job of encapsulating the country girl who liked long dresses. She had remained stiff right up until the moment the archbishop began to speak, and then a change came over her. She took on the air of an eager student. Her eyes shone as she concentrated on the archbishop's long, projected syllables that resonated a little more enthusiasm than his usual bored drawl. He then turned to Bjorn, and his face became a visage of damnation and hellfire. Those eyes made his words feel more like threats than promises of devotion, especially when coupled with words like forever, until death, duty, and honor. Do you hear me, Your Highness? Do you understand my meaning, Your Highness? Under pain of burning in hell for all eternity, Your Highness, the archbishop seemed to say. The Bjorn continued to smile in spite of the archbishop's stinging glare and coolly said, yes, I get your meaning. Bjorn thought the archbishop may resent him a little. He smiled more at his wedding to Gladys, and now, for years later, he was marrying another woman. No doubt that disturbed him a little. Bjorn could see that he looked at Erna with pity as he blessed the couple, with a booming voice that was loud enough to be overheard by the bells. Bjorn concluded the ceremony by bowing low and giving Erna a kiss. The crowd did not cheer, but they clapped, and the hall of the chapel made it sound like 100 thunderstorms, coupled with the bells. The noise was incredible. When Bjorn pulled away from the kiss, Erna's eyes opened and looked brighter than ever, like a pair of shimmering sapphires. Erna nodded her head lightly, as if contemplating something, and locked Bjorn with a firm gaze. She smiled at him. She no longer shied away. Erna Dniester is so beautiful. Bjorn thought it was a satisfying fact.
No.
Throughout the wedding, she had heard the word repeated over and over again. "No, Your Grace, no, Your Highness, no, Your Excellency." Erna looked at Mrs. Fitz, who stared Erna down with firm, fierce eyes. She had only said that she could take a bath by herself, but was made to feel like a criminal about to be hanged. His Royal Highness is the host of Schubert Palace, which means you are the first princess, the Grand Duchess of Luchen. We have the responsibility to maintain the appropriate dignity, Your Highness, Mrs. Fitz said. It was difficult for Erna to understand. Would bathing alone be such a detriment to the dignity of the Grand Duchess? Laid in the hot water, the scent of flowers making her mind all fuzzy, she thought back on the day. She had started the day at her grandmother's side as Erna Hardy. She ended the day, naked, in a bath surrounded by maids, as Erna Dniester. It was a disjointed feeling. Luckily for Erna, Lisa was still by her side and poured hot water over Erna's shoulders. "It will be okay, Your Highness," Lisa said. It was still unfamiliar to hear Lisa use that title. Erna lowered her head and touched the petals with her nose. She prayed that the time would pass, to be out of the bath and dressed, in her own room and alone. Big, she thought. Everything is too big. The thought, which must have come to Erna a dozen times, only now seemed appropriate. The palace was far too big and Erna was overwhelmed. When Erna moved to Hardy Mansion from Baden Mansion, she was amazed by the grand scale of luxury, but this blew that well out of the water. In Erna's room alone, there was enough grand luxury that was impossible to measure any value to. In reality, none of it belonged to her. Although Mrs. Fitz had prepared the room for Erna, technically it all belonged to Bjorn. How shameless of the Grand Duchess to be married to the prince and have only her body to bring to the union. Erna was well aware of how the people viewed her and the slander they spread. The Baden family were unable to keep a single country house, and the Hardy family was so poor they only brought debt to the royal family. Bjorn was willing to bear it all. The mansion of the Baden family was secure and firmly belonged to Erna. The Hardy family was able to escape bankruptcy, and it was all thanks to Bjorn's money. The people added up imaginary sums of money and wondered how much of it could be left. She noticed the flower-decorated table and the 2 drinking glasses placed upon it. She was not so naive that she didn't know what was to be expected on a couple's first night of marriage. She just never truly believed it could happen between her and Bjorn. As she sat, the day unfolded in her memory once more. From the carriage ride up to the chapel, the stern gaze of the archbishop, which quickly turned to pity. After the wedding, they rode together through Schubert in an open-top carriage. There were so many people gathered. She wondered if every person in the city had poured out onto the streets. She had been so frozen in terror, she could only look ahead. When she had finally taken it all in, she found she could smile and even went as far as to wave at the people she passed, as Bjorn had told her to do. Bjorn had been reassuring during the parade. She would often forget that she was the Grand Duchess and just simply stare up at him, taking in the sharp lines and delicate features of his face harmonized to give a very elegant impression. The blend of his slender figure and large, solid frame was the same. His light, golden hair looked bleached in the sunlight, which almost seemed like a cloud had decided to attach itself to his head. He noticed Erna looking at him and she dropped her eyes in embarrassment. She felt like a little child who had been caught doing something naughty. All through the reception, this same scenario kept playing out, She felt like she was not allowed to look at the prince, her husband. She didn't realize until she was rudely awakened by nearly falling from her perch. The clock said it was nearly midnight and Bjorn had not yet returned. He must still be celebrating with his friends. So Erna curled up on one side of the bed. Mrs. Fitz's stern admonition came to her head, but she didn't care. She was too tired. Drowsiness and fatigue turned her mind to mush as she considered the ramifications. Her eyes slowly closed as she rationalized her choice. The sweet scent of flowers and the romantic candlelight wrapped Erna in sleep, which was to be her only companion on the night of her wedding. Bjorn made it up to the bedroom long after midnight. Once he had gotten ready for bed, the night had gotten deeper. The master suite was enveloped in a dark silence, now that the attendants had withdrawn for the night. Bjorn loosened the overly tight knot of his gown and moved along the passage that connected his bedroom to the Grand Duchess room. As he opened the door to Erna's room, the first thing he noticed was the sweet scent of flowers and soft lighting. It was strangely quiet, no sound of movement, but there was something breathing in there. Bjorn went into the bedroom and scrutinized everything. He stopped when he saw a bundle on the edge of the bed that was Erna. Even when he approached and his shadow fell over the bundle, Erna did not stir. She was really asleep. He giggled to himself. "Erna?" he said softly, but she still didn't move. When Bjorn brushed her cheek gently, she finally stirred and turned over. "Your Highness," she screamed when her eyes fully opened and saw the looming shadow leaning over her. Bjorn cupped her mouth to stifle the noise and drew her gaze back to him. "Hello, my wife," he said softly, reassuringly. "Hello, Your Highness," Erna said. She had been holding her breath until she finally spoke, a little whisper into the night. She was weary, but the greeting was still polite. Bjorn laughed. "Are you tired?" Bjorn said. "What?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to fall asleep." Bjorn did not mean to criticize her, but Erna made the apology. Bjorn sat on the bed and placed a hand on Erna to hold her back as she moved to sit up. His new bride blinked at him. Bjorn looked down at where his hand was placed on Erna's nightgown and begun to undo the buttons. He noticed the adornment of lace and frills. They seemed out of control and had Mrs. Fritz meddling written all over them. Though the gown was to Erna's taste, it seems the old nanny can't help but interfere. "It's a very pretty nightgown," Bjorn said softly. Erna blushed at receiving the compliment and at the gentle nature in which Bjorn parted the nightie. "Thank you," Erna mumbled under her breath. She looked so serious and her hoarse whisper was absurd. Bjorn couldn't help but laugh heartily. This made Erna shrink away a little from him, and she curled up into her nightgown. Only her dainty little feet poked out of the bottom of them, and she looked like a little child's doll, swamped in rich lace. "Erna," Bjorn said after he had finished laughing. Erna looked up at him, dazed and flushed. She still couldn't believe it was her name. It felt so unfamiliar. "Yes, Your Highness?" Erna's voice trembled. She had not moved from her curled-up position on the bed, but she was panting. Her fingers kept curling. "Call me by my name," Bjorn said. He reached up and released a ribbon that was tied in her hair. He brushed a large hand through it, helping it cascade down the front of her gown. "I think calling me Your Highness in a situation like this is a bit." He held the end of the other ribbon. "Say my name." He pulled at the ribbon. Erna reflexively shook her head. "Hurry up," Bjorn urged. He seemed unaware of Erna's resistance and urged her on. In the meantime, their fingers argued over the ribbon, but Bjorn finally came away with it. "Do your best, Erna," he said firmly. With the ribbon intertwined in his fingers, he grabbed Erna's wrist and opened up her legs with his free hand. Erna gasped. He was not forceful, but Erna did not give any resistance either. She didn't really have the time. "Didn't you promise me that you would be a good wife?" That was a lie," No. Through all the fog of confusion and mix of sensations, Erna came through firmly. I did not lie about that. That's a relief. I don't like being deceived. Bjorn grinned and let Erna go. Erna felt like covering her body, but her small hands couldn't do a good enough job. She looked up at Bjorn, whose smile never reached his eyes. He was difficult to read. She fidgeted with the sheets, twisting them, and her mind raced. She had made a promise and she intends to keep it, but she did not think about these duties she would have to perform. It was obvious to her what her responsibilities as a wife entailed, but now that she was here, she hesitated. Erna became madly aware of her shallow breathing that would become rapid and erratic, and then silent as she fought to control herself. Bjorn was reaching up to undo the rest of her nightgown, more relaxed this time, gentle. As he gently pulled off each layer, Erna realized that the ritual undressing was not so bad. She felt pleasure warm her mind as each layer brought freedom from the stuffy clothes. Bjorn would have said it was fun, like unwrapping a lovingly crafted gift box. The slow process of revealing a woman's body was tantalizing. "Your Highness," Erna said, as Bjorn made to undo the first button of the last layer of pajamas. She reached up with both hands and put them on his. "My name." Bjorn took her hands and placed them on the bed. Erna did not resist. Her lips trembled as she tried to whisper his name. "Bjorn," she finally said, and to Bjorn, it was barely audible. He gave a nod. I want to take it off for you," Erna said. She made to get up, but Bjorn still had hold of her hands. "No, you're tired. You should rest. Let me do all the work." "What?" "I have to do my best to be a good husband too." Calmly, Bjorn continued, undoing the front of her pajamas. One by one, the buttons came undone, and little by little, Erna's body was revealed, until the last button was removed. Erna looked away in unbearable shame and squeezed her eyes shut. Her cheeks blushed a bright red, they practically glowed. Bjorn smiled. "You are so beautiful, Erna," he said softly. Erna gasped at Bjorn's words and looked at him with such wide eyes that all her whites were showing. She knew no response was polite enough, and her will to persevere vanished. She tried to stand up, but Bjorn was already moving on the bed and easing her back. Erna closed her eyes and tried to scream as she felt the weight of Bjorn on top of her. The sound died on the end of her lips as she realized he was kissing her. The closeness of him. She could smell his sweat, and it mixed with the smell of his breath. The feeling of his soft lips and a reaching tongue left Erna's mind blank as she did her best to massage his lips with hers and meet his tongue halfway. She tried to say his name, but their kissing turned it into a soft moan. He returned her moan with his own. When she finally came to her senses and opened her eyes, Erna found herself sprawled out in the middle of the bed, but instead of staring up at the ceiling, she was looking up at Bjorn's face. It seemed a little out of focus as her heat rose. A cold hand reaching down the front of her snapped her back to reality sharply, and she watched as Bjorn craned his head to wrap his soft lips around her breast. It was such a sharp contrast between hot and cold, Erna gasped. Her hands came up and covered her face. Bjorn's hands quested onward from stroking Erna's belly, moving along her small waist and between her legs. Erna's eyes opened wide as she felt his fingers move. "Bjorn," she said breathily. She did not yet have the courage to call his name out as loud as she would have liked. She could still feel a part of herself holding back. Bjorn came up and looked at her. She was sobbing. She couldn't help it. Bjorn frowned worriedly and stopped the hand. Driven by fear that he had hurt her, he withdrew. It was painful, and from that pain, she was scared. It made her sad, and she felt pitiful in Bjorn's shadow. She covered her face with her hands, and the tears grew more intense. Bjorn looked at his weeping wife, like a spectator at a play. It was a pretty emotional situation, but at the same time, He couldn't help but admire her petite form and firm bust. His eyes followed the lines of her curves and delicate waist, her slender limbs. Even though she was a petite woman, she never seemed immature. Erna had exceeded his expectations. The sobbing eventually subsided and Erna looked up at Bjorn, as if she was clinging to him with just a look. "Bjorn," she whispered between sobs. Her face was blank and emotionless as she spoke his name, and with each utterance, her voice became firmer, stronger, louder. Erna didn't know what else to say, so she said his name. Bjorn sighed and brushed a hand through his hair. He could smell her, and it only added to his irritation at the situation. He was bewildered by this woman, who was wet and moaning one moment, then suddenly wailing and crying the next. In bed, it's supposed to be fun, and he never needed to deal with whiny, clumsy women if he didn't want to. If he didn't want to have to deal with the trouble, he could leave and not feel ashamed. That thought had gone through his mind, and he was about to. But Erna is his wife. This is no floozy picked up at the club. This was his wife. In that regard, Bjorn had to face this new challenge, whether he liked it or not. Erna was his as much as he was hers, and he needed to make an effort. They had promised each other. "I'm sorry," Erna said. Bjorn couldn't help but laugh at the sense of déjà vu. Come to think of it, this was not actually the first time this had happened. There was a predecessor. Gladys. Is Erna another Gladys? Bjorn laughed at the foul feeling of crawling through mud again. The touch of Erna's hand on his shoulder brought him back from dark thoughts of bad times. I'll keep my promise. I'm not lying. I'll keep it, Erna said, haltingly. Bjorn couldn't shake the thought of how both Gladys and Erna behaved like they were being raped. It was terrifying to think that what he was doing. The situation might have been the same, but the words uttered by the two women was completely different. But I'm scared. It's strange. It's weird. Erna's eyes wandered around the room before finally stopping on Bjorn's. I will keep my promise. Promise. Her promise. The way in which Erna said it was confused, and it confused Bjorn. It sounded like he was an usher come to collect her debt. When Ern had owed money for the lost trophy, she behaved like this. Maybe she still feels like she owes him, maybe, if he hadn't used the boating as an excuse to write off her debts. If she was still working to make artificial flowers. At that moment, Bjorn recalled the face of the woman who had offered him a flower as a token of promise and let out a deep sigh of desperation. Bjorn felt irritation rise up again, but it did not undermine the pity he also felt. He decided to not judge the extent of Erna's ignorance. He took it on point that she did not know anything. It also did not help that Erna lived with her grandmother before she came to the city. The Baroness is a very conservative woman. Erna really did not know anything about lovemaking. Bjorn had assumed that Pavel might have taught her a thing or two when they ran together. It was hard to believe that they had not even spoken about sex. Was the painter a eunuch or something? Bjorn looked at his wife. The woman who was rumored to be a concubine was in fact as untouched as freshly fallen snow. She was a blank slate. Bjorn let out a deep sigh. Even in the midst of this annoyance, there was only one thing he could do. Erna looked at Bjorn in wide-eyed shock as Bjorn went over to collect the drink and 2 glasses from the table. They both sat on the bed together. How much can you drink? Bjorn asked. I don't know. Erna replied as she watched Bjorn pour out 2 drinks. How much do you usually drink? 1. Erna said quietly. A single drink? He held the glass out to her. Yes, after 1 drink I get all hot and, fuzzy. Erna said quickly, as if to avoid looking like an ignorant fool. Bjorn nodded. Erna's face was still wet with the tears she hadn't properly wiped away, but her expression was once again firm and strong, and her eyes were bright and assertive. Here, drink, Bjorn said and offered the glass again. Erna took it. Drink and bear it, Erna. His command was smooth and cooler than the touch of the glass in her hand. Erna brought the glass up to her lips and drank the wine. She thought if she was drunk, it would make the night pass a little easier. With a clear head, it had not gone well so far. She sipped, then sipped again, and kept sipping little bits until the glass was empty. The alcohol was a lot stronger than she expected, but it was fruity enough that it was easy to drink. The trembling in her fingers stopped. Erna knew the marriage hadn't been an act of love, but an act of necessity, and she wondered if Bjorn was doing this out of pity or a sense of responsibility as her husband. She wondered if he was just being chivalric to a woman in trouble, but that didn't feel right either. As far as logic dictated, Bjorn had proposed and she had accepted for no reason. She wondered if that was the best way. She could concentrate on being the best wife he had promised to be the best husband he could, and in that way, they could both be happy together. As the heat of the alcohol raised to her cheeks, she raised the glass to Bjorn, who was sat motionless on the bed beside her. She looked between the fate she would have loved and the empty wine glass. Bjorn raised a hand to take the glass, and their hands touched. Erna sighed. Bjorn bore a determined expression as he took the glass and placed it on the bedside table. "Thanks you," Erna said. She was so careful at breaking the silence. Her own voice sounded foreign and distant. She didn't know what else to say. Nothing came to mind in that moment, so she let her voice trail away into memory. Bjorn leaned in and kissed her soft, moist lips. Although she flinched, she did not try to run away this time. He was softer, more gentle, more delicate with the fresh rose in his hands. Erna leaned into it and felt more docile thanks to the drunkenness. As they kissed, Erna could feel something rise up from her toes to her tummy, a sort of excitement. She didn't even mind as Bjorn undid her gown and slipped it over her shoulders once more. She calmly accepted his touch. "Erna," Bjorn said, joviality underlined his soft tone. She opened her eyes to look at him and realized she was now laying on the bed where she had been sitting. "Is this how it's supposed to be? I feel tingly," Erna said, embarrassed. "Yes." Bjorn sat up and began unfastening his own clothes. Erna looked away, as if seeing something she shouldn't. "You should look at me," Bjorn whispered. "If not, then I will feel dirty or wonder if you're thinking of another man." "No, it's not like that," Erna said, shock all over her face. While he was able to look at her so casually, she was seized with an uncontrollable feeling. He pulled her in close, and she could feel the warmth of his chest against hers. "Seriously, you say such unbearably insulting things," Erna said, looking up into Bjorn's eyes. Her eyes were sharp, as if guarding against the loss of her innocence. Bjorn kissed her, practically swallowing her lips as she was about to say something more. Erna could feel the weight of Bjorn on top of her again. It was a shock, but not one she shied away from this time. By the time Bjorn got up and sat between Erna's legs, their breathing had become excited, and Erna felt like she had ran across the front lawn. She found herself not wanting him to stop. Erna looked down at her husband, and she felt a heat rise up to her cheeks once more. It was like embarrassment, but not fully so. She took in his square shoulders and large frame. His muscles were delicate shows of strength and power. It made her excited and anxious. She wanted to see more of him, if not all of him. Like a child at Christmas, wondering at the presents wrapped under the tree, Erna studied her husband's body with the same enthusiasm. It wasn't until her eyes ventured down to his waist did reality snap back into focus. "Oh." Erna sighed involuntarily. "It's okay." Bjorn tried to reassure Erna. "You're fine now." He leaned forward and gave her a gentle kiss on her cheeks and then her lips, deepening their bond. Sweat covered Erna's body as much as it dripped off Bjorn. He looked into her watery eyes, their perfect blue hue tainted by a red puffiness caused by her crying. He lied when he said she would be okay, but it had the desired effect. She seemed to relax. When Bjorn first opened the bedroom door, he told himself that he was doing his duty to his wife, but now he felt entirely selfish. It was sending him crazy. "Your Highness, are you awake?" came the soft, high-pitched voice of Mrs. Fitz. Erna thought she was in a dream still, as the voice roused her from unconsciousness. To call it sleep felt like an understatement. Fear crept across her face as she woke in an unfamiliar room and naked. "Yes," Erna said quickly and sat up, pulling bedsheets over herself. Doing so sent a shock of pain up her, and she was reminded of last night. "I'm awake." As she pulled the bedsheets up, she saw the large blood stain that no longer looked like a flowering rose, but like someone was murdered in her bed. "Okay, I'm coming in," Mrs. Fitz said. "No," Erna called out. She scrambled off the bed and tried to walk on shaky legs. They buckled under her and she collapsed to the floor. Erna forced herself to her feet and gathered up the bloody sheets. She looked around for somewhere to hide them, and she saw on the clock that it was already noon. "Were you still asleep?" While Erna struggled to think of what to do, Mrs. Fitz continued to knock on the door and pass words of concern through the thick wooden door. "I'm coming in, Your Highness." Erna panicked and remembered the bathroom. She bolted for it with bedsheets in tow and slammed the door closed, just as the bedroom door opened. For some time, Mrs. Fitz was seized by bewilderment. She eventually regained her composure. A messy bed, pajamas all over the floor, wine glasses with dregs left in them, and a disappearing Grand Duchess. Mrs. Fitz saw the hem of the bed covers stuck in the bathroom door. "Every go back and wait," Mrs. Fitz said to the maids snooping around the bedroom door. "Hurry, go on, get away." Even though Mrs. Fitz did not use stern words to shoo the maids away, they dispersed in good order. Even Lisa, who couldn't help but feel like she should linger, had to turn away back down the hall. After confirming no one was sneaking about, Mrs. Fitz closed the bedroom door and approached the bathroom. "Your Highness, we are alone now. You can come out." There was a short pause. "Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Fitz." A thin, trembling voice came from the other side of the door. "That's fine. How are you feeling?" "I'm okay. It's just..." Erna was speechless, but Mrs. Fitz was patient and waited for Erna to come out in her own time. She busied herself cleaning up the mess of the bedroom. For Bjorn, he woke up in the morning and went about his ablutions as if nothing had happened. He washed, dressed, and had breakfast, all without once mentioning his wife. It was as if he'd completely forgot she existed. Mrs. Fitz had a bad feeling, an ominous feeling. She didn't dare guess what was going on between the couple, but she knew that this was not a normal scene for a new bride. The same was true of the groom, who only seemed faithful to his usual way of life on his first day of being married. "If you are uncomfortable bathing, I will tell the maid not to come," Mrs. Fitz called out toward the bathroom. "But I am going to need that sheet." It wasn't that Mrs. Fitz couldn't guess what the pair had been up to in the middle of the night, but it was polite not to mention it directly. Either way, the sheet would have to be thrown out. It couldn't be left as it was. The door slowly opened and Mrs. Fitz backed up a little, allowing Erna all the space she needed. There was a moment's silence, and Mrs. Fitz swallowed when she finally saw Erna on the threshold. The Grand Duchess sloppily covered her naked form with the bedsheet, stood there staring at the ground by her feet. She looked so haggard that it was hard to believe she was nobility. Bloodshot and puffy eyes, tousled hair, and red marks about her neck and chest. "Thank you, Your Highness," Mrs. Fitz said and reached to take the bedsheet. She backed away the moment she had it and did not look directly at Erna. "Prince, if only I would..." The angry thought sent heat through the old nanny. If Bjorn stood in front of her right now, she would have given him more than an earful. If Bjorn had married this woman out of love, then why was he not here? If he did love Erna, he would have stayed by her side, been with her all night, and not up until his own ends were satisfied. With a sigh, Mrs. Fitz took the laundry away. The bedsheet was carefully wrapped so that no traces of blood could be seen. What a morning for the first day of being Grand Duchess. She was more than worried for her future. "Thank you, Mrs. Fitz," Erna repeated an unknown number of times. "You're welcome," Mrs. Fitz replied. "This is a drug that will help calm your nerves. Eat and get some rest." At first, it seemed like Mrs. Fitz was being stern, like a school matron, but her expression was soft and warming. "But you were to give me a tour of the mansion," Erna protested. "It's fine. We can postpone for one day. The prince has requested that," Mrs. Fitz lied. Erna was lost in thought for a moment. She really wasn't up for walking around the grand palace anyway, not with her body aching the way it did. She appreciated Bjorn's concern. Erna laid back down in the bed and Mrs. Fitz, satisfied, left, leaving Erna alone in the bedroom. It was kind of cozy, with the curtains drawn and the fireplace glow. She felt very lonely all of a sudden. She had spent the first days of her marriage alone, on her bed, with her body aching still. Her grandmother had been so excited to hear that Erna was going to be the Grand Duchess of the entire kingdom. If she could see Erna now, would she have been disappointed? "Grandmother," Erna whispered. Her heart ached for her grandmother. It had been at the reception that Erna learned the Baroness had returned to Beaufort. Erna was embittered when she learned her grandmother left without saying goodbye, but she knew that everyone in this high society has their place, and her grandmother's was in Beaufort. Erna's thoughts made her restless, and she tossed and turned in the bed before staring up at the ceiling with a pensive look on her face. None of this felt right. The name Dniester, this palace, Bjorn, none of it felt like hers. Her mind drifted to the other night, and the energy of the medicine spread fast. Her tired body stiffened, and she couldn't believe that just thinking about that night got her heat rising and made her breathless. Bjorn was friendly, and he was heartless. He was as warm as he was cold. It was strange to see such disparity in one man. How could opposite aspects exist at once? There must be some falsity to Bjorn, but Erna could not detect any fabrication or lie. The more she looked at Bjorn, the more she realized she didn't know, and because of her cluttered mind, nightmares and bad dreams followed. She dreamed of being eaten alive by a wolf. The Grand Duke's carriage returned to Schubert Palace just as the sun settled in the west. Despite his busy schedule, Bjorn did not look tired. He was the same as usual. He exchanged brief glances with the servants as they came out to meet him. Mrs. Fitz fell in behind him as he strode toward the entrance hall. "Her Highness is asleep. She seems unwell, so I told her to rest," Mrs. Fitz said. "Okay, you have been busy with getting married. Maybe a few days' rest for you is in order?" Bjorn sensed a thorn in the question. "I'll enjoy some rest on my honeymoon," Bjorn said. "That's over 2 weeks away, my prince." Mrs. Fitz frowned. "Has the Grand Duchess already swayed you to her side?" "I beg your pardon?" "There's no way you don't know the honeymoon isn't just a honeymoon," Bjorn said, pausing on the landing and turning to face Mrs. Fitz. He smiled, but it did not go as far as his eyes. The honeymoon was just a formality. In reality, it was an overseas diplomatic mission. It was important to reaffirm alliances and to check the intricate web of political power was intact, especially after such a major event as raising up a new Grand Duchess. It had been Bjorn's job since the laying down of the crown. A visit by the king, or crown prince, is a major political act, but a prince who disbanded from the throne would not cause as big a fuss. Couple that with the ruse of going on a honeymoon, Bjorn was able to effectively spy on other countries with ease, as well as scout out financial markets. So why do you say such things? There must be a reason. Have you so quickly abandoned me? Bjorn said with a sly smile. Your Highness, to abandon me in just one day, you don't even look sad about it. Bjorn's intentions were made clear as he overemphasized his wounded pride. Your childish jokes is what pushed me to her. It was not a difficult choice, my prince. Mrs. Fitz said. Even after all these years, she could not get used to his flirtatious jokes so far. Sensing the clearly drawn line, Mrs. Fitz stepped back. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Don't be like that, Bjorn said, smiling. He climbed up the stairs like he was that child again, and Mrs. Fitz followed, preparing the words for her report. Mrs. Fitz, Bjorn said. She found him sat cross-legged in the chair by the window, opening the letter he had just received. Like you said, there are 15 days until the boat trip, plenty of time to teach my wife. Yes, since there wasn't an adult in Erna's life that could have taught her the bedroom chores, we need someone else to do it now. Mrs. Fitz was stunned at the calm and monotonous manner in which Bjorn had given the command. She obeyed with her own calm demeanor. I will send for the right person for the job, Your Highness. If I may, please speak. Why her, Your Highness? What was the reason for wanting this young girl as your wife? She knew she was being presumptuous to ask such a question, but her curiosity was out of control. Erna, Bjorn started to say, then stopped, as if pondering the great mysteries of the world. Because she's pretty, Your Highness? Mrs. Fitz said, breathless. She's a very pretty woman. Bjorn turned to the window and opened the letter. Isn't she? Mrs. Fitz had told her that it was customary for the bride to write a letter of thanks to all those who had attended the wedding, and after so many, addressed to people she never knew. Her wrist throbbed. But thanks to Mrs. Fitz, they had all been written out without a single mistake. Only after fulfilling her duties as the Grand Duchess was she able to write letters to her family, to her grandmother, and the people of House Baden and Pavel. Once the letter was finished, Lisa moved in with the hot wax and dribbled a few drops on the fold of the envelope. Erna then pressed the stamp firmly on the quickly cooling wax and left a rather bold-looking wax seal. Lisa clapped her hands together. You really do look like a Grand Duchess, she said as she picked up the letter and examined it. Erna gave a shy smile and flushed a little from embarrassment. It has only one stamp. She tidied up the writing desk, not leaving a single piece out of place. Putting the quills back in their stand and closing up the inkwells, putting them in their little alcove. It was her writing desk, but it didn't feel like it yet. Isn't this the gentleman you were supposed to meet? Lisa said as she checked the name and address of the letter. Yes, Pavel Lor. Erna's answer was so unreserved, it caught Lisa off guard. Lisa's eyes narrowed as she prepared the letter. Pavel Lor, the respectable Royal Academy of Art painter. If only he bore a title of some sort, so that he could associate with his childhood friend. Even though their relationship was a long one and plain, it was a little too plain. Oh, I nearly forgot. The goods have arrived, Lisa said, remembering why she came to her mistress' study in the first place. The goods? Erna questioned. Yes, the things to bring to your honeymoon. Goods that will make you look so pretty. Go, have a look. Lisa smiled, taking Erna's hand. Unable to subdue Lisa's sudden excitement, Erna stood and allowed her maid to bring her to the goods. Mrs. Fitz had been in charge of organizing the honeymoon and was unaware that the old nanny had ordered Erna some new things to take with her. She already had enough and was unaware she needed yet more. Look, aren't they pretty? Lisa said. Erna had allowed Lisa to lead her to the bedroom, where, Piled on the floor were beautifully wrapped boxes. They contained hats, shoes, dresses, and coats. To top it all off, there was a beautiful new trunk to store them all in. Erna felt embarrassed to be so lavishly doted on. No matter where you go, you will be the most beautiful. I will make sure of it. I have been learning hard with Mrs. Fitz, Lisa said. It seemed like such a weighty task to entrust a fledgling maid, but Erna would not permit anyone else, not even Mrs. Fitz, to attend her during the honeymoon, which meant Lisa was coming with her, and if Erna could help it, Lisa would be by her side no matter where she found herself. All of the items that Mrs. Fitz had picked out suited Erna very well, and Erna enjoyed these delicately beautiful things, especially since she was used to the vulgar things Viscount Hardy always seemed to parade around with. "Are you not happy, Your Highness?" Lisa said. She noticed that Erna did not display the same level of excitement as her. Instead, she stood staring blankly at the display of elegant dresses and dainty shoes. Maybe the frills were too much for her taste. "No, it's not that," Erna said. Erna's heart grew heavy as she thought all of these presents before her might have come from Bjorn. All the debt the Hardy family already owed, and things just seemed to keep piling up. How long until Erna outstays her welcome, pushes the debt too far? How much more is Bjorn going to put up with the Hardy family taking from him? "I think I understand. After all, the first destination on the honeymoon is Lars," Lisa said, misunderstanding the lengthy silence. "You must be upset. I am too, Your Highness." "I'm fine, Lisa," Erna said, trying to smile. There must be a reason that they go to Gladys' home country. The Grand Duke and Duchess were not just off on some fancy honeymoon like normal newlywed couples. "Don't worry, I won't let anyone compare you to Princess Gladys. You will be the prettiest in this world," Lisa continued, reaffirming her fighting spirit. Mrs. Fitz came into the room with a serious look that made Erna's heart sink. She gave Lisa a glare that made the maid shrink away. "Guests have arrived, Your Highness," the old woman said. "A guest?" "Ah, yes," Erna said. She was suddenly reminded of the day's itinerary that Mrs. Fitz had briefed her on that morning. The only thing of any note was a royal tutor coming to teach Erna what she didn't know yet. His father was very skilled. He had awe for his father, who had baited him with something he could never refuse. It made him chuckle lightly. "I'll deposit all my savings into the bank," something Bjorn was forced to agree to thanks to his father's unconventional condition. He had been offered a considerable amount, and the symbolism of managing the king's fortune caused the banks to practically go to war with each other. This in a time where the banks controlled the capital market. Whomsoever got to look after the king's fortune would also gain royal favor. It felt like Bjorn was taking more than just the bait. The first destination on the royal honeymoon was Lars, which was the most important political destination. It was also a very important visit for his bank too, as he was going to gobble up one of Lars' insolvent commercial banks. "Shall we begin the merger then?" Bjorn had concluded the meeting. The directors, who had settled in for a long debate, rose from their seats with grinning faces full of joy. They hurriedly left the study, leaving Bjorn half laid out in his chair. Bjorn was eager to get this underway, mostly because it meant he could relax on the boat during the crossing. Come to think of it, his wife, Erna, the Grand Duchess, must be finished preparing to leave by now. At that moment, when Bjorn remembered the radiant and pale face of his beautiful wife, he heard the bank directors exclaim at the door, "Ah, Your Highness." It seemed like they ran into Erna on their way out. Bjorn massaged his own neck as he turned to face the door and saw Erna come into the study. She stepped forward with urgent meaning in her gait. "Bjorn, can we talk for a second?" she asked. Her tone was more agitated than usual. Bjorn sat upright and nodded, while Erna came across the room and sat in the chair opposite facing him. "What's the matter, Erna?" Bjorn said slowly. He was studying Erna's hair and the elaborate shape of the bun braid. Her maid was improving quite well. I heard it was you who asked Mrs. Fitz to teach me that, Erna eventually said, after a couple false starts. That. Bjorn nodded calmly. He reached forward and took up the glass of water on the table. Erna looked off to the side, embarrassment flushing her cheeks. She gave them a little rub before turning back to Bjorn again. It seemed that she had not learned very well. Did you not come because I was too clumsy or because I was ignorant? Erna asked. What? Me not coming? Though confused by the question, Bjorn remained flat and cool. You never came to my bedroom, not since that day, Erna said. Her delicate little hands twisted the hem of her dress as she spoke with a trembling voice. The conscious smile slowly melted from Bjorn's face as he became more aware of Erna. Well, if you know that, then shouldn't you be doing your part, not here? Bjorn let out a sigh. The real reason he had not returned to Erna since that night was that he was just plain busy. He had to stay in the capital and could not return to the palace when he would like. Of course, he couldn't tell Erna that. He had to leave her believing what she believed. The pleasure of his wife's body was great, but he did not want to have to go through the trouble of dealing with her ignorance again. He will come to her again when she is ready to be a proper wife. Erna would wait for him. I have a lot I know I am lacking in that respect. I realized that I got married without know the things I should know as a wife, Erna said. She had been looking down at her feet as she spoke. I am really sorry. Mrs. Peg, who is said to have taught all the royal ladies the work of the bedchamber, was a gentle and kind person. Erna followed easily as she explained what was expected of her, step by step. As soon as Mrs. Peg mentioned anything sexual, Erna lost all consciousness and fell away into an absent coma. Erna couldn't stand it and in the end, bolted from the classroom, spraying apologies to Mrs. Peg on the way out. I will learn, Erna said to Bjorn. I know it's part of my role. I will not shirk my responsibilities, but Erna paused to catch her breath. But I don't want anyone else to teach me. If at all possible, Bjorn, I want you to teach me. What? Bjorn said after taking a moment to fight off the drunken haze muddling his thoughts in the face of his wife's demands. And even though he had just scolded her for skipping her duties, she was scolding him for skipping his. You are my husband, so teach me, Erna said, firmly. Bjorn let out a sigh, mixed with light laughter as he took on board what his wife was saying. Erna's cheeks were brightly flushed at that moment. She acted so brazenly, like she was retrieving something that was rightfully hers. Erna, are you serious? As his fingers clenched in disbelief, Bjorn asked. She hesitated at first, but her answer came as strong as ever. Yes, of course, I beg you with sincerity. Bjorn stared at her blankly for a moment. He felt like he knew enough about Erna by now to know when this woman wasn't playing around, but it still felt like she knew more than she was putting on. Either from brochures or the telling of vague stories, was she really acting like she knew nothing of bedchamber education? Can you teach me? She was being bashful, like she had run away from class, only to later return and realize she had missed out on a lot. He found her ignorance cute and hateful at the same time. Bjorn. She said his name pleadingly, and he felt a tingle run through him, followed by a warmth when she looked at him with those big, innocent eyes. As Bjorn reached up and pulled the tie of his dress loose, a sharp knock came at the door. Your Highness? Mrs. Fitz called. Upon hearing the old nanny's voice, Erna wore an expression that could only be described as a deer caught in a trap. Her big, wet eyes pleadingly looked up at Bjorn. Desperation turned her smile the wrong way. Mrs. Fitz wore a face that reminded Bjorn of the time he had run and hid as a boy after accidentally knocking over one of his father's most prized paintings. He laughed and reached for a sip of water. Your Highness, I've been looking all over the place for you. You know you shouldn't be here, Mrs. Fitz said to Erna. Leave her be, Mrs. Fitz, Bjorn said. But the tutor Mrs. Fitz started to argue, but Bjorn raised a hand to silence her. Lady Erna is my wife. He sounded ridiculous in his mind, but he would not reverse the decision, especially not after his actions made Erna smile at him, relief on her face. Beneath, he could see infinite confidence brewing in the young woman. Tell the tutor we're sorry about the schedule clash, but we are having a few days off before our honeymoon, Bjorn said. Yes, Mrs. Fitz said. She seemed little upset, but Mrs. Fitz skillfully suppressed her emotions. But this is not polite to Mrs. Peg, Her Highness. The Grand Duchess must personally ask for her understanding and bring the matter to a proper conclusion. Yes, of course, Bjorn said, looking at Erna, who nodded her head emphatically, with the confidence that said she could do anything. Mrs. Peg, the teacher, let her know that the Grand Duchess will have dinner with our guest. Maybe that will be a suitable apology for coming all this way. Mrs. Fitz's glare softened at the suitable suggestion. It would seem like maybe it would be a suitable apology after all. Mrs. Fitz bowed and left the study with the troublesome Grand Duchess. Thank you, Bjorn, Erna said before she left. Bjorn tilted his head back. She was quite the naive and demanding woman. She was like hot ice or a dark sun, a dangerous deer. He always seemed to get caught out unexpectedly by dangerous deer. He would have thought he would have learned to put his guard up by now, but this deer was different to the previous deer, still very dangerous mind. It would have been boring to spend the time on the boat alone, so he was grateful to have Erna there with him. He liked the idea of enjoying the venison presented to him on his plate. She may be irritating in many ways, but she was also very delicious. Gladys gently turned the pages of the photo album with thin, bony fingers. She paused when she came to a picture of a young 19-year-old woman in her spring. It was a wedding photo, the same one that spread all over Lütjen and Lars, the very pride of the two nations unified. How could I not love this man? She thought to herself. Looking back at it now, she couldn't believe how she had let herself be blinded by infant love, but maybe she couldn't have been any less foolish. She loved Gerald Owen. He was a good man, the genius poet of Lars, the crown princess lover and Karl's father. Gladys turned over to the next page. She was met with the deep, stern eyes of her lover. He had such a youthful handsomeness about him. Tears welled and blurred the picture of Gerald. Flipping the page again, the tears came out in a full-blown stream down her cheeks. The picture was that of Karl, who looked just like his father. Karl Dniester. Bjorn had never seen the child, but at least gave him the royal family name. That was the price of the secret pact between Lütjen and Lars, and thanks to that, Karl was able to live his short life with honor. Thank you and sorry, Gladys said to the picture of Karl. She met Gerald at a routine social gathering in the spring of 17, about the time when the talk of marriage was on everyone's lips. It wrenched her heart to know that it could never, but the love was like an uncontrollable fever. She constantly dreamed of giving up everything and follow her dream, run away with Gerald and never look back. Gladys had to submit to her reality and accept her marriage to Bjorn. In her belly, she could never dream of what was growing there. On the day everyone found out that Gladys was with child, Bjorn looked at her with scorn. She wished they had slept together and she could have pretended that child was his, but they had not so much as hugged. Gladys couldn't bear the thought of letting another man touch her, not after meeting her one true love and the passion they had shared. She didn't want to betray him. On their wedding night, she apologized pathetically to Bjorn. "I'm sorry," Gladys had said. "It's okay, princess," Bjorn said. "Let me know when you're feeling confident enough. Until then, I'll be waiting." In the morning shared an awkward breakfast, and the morning after, and the day after that, and so on. All the while, Carl grew inside Gladys' tummy. For a long time, Gladys couldn't accept another man into her bed because of the memory of her first true love. Then came a certain point where Bjorn turned and became too frightening and difficult to approach. So spring passed by, summer came, and with it, the news of the crown princess pregnancy. If only she hadn't let herself get involved in immature love. If only she had been clever enough to play the game and fool everyone else. If only she had the confidence to do what needed to be done, then everyone wouldn't be so unhappy now. Gladys sobbed softly as a chilly breeze blew across her. She hated her own frankness and inability to deceive. It was hard to bear the hatred, and her heart felt like it was going to explode. "Keep it quiet. We will keep things as they are for now," Bjorn had said when Gladys confessed to him. He did not raise his voice or show any anger. It was actually a lot scarier. "I mean to congratulate you on your pregnancy, so be happy and carry on as the great crown princess you've been so far. Do you understand, princess?" On the surface, the days continued on as normal, blissful happiness of the newlyweds. Tranquility layers over the top of scrupulous lies. If Gladys had given birth to a daughter, they could have continued on like that indefinitely. But a son was born. Gladys returned to Lars with her son in tow after only a year since the grand wedding. Externally, she was with the son of Bjorn Dnester. She hoped that returning to Lars, she could be with the real man she loved and live happily with the child's real father, but it wasn't to last. When the two reunited, it was as it was before. The love and the passion they felt for one another was as strong and bright as ever. He was a good man. Gerald was comfortable and warm toward her. She was at ease when he was with her. As time went on, Gladys found herself thinking about Bjorn more and more out of guilt. She would smile vaguely at Gerald, and their love became less fervent. Gerald passed away a season later, pistol suicide, and soon after, Carl followed his father after succumbing to a fever. Gladys felt grief like none should ever have to. A lone widow with a lost child. Could there be any worse heartbreak for a single person to have to go through? Although Gladys wept for her lost loves, but as the misfortune passed, Gladys found that her feelings for Bjorn she did not see when she was with him. It was all meaningless though. Gladys tossed the photo table on the chair and flopped onto the bed. She didn't bother closing the window or throwing the curtains over herself. She hoped that she would close her eyes and never have to open them again. Morning came and Gladys did open her eyes again. "Princess, oh my, your highness, please don't do this. Are you really willing to risk your health? I need to go back to Lars. Would you make the arrangements?" Gladys said, lazily pulling herself up from the bed. Olichin knew the Grand Duke and Duchess would be boarding a boat soon, destined for Lars as they started their honeymoon. "Yes, princess. Do you want to be on the same boat as the Grand Duke and..." The maid didn't get chance to finish her sentence. "What do they have to do with me?" Gladys snapped, staring blankly toward the window. "It's all pointless." With that, Gladys fell back onto the bed. Port Schuber was overcrowded with people and crates of supplies piled high and looked like a miniature mountain range. The port was always busy when cruise ships were set to depart, but today it was twice as busy as usual. Along with the normal crowds, there added to it all the people that had come to see the ducal couple set off on their honeymoon. This more than doubled the number of people stood dockside. Going on another honeymoon to his ex-wife's country was quite surprising to a lot of people, and what really tipped people over was the fact that his ex-wife was getting on the same boat. Even those who were not interested in local gossip and rumor came out to watch. The more I think about it, the more I notice the princess is doing too much. Too much. Lisa said loud enough for the other maids to hear. They just looked at her disapprovingly, but she didn't care. "Why do we have to share a boat with that awful woman?" Lisa said as she passed by one particular maid who was fond of Gladys. Lisa followed on after Erna, glaring at the prince. He was the culprit behind all of this. Thanks to his being taller and slimmer than most, he stood out, truly like a poisonous mushroom that dazzles and tempts. That is why the Grand Duchess fell for him. Lisa looked at Erna and became distraught. She really did look like a lady that had swallowed a poisoned mushroom. She had that twinkle in her eye every time she looked up at the prince. She tried to hide her true feelings, but Lisa could see the girl in the throes of her first love. I should have used my grandmother's teachings about not falling for guys with pretty faces, Lisa thought to herself. After thinking on it for a long while, Lisa figured her grandmother would probably change her tune upon seeing Bjorn. And anyway, the two are married. There is nothing wrong with a wife looking up at her husband in such a manner. She looked back at the prince. He was so elegant and courteous with Erna, escorting her along the boat to their room. He was perfect, and that was the problem. He was too perfect, and that perfection disturbed Lisa. He must be aware of how Erna feels about him. Everyone else can see it, so surely he can too. Even so, there was a cold aspect in his attitude towards Erna. Lisa felt like the prince was treating Erna like a gentleman's cane, similar to the one he is always seen with. While he walked with Erna, he did not have the cane, but leaned on her like she was one, and he treated her as such. Graceful, formal, but cold and uncaring. Lisa glared at the back of Prince Bjorn's head as they walked through first class. He must have felt it because the prince turned and looked at Lisa. He considered her like he would consider any insect. Indifferent, not his concern. Lisa felt her heart melt and sink to the basement of her soul. She understood in that moment why all the girls cut out pictures of the prince and stuck them up on their walls. Erna was married to that. Lisa composed herself and redoubled her ardent glare at the prince. "Look at your wife. Isn't she so pretty? Maybe you'd fall in love with her if you just looked." Erna was not one to be merited on her looks alone. She had many beautiful qualities about her, but with the competition being against Gladys, maybe looks was all anyone actually cared about. "If so, I will make you the prettiest lady in the land." Lisa had always been determined in that, and she worked hard at it. She was so proud of how pretty her mistress was, but why doesn't the prince notice how pretty Erna is too? As she looked about, she noticed something on the opposite deck, the enemy, the woman Lisa had nearly forgotten all about. Princess Gladys. The first impression Bjorn got after their first encounter on the boat was, shockingly, a positive one. Bjorn thought it was great that Gladys was holding on to Lichen. It was good to see that this woman, who had given him the shock of his life, was such a great person. It was comforting. "It's been a while, Bjorn," Gladys said. Even in such an embarrassing situation, she remained calm, and Bjorn responded with a gentle but respectful nod. "It's a bit late, but congratulations on getting married." Gladys continued. If it had been any other woman, Bjorn would have just laughed at them for trying to play worn-out tricks, but this was Gladys. Her way of getting at people was with kindness and geniality. Gladys greeted Bjorn once more and like a heroine of some tragic fate, but with the attitude of regality, Gladys led her party away and back on their intended course. The people who had witnessed the scene unfroze and breathed a sigh in unison. "Erna," Bjorn said. Erna had not stopped looking up at him with eyes that trembled like the feathers that adorned her hat. Once Erna had composed herself, Bjorn motioned toward the deck at the end of the boarding ramp with a wink. It was going to be there that the ducal couple would stand in marital bliss for all the people that came to see them off. Erna was obedient, not forgetting her duties. Erna waved to the onlookers, her bright smile never leaving her face. Not like her wedding day, where she had no idea where to look. She was improving remarkably well. Bjorn was proud of his dutiful wife and her ability to learn quickly. She never once mentioned Gladys' name in front of the masses who were eager to stir the pot for any gossip they could get their vulturous claws into. Erna, a woman who is gentle, kind, and not at all annoying. Based on the last 2 weeks, Bjorn's conclusion was pretty much that. She sometimes acted like a rubber ball, bouncing all over the place, but he didn't mind that so much. She was quiet, beautiful, and harmless. She was a woman who perfectly met his expectations, and Bjorn was satisfied. Though, it was still too soon to know for sure. Once they were done with the waving and smiling of greeting the crew and a short tour of the boat, they finally made it to their cabin. Erna started to get agitated. How can they do this? Erna said. She looked at the guest room with awe. It was a room that had no business being on a ship. It had 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, a small solarium filled with palm trees and plants, a spacious drawing room. It made no sense. It felt like mansion. Look, she rushed over, pointing wildly. It has a fireplace. Bjorn just left. Your Highness, when will lunch be? A manservant said, standing in the doorway. He had been watching Erna the entire time. I'm good, but please, whatever my wife would like. Bjorn said. Are you not going to eat? Erna said. Bjorn shook his head and went into his room, leaving Erna behind. Standing among the busy servants who were unpacking their things, Erna felt lost and followed after Bjorn. He had taken off his jacket and laid out on the sofa. The servants that were in here tidying things away left the 2 alone. I'll get some rest. It's been quite the day already, Bjorn said. When Erna finally gathered the courage to speak, Bjorn spoke first. I just don't feel like doing anything for a while, is all, Bjorn said. Okay. She felt a little embarrassed, but she agreed. Right up until they left the palace, Bjorn was in meetings and heated discussions. The ministers and officials were strict and obstinate, comparably so with Mrs. Fitz. He must be so tired. You knew that very well. It is too much to beg to do things together, like a spoilt child. Erna knew the things Bjorn had to do and the late hours he had to work. Then shall we have tea, here, together? Erna said. Erna was curious about the restaurant on the ship, but she was willing to compromise. Unfortunately, Bjorn seemed utterly unwilling to sit at the negotiation table with her and work something out. Let's have dinner together, Bjorn said. Feeling dejected, Erna looked at the clock on the writing desk. It was only 10 in the morning. Bjorn had told her to go spend half the day on her own. Erna was sullen and left Bjorn to his napping. Before she closed the door, she looked back at him in anticipation, but he had thrown off his tie and his eyes were closed. Where would you like to go? I hear the restaurant is quite nice. Would you like to go there for some tea? Lisa asked. Erna smiled awkwardly at the young lady, who approached her with a face full of expectation. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled the conversation they had last night about all the things they could do on a ship the size of a city. Yes, let us have tea, Erna said. You want to go out with me on your honeymoon? Damn you, Prince, Lisa muttered under her breath. Putting Erna on a boat with his ex-wife and then sailing to the ex-wife's land wasn't bad enough. Yes, Your Highness, Lisa said with a light nod, trying to swallow the harsh words that were rising up from inside her. Erna looked at Lisa quietly and smiled brightly. The Grand Duchess smile was so bright, even after losing her gentleman's cane. Lisa became more depressed. It's okay. I can eat dinner by myself, Erna thought. From the ornate centerpiece of woven flowers to the delicate lace tablecloth and silver candlestick holders with engraved swirls. She had never thought she would be able to enjoy such luxury on a ship. She also didn't expect to spend the first days of her honeymoon as a loner. Erna ate the food presented to her slowly. She wasn't hungry, but the servants had put a lot of effort into this, and she didn't want it to go to waste. She had spent the day touring the cruise ship with Lisa. They drank tea, walked the decks, and spent time in the casino. It was a pleasant enough time, but it would have been better if Bjorn had not shunned her and violated by prosecutors. She thought it would have been better in the evening, but when she got back to her room and got changed for dinner, Bjorn was still asleep. After getting married, Erna spent most of her dinners alone over the last 15 days. She attributed that to Bjorn just being too busy, but now they were on their honeymoon, nothing changed. At times, it felt like she was the only person in the world, filling up grand halls with her tiny presence. Starting up conversations with the servants was like talking to herself. They would nod and shuffle away as soon as they could. So she did start muttering to herself. The palace was so vast and empty. Now the boat was vast and empty. Yes, there were people around, but they rarely gave her a second glance. They retreated to shadowy corners to talk about her behind their fans and flat palms. Can I ever be happy? Erna thought to herself, staring down at the food on her plate. Taking a deep breath, Erna slipped a small cut of meat between her trembling lips. It's been a while, Bjorn, Gladys had said after calling his name across the deck. It came again to Erna's mind, trying to block out the echoing sound of busy cutlery. Call my name, Bjorn had said on their first night. They had been a couple, a fact that Erna already knew, scratched her heart again. For her, Bjorn had been her first, but she was Bjorn's second. The feeling crept into her chest like a chill. There was also her husband's nonchalant attitude. It was a sad understanding to realize nothing excited him. There was no feelings of anticipation. It felt like all of this was some boring repetition for him. A dance played out 100 times a day. Erna knew very well that people made bets against her like that. There were many mouths back at the palace. Each voice she tried to block out, but they always reached her. When she was hungry, her mind was weak, and a weak mind is prone to bad thoughts, and bad thoughts brought unhappiness. So the best thing she could do right now is eat well. She stabbed the fork deep into the meat and cut a square as large as her will. She had stuffed it halfway into her mouth when a figure appeared at the door. Good evening, Erna. He's awake. She couldn't talk. Her mouth was more than full. Erna grabbed her napkin and made as if to wipe sauce from her face, but disgorged the oversized bite into the cloth. Don't be embarrassed. The food here is pretty good, Bjorn said. But I will not soon forget what a big mouth you have. He cast the words with a sly smile. Erna's expression darkened, and she finished wiping her lips and wrapped the meat up in the napkin. She turned to Bjorn, straight-backed. Well, it would not have happened if you kept to the meal times. Erna said, Are you angry with me? Bjorn said, eyebrow cocked. A little bit. Erna said, she suddenly felt small under his gaze. Then why didn't you wake me up? Bjorn responded as if he was the wounded party in this conversation. Is it okay to wake you? Erna said. When Bjorn had finally woken up, he noticed that it was already past 9. He figured Erna had forgotten their dinner date, so took a lazy shower to wash away the sleep and went to the lounge, only to find his wife sat having dinner by herself, stuffing half a steak into her mouth like some ravenous beast. Of course, you won't be thrown in jail for waking me for our dinner date. Bjorn laughed. Well, maybe. They began talking as naturally as if they had been talking the whole day away. At first, Erna was still a little heated, making remarks like she was still trying to express her unresolved anger, but she quickly fell into her usual manner, and they spoke as if considering their usual, daily routine, like a chirruping bird. Is this your first time on a boat? Bjorn said, a smile on his lips as he listened to Erna talk about her exploration of the cruise ship. No. Second, she replied, pausing as she was putting peas in her mouth. Really? Yes. The first time was when we were on the lake, remember? Erna said, finally managing to get the peas into her mouth. Not realizing it wasn't a joke, Bjorn burst out laughing. It was always like that. Erna could always make people laugh without trying or even meaning to. The light in the room got brighter, and the gloomy shadows retreated to the corners. It didn't feel so vast and empty anymore. Bjorn laughed until his cheeks tingled and rang the small bell to call the attendant. Soon after, a servant came in with a bottle of wine. As he watched the dark liquid fill the glass, he was reminded of Gladys. Their honeymoon had been much different. She spent most of the time crying or engrossed in other things, while he was busy working. Even as they sat together for dinner, there was not much interaction, like a wall was put up between them. They had not shared a single decent conversation through the whole course of their honeymoon. The servant finished pouring his wine and moved around the table to fill Erna's glass. Just as he tipped the bottle, Bjorn stopped him. No, do not fill my wife's glass, he ordered. Why, I can have a drink too, Erna said, frowning at Bjorn. I know, Bjorn said. Then why? You have to study. Bjorn slowly emptied his glass as he looked at Erna. Even if she was irritable, he could no longer think of Gladys when he was with her. He could now see why he had never visited Erna for the last 2 weeks. Why are you looking at me like that? You asked me to teach you, right? Bjorn said, filling his glass himself. Yes, but... Erna looked at her plate with impatience. All that was left was some peas and a potato. If she knew this was going to happen, she would not have eaten so much, so fast. Are you finished eating? Bjorn leaned back in his chair with the wine glass. Erna's cheeks went a peach color that reminded Bjorn of that first night. Wait, I need to wash first, Erna said sternly. Then go and wash, Bjorn said, sipping at the wine. No, I need to take a shower. Bjorn put down the empty glass and made to stand up, but Erna urgently begged. Bjorn's forehead wrinkled as he looked at the confusing mess of his wife. She had enticed him on and now wanted to run away. Please, I need some time, Erna said. Why? I just finished eating. So, what if I throw up? Erna looked ashamed. It was a remark that hurt his pride. She felt like vomiting when they made love. Bjorn tried to laugh it off, thinking he understood a little better after realizing Erna's small frame and the empty plate. Yeah, you're right. Bjorn poured another glass of wine. That would be awkward. He winked at her, and Erna got up. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he watched her leave the solarium and buy herself some time, so she didn't throw up. It seemed like the start of a not-so-bad honeymoon. Bjorn came into the room without knocking. Erna was sat on the edge of the bed, fiddling with the hem of her dress, eyes wide and looking like an innocent doe, not knowing what to do with herself as Bjorn came and stood in front of her. She looked down at the floor, but Bjorn cupped her chin in his massive hands and gently turned her face up toward him. How much have you learned so far? Bjorn smiled at her with warmth. I don't know, Erna said. She chose to lie instead of saying she didn't have the courage to sit through a single second of listening to Mrs. Peg tell her how to please her husband. She had feigned being sick and ran from the lesson. I don't remember. Seeing Bjorn's scrutinizing gaze made her squirm, and her mouth was devoid of saliva. Is that so? Bjorn said and sat down beside her. Then I guess we have to start from the beginning. With those words and remembering that first night, Erna laid back on the bed. Memories of how painful and shameful it had been flooded her mind. She remembered the weight of him on top of her, coupled with the embarrassing pictures Mrs. Peg had brought with her. If you want to kiss me, You need to open your mouth," Bjorn said. He touched her lips with care and strength. When their eyes met, he could see hers trembling. "Hurry," he said without hesitating. His tone was welcoming, but there was no warmth in his calm eyes. Erna parted her lips. He really was a man that could do whatever he wanted. It was a wake-up call from the first night. Bjorn used his tongue to part her lips and pushed it into her mouth. Reflexively, Erna felt her body squirm, but she knew she couldn't push away. Wife's duty. It had been a short class, but it was enough to learn what it meant. In the book she had read in her room, it said that it was the wife's place to give pleasure to her husband. It was important for the smooth running of a marriage. Erna didn't understand how things like this could be enjoyable, but she did know that Bjorn never came to her room because he wasn't happy. He had been so displeased with her inability to please him that he never came to her room again. Their marriage was rocky right from the start. The kiss kept going on for a lot longer than that first night. Bjorn's tongue had free rein of her mouth, and he used it all verily. He only let go only once her own tongue started to tingle. Their breath mingles as he pulled away and became rapid without them realizing. "I hate this thing," Bjorn said, tugging at Erna's nightgown. "It's so cumbersome, I don't like it." "Oh, I'll wear a different one from now on," Erna said. "No, don't wear anything," Bjorn said. He unfastened the last button and pulled the last ribbon. He removed the cumbersome pile of lace and tossed it across the room. He then pulled down the tiny shorts that were smaller than the palm of his hand. It was such a cute little thing, decorated with more lace and ribbons. He kissed his dazed wife on the cheek and picked up her naked body. She let out a small yelp as he did so and placed her on his thigh. Bjorn took in every inch of his wife's delicate little body and legs. He thought about how clumsy and troublesome she was. Yet, he didn't hate that anywhere near as much as he thought he did. In fact, he found it more attractive. Her pale body looked like it gathered in the moonlight coming in through the window. What man in their right mind wouldn't like such a body? Her skin looked like the texture of porcelain or ceramic, but at a touch it was infinitely soft and warm. "Bjorn," Erna whispered. Bjorn laughed softly and buried his face in her chest. He wanted to dive into her and take in her sweet, freshly washed scent. He wanted to surround himself in her softness, wrap it around him, and snuggle into it forever. With each gentle bite of her and each time he sucked her in, she moaned. He had already taken off his robe, his half-naked torso pressed against her, and took in her warmth. He lowered his hand across her smooth skin. She let out a noise that reminded him of that first night and the pain he caused. She was not so easily convinced yet. Bjorn swallowed her lips and brought his hand up onto her back and held her firmly, like she was going to run away. "Do not be like a corpse, Erna. You can move," Bjorn said, releasing her lips from his. "What?" First, the tongue. As if to demonstrate, he took hold of her lips again with his and kissed her. She did her best to mimic his behavior, gripping his lips with hers and clumsily wagging her tongue about. Even that was enough to make his heat rise. "And your hands," Bjorn said. With a wink, Bjorn pointed to the hand that had been resting on his shoulder and had not moved the entire time. Erna wrapped her arms around his neck and summoned up the courage to move her hand down his body. She could feel his muscles and his frame. She could feel his skeleton as she stroked over his shoulder and down his chest to his side. Becoming distracted as she took in his form in her mind, she looked down and inadvertently saw the thing of his that caused so much pain. Without meaning to, she let out a soft sigh at the sight of it. It wasn't the first time seeing it, but it seemed so distant. It had been a long time since that night, but the feeling of it inside her was ingrained in her memory. She did not remember the brief pleasure she felt, only that it felt like it was splitting her apart, and that's what she was scared of. Following Erna's anxious gaze, He saw where she was looking and so gave her some encouragement. He took her delicate hand and squeezed it gently, moving it down. Realizing his intent, Erna panicked, but Bjorn kept going. "You asked me to teach you," Bjorn said. He smiled at her, seeing that she was stunned just by the touch of his firm hand. "You have to learn," Bjorn said. He wrapped his hand around hers and guided. "Lips," Bjorn said. He reached up and grabbed her chin with a firm hand, slowly increasing in pressure until Erna opened her mouth and let out a moan. Only then did Bjorn smile and let Erna go. He settled down between her legs, both of them panting on the bed, and Bjorn pressed against her slowly. He did not know how to be more devoted to his wife than this. Even if he did, the moment had passed. "Moan," Bjorn said, firmly gripping her waist with one hand. "Bjorn, I feel so ashamed," Erna gasped. She looked up into his cold gray eyes, her own begged in despair. She had done a lot of shameful things in her time, but moaning like this sounded so obscene, it was really hard to bear. "I like to hear you moan, Erna," Bjorn said. Erna's eyes furrowed as she faced Bjorn, who smiled so sweetly. Did he really enjoy the pain of others? There was so much she wanted to say, but couldn't find her voice. Don't do it, please, Fortunately, as she felt overwhelmed, Bjorn offered a reprieve and slowed down. He leaned down to face her. "Hug me," Bjorn said calmly. "Do you like that too?" Erna said in a daze. "Yes," Bjorn said and nodded. He licked his dry lips. "I like it." He kissed her soft red cheeks that looked like apples. She put her arms round him and started caressing her delicate hands about the base of his neck and around his shoulder blades. It was cute. He sped up, kissing her wet eyes and hot cheeks, her quivering lips and behind her ears without stopping. He had a feeling that his wife's body would only get better with time. Bjorn and Erna did not leave the bed until late in the morning. As he put on the dressing gown and tried to stand up, Erna grabbed his hand. She was curled up and still, as if dead. He looked down at her, and she looked up at him with trembling eyes. "Don't go. You can stay here," Erna said. "I won't disturb you. I can't rest, but you should. We can have lunch together at your favorite restaurant," Bjorn said. He gently brushed the hair in her face to behind her ear and gave her a warm smile. Erna let go of his hand and meekly accepted. "Sleep well, Erna," Bjorn said and bent down to kiss her flushed cheek. The door closed behind him and Erna drifted back to sleep as she watched the door. Pavel looked over the letter. The handwriting was familiar, but the seal was not. He put the letter down with a dejected smile. Erna Dniester. He recalled her face when he whispered her name, a name that he was still not used to. She had been a younger sister to him, as Erna Hardy, a lovely girl from a rural village. Erna Hardy. "I'll write a letter." Erna's face floated above the stationery, densely filled with neat handwriting. She wore a bright smile. Baroness Baden had invited him to lunch, back in autumn, just before the wedding. She expressed her gratitude for Pavel's friendship with Erna and that the family were emotionally indebted to him. He could feel her intent to sort out the emotional connection before the wedding, and Pavel's heart fluttered like dust devils in the desert. It was the last time. It had to be the last time that Erna and Pavel could face each other as childhood friends. Their friendship ended there, when the country girl became Her Highness, the Grand Duchess. Pavel smiled softly and reached out. After a moment, she reached up to take his hand, looking at him blankly. She was trying to smile, but only looked at him blankly. She nodded her head as if to say she understood. Erna watched his back as he left later that evening. She was afraid he was not going to look back, but before he reached the end of the street, Pavel turned to see Erna waving slightly. She was still that little girl he had met in the village square, with one missing front tooth. He raised a hand to her, but did not wave, and he said a final goodbye to the woman that was his sister, but now his princess. Pavel opened his eyes and let the memory fade and started to read the letter. Mi dearest Pavel, I know what you meant and I fully understand, but Pavel, I wanted to say my final goodbye properly. I didn't think I would get the chance, but when Mrs. Fitz said it was courteous to write to my family, to thank them for all the days gone by, I naturally thought of you. Thank you, Pavel Lor. Thank you for reaching out to a lonely, muddy, wet child and giving me a ride on your cart. It was so lovely. Thank you for being patient with me when I kept following you around the village. Thank you for all the lovely sweets and pictures you gave me. I love them all. Thank you for being a familiar, friendly face when I came to the city. I would have been so lost without you. I am so grateful for you and your kindness. I wish it wasn't so, but this has to be my last goodbye, and my only regret is that I am unable to pay you back for all that you have done. I won't be able to write to you anymore, but I will be okay, I promise, so you don't need to worry about me anymore. I will be fine. It is sad that our friendship has to end here, like this, but I will never forget you, and I will cherish all the memories we have together. Please, promise me you will go out and find happiness for yourself. By Erna Dniester. Pavel smiled. He could feel every ounce of sincerity in every written word contained within the neat handwriting. She had a long way to go, but Erna was so full of will, and seeing Erna's final farewell, he was somewhat relieved. He wished it hadn't rained that day. If only the prince hadn't been out that day and reached the meeting point before he did. If. The thoughts drifted through his mind like falling leaves tumbling in the wind. They disappeared before too long, the same as the thought about why the prince would take Erna to be his second wife. The past cannot be undone, so there was no point lingering on it. Erna would be on her cruise right about now, as the Grand Duchess of Lichen. All he could do now is wish Erna the happiest marriage. He wished, at the very least, she was loved. It was a strange wish, but he wished it with all the sincerity he could muster, because it would bring Erna happiness. Bjorn's bedroom had been empty. The sound of running water gave away that he was having a shower. Erna felt guilty for sneaking into her husband's bedroom while he was showering. Husband. He was her husband, so why shouldn't she be allowed to sneak into her husband's bedroom while he was showering? Erna looked for the best spot for an uninvited guest to sit and delicately placed herself on the sofa in front of the porthole and tried to catch her breath. Bjorn, she called out. The shower stopped and Bjorn eventually came out of the bathroom, draped in a towel and getting water everywhere. His eyes narrowed when he saw Erna perched on the soft. What's the matter? He came and sat down next to Erna. Seeing that she was excited, the stern gaze lifted. He did not scold her for helping herself into his room, and she felt tension lift from her. Have you seen dolphins before? Erna asked, unable to hide the excitement. Do you like dolphins? The excitement faded a little. No, Bjorn said. Well, they say that seeing a dolphin is good luck. Erna said, not wanting to let the mood take her excitement away. Luc. Bjorn looked at his wife. From the hat on her head to the parasol in her lap, she had been finely dressed since she got up that morning. The captain has informed me that we will be passing through an area where dolphins frequent. I was hoping you would like to see them with me. No, Bjorn said flatly, despite the shy smile. His tone was firm. He had a vague idea of where his wife had been talking about. It must have been somewhere near here that his first wife had seen dolphins on their honeymoon. It was on that first honeymoon, as he had been escorting Gladys to a party. He had stepped aside to let some people pass, coming from the other way. He happened to glance out to the sea and saw a pod of dolphins swimming alongside the boat. It had been said it brought good luck to the ship when dolphins swam in its wake. It seems like history was repeating itself as someone spoke of luck that day too. Seeing the dolphins, the happily married couple moved on with smiles on their lips and joy in their eyes. Luck, good or bad? You should go ahead if you're curious. Bjorn said. Alone, by myself? Erna pouted. Yes. Then I will see them next time too, Erna said. She put her parasol down and stood in front of him. She did her best to loom over him like Mrs. Fitz did. That always seemed to work. She looked at Bjorn expectantly, even though she already knew he wasn't the type of person to be dissuaded from a decision made. Bjorn seemed to consider her for a moment and then nodded. Without warning, he grabbed Erna by the waist and pulled her onto his lap. She let out a shriek as he did so. Erna recognized his intent and felt a flush of embarrassment come over her. Her gloves, shawl, and dress effortlessly fell to the floor, and Erna realized she was now sitting on his lap in nothing but stockings and shoes. What do you think you're doing? Erna said. A husband's duty, Bjorn said, smiling casually. His lips whispered his intent as his eyes wandered down Erna's front, bathed in the bright yellow light coming in from the porthole. Her unreserved husband's desire was strange to her, and even if he didn't truly love her, he kissed her like he did. His shy touch told her that he wanted her deeply. That thinking made a part of her heart tingle and desire this herself. She decided that she wanted to believe his love was genuine, and like the boat on a cruise, their relationship was on track. There might be the odd difficult corner, a hurdle that needed jumping, but she hoped they would dissolve in time. She remembered all the lessons of the past few days and let out a quick breath as Bjorn stroked his hands through her hair. She could feel the heat rise between her legs and his. Sudden embarrassment made her instinctively want to retreat, but Bjorn wrapped himself around her and prevented her from pulling away. Why do you always run? A hand slid down her back and around her waist. She knew where he was going. He smiled miscellaneously. Captivated by the feeling of his touch, her mind went white. She exhaled quickly and averted her gaze. The sky through the porthole was clear and bright. She stretched for the curtains. The desire to close them was overwhelming. What if someone was to look in and see them? The moment she reached, Bjorn pushed against her lightly. Hey, Bjorn. Erna cooed, trying to draw his attention to the curtains. She was barely able to control her body and could do nothing to escape. She simply clung to his shoulders and let him move without hesitation. As she sighed, Erna let her lips part like she had been taught. Bjorn kissed her deeply to compliment his student and stroked the back of her neck. Bjorn could feel Erna tremble as became tight. She was still impatient, but at least it was not as difficult as the first time. He became aware of her reaching for the curtains and found it very off-putting. Let's see if I can't make you forget about the curtains, he said to himself. Bjorn, the curtains. Erna opened her eyes to the dazzling sunlight. She stared blankly at the golden motes of dust dancing in the air, and when the memory of the moment she had fallen asleep, she clutched the blanket closer to herself. A soft roll of laughter from beside her drew her attention to Bjorn, her husband. He was sitting at the head of the bed looking down at her. His tousled hair shone like thin threads of gold, and so did his face, which still had the lingering smile. She grabbed the feather pillow and looked up at her husband. Bjorn was not very diligent, but he was very thorough in his responsibilities as a husband. Even if she begged because she could not go on, he would not stop until his greed was satisfied. Erna genuinely couldn't recall what happened at the end of the last time. Erna wished she had learned from Mrs. Peg. She brooded over her poor choice of teacher, but the regret was pointless. She made her choice and had to stick with it. She looked up at the clock and it told her that most of the day was done already. She regretted that she had missed the dolphins. The sea they were in must be long gone by now. She felt like she will be spending the rest of the day in bed. Is it much longer to Lars? Embarrassed by the silence in the room, she mustered up the courage to speak. Bjorn closed the book he was reading and snuggled down next to Erna, resting his head on an arm. About 3 days, he said. We started here and moved all the way down to here. He moved a hand to the hem of the blanket and pulled it down. We are here now. His long index finger started to travel down to her chest and made a few little circles. Just a little further, and we will dock in Lars. His finger continued its journey south. Then we get on another boat. Stop. It's okay if we don't talk anymore, Erna said, grabbing his hand as he reached her navel. Bjorn stared at her as if he didn't understand what she was saying, but remained relatively carefree. But you were curious, Bjorn said. You don't have to explain it this way, Erna said. Why? Bjorn smiled leisurely, as if he didn't care about his wife's input. I like this map. Just as Erna was lost with what to say, a knock came at the door, and she felt relief wash over her. Your Highness, the delegation has sent an update to the planned schedule. I know it's rude, but they require you to review it urgently. Fine, Bjorn said after grouping Erna briefly. Come in. Bjorn sat up. He was wearing a loose nightgown. Erna was completely naked. The door opened and Erna hurriedly pulled the blankets over her. She could have fainted from embarrassment. Bjorn accepted the report as if nothing was amiss. Would you like some tea? Bjorn asked casually. I hate you, Erna said, her eyes speaking fire. Hate what? Bjorn asked as he left the documents brought by the maid. Someone entering the room while I'm... Erna, everyone knows what we're doing here. Would you like tea together? He turned from the door and asked, before he went through. Yes, Erna said like a pouting child about to throw a tantrum. Just give me a minute to get dressed. Fine, I'll wait for my quiet wife, Bjorn said, sarcastically. Before entering the solarium, where tea had been prepared, Erna tidied away all her clothes. It took her a little while longer to find a dress she liked, and thanks to Lisa's deft skills, her hair was in a perfect little braid. Bjorn looked up from the report he was reading and a smile beamed at her. He pointed to the chair opposite him and went back to examining the papers. Erna sat and pressed out the ruffles of her dress as a maid slipped in from the edge of the room and poured her tea. She smelled faintly of bergamot. It was the scent that reminded Erna of Bjorn. These came for you, Your Highness, the maid said as she set a small tray of letters on the edge of the tea table. They need replies as soon as you can. Watching Bjorn play the role of Grand Duke made Erna excited to play her role of the Grand Duchess. She was eager to show her princely side. Yes, I will review them, thank you. Erna smiled. She didn't have Mrs. Fitz to hold her hand and provide experience guidance, so she would have to handle this in bites on her own. Mrs. Fitz had told her, before they left on the cruise, that if Erna had any doubts, she should turn to the eldest maid, Karen. Karen was the maid that served her tea and presented her with the invites. If Erna had left it to her, their marriage would be over by the time they finished the cruise. She had overheard the maid talk about how she wanted Erna's marriage to be over before they had kids, so that it would be easier for Bjorn to get back with Gladys. Erna went through the invites with straight back and high neck, as if rising above the gossip the maids liked to wallow in. She felt Bjorn look at her from time to time, and she wanted to present herself as dignified and regal. She was the Grand Duchess after all. It was hopeless, though. Erna couldn't figure out which invites to accept and which ones to reject. She recognized a few names that sided with Gladys, but there was four she couldn't not recall memories of. Bjorn. Erna cautiously called over the tea table, adjusting the ribbon in her hair. Yes. His gaze briefly passed over her. She felt hesitant in talking any further, like she was only being a nuisance, but she had committed now and he was waiting. Do you know the Hawkins? No. That ruled Hawkins out and both subsequent names. What about the Forresters? Yes. He sounded distant as he flipped the papers. Is it someone we want a relationship with? A pause, yes. Erna took up the pen with excitement. Bjorn was still fully engrossed in his paperwork and was still when Erna finished her responses to the invites. She was a little disappointed, but she knew this trip was more than just a honeymoon. She had to maintain self-control so that she didn't come off as some needy child with no discipline. She must remain calm and graceful, like a lady, in every situation. While reflecting on her grandmother's teachings, Bjorn had finished going through the paperwork and looked up at Erna. The atmosphere around the tea table became more intimate when the maid left with Erna's replies and Bjorn's signed documents. Your handwriting is so wonderful, Erna said, fiddling with a teacup. You have big, pretty hands. Erna couldn't make eye contact because of how shy she suddenly felt. Bjorn was looking at Erna. His expression seemed to say, "What kind of pointless conversation are you trying to drag me into?" But he laughed. You look pretty too, especially in the rain, he said. And especially with that ribbon you keep fiddling with. This? Thank you, she said. The ribbon in question had grown nearly to twice its original size because Erna kept pulling at it at every opportunity. Bjorn had been trying to tease Erna a little, but her smile was genuine and warm. Erna spoke about the people she met on deck, a joke she had heard from the maids, even about the dinner menu. Her stories might not have been poetic, but her voice, mixed with the sweet smells of the tea, turned the afternoon into something leisurely. Bjorn decided against going to bed and instead watched his wife. She was like a little songbird chirping away. He appreciated her voice, the eyes that reveled in shy excitement, and her delicate hands still playing with the ribbon, which was as red as her rosy cheeks. Bjorn. Erna cautiously called his name. Bjorn simply nodded, lost in her wide blue eyes that took him in. When he smiled, Erna blushed furiously, and she smiled back at him with pure admiration. When he saw he had caused her to blush and smile in such a cute way, he realized something. This woman, it's her. He loved everything about her. The noble ladies watched as the Grand Duchess of Lichen glided into the Viscountess Forrester's tea party. They looked at each other in amazement. Oh my God, she actually showed up. They whispered to each other. Sending the invite had been nothing but a provocative prank. The Viscountess, who had sent the invite, wanted to remind the country bumpkin that Princess Gladys still existed, and she had their full support. No one thought the Grand Duchess would attend a tea party held by a close relative of Bjorn's first wife. While the guests whispered to each other behind their fans, Erna Dniester glided into the room wearing a long, beautiful gown and hat stuffed with ostrich feathers. Who would have thought the second wife of Bjorn would come out looking so beautiful and elegant? Not at all like the vulgar woman rumors pictured her to be. Does she often pretend to be a lady? It seems the prince is showering his wife with expensive gifts. I wonder how long that will go on for. I guess she really doesn't know, Viscountess Forrester said. Gladys looked at Erna with pity, mixed with a strange sense of humiliation. It will be Bjorn who will be embarrassed because his wife doesn't know the familial ties. Gladys had been at the tea party for a while now and was starting to feel the heat. Sorry, it was just supposed to be a little prank. No, it's fine, I don't mind, Gladys said and slowly rose from her seat to approach the Grand Duchess. Erna's disgrace was also Bjorn's. She couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Welcome, Your Highness, Grand Duchess. I was hoping I would get to see you at least once. A bright smile appeared on Gladys' face, as if she could bring herself to actually welcome the unwanted woman from the bottom of her heart. They sat together and tea was presented to Erna. The noblewoman started to chat amongst themselves, as if carrying on a conversation from earlier. How is Count Lehman? He has been entombed for a long time. One lady was saying in a tone louder than was necessary. He should be healthy enough soon. Though I am worried because he is so old now. Another replied, I don't think there is need to worry. I hear he was looking for a third wife not too long ago. Oh, really? The corners of Viscount Forrester's mouth twitched slightly as she did her best to not laugh. While enjoying the fragrant tea, the spiteful chatter continued. From Count Lehman to the troubled child of the Heinz family, graceful cynicism lingered in their voices as they diligently mentioned names they would never normally care about. Erna simply raised the lukewarm cup of tea to her lips and sipped. Only now was her thoughts organized. The Viscount Forrester was a maternal relative of Princess Gladys, and it would appear the two are very close. The invite that had been sent to her was never meant as an expression of goodwill. She had gleefully replied and made a fool of herself by coming, all because she relied on a single answer from her husband. She couldn't turn away from them now. It would only open her up to more ridicule. She would have to endure this cushion of thorns. Her Highness, the Grand Duchess, is not very talkative, Gladys said. Erna placed down the cup of tea she had barely taken a sip of. Even thought she didn't give any sign of a special order. The other ladies stopped talking. Are you bored of the tea party? Gladys casually moved to sit next to Erna. No, it's just unfamiliar. Ah, yes, that's right. You said you were from the country. Gladys smiled as if to say she understood. Still, you have good taste. The hat is very pretty. It suits you well. Oh, well, thank you. I think you should cut down on the decorations a bit. Bjorn's taste is more simple and elegant. You need to take good care of him. Gladys faced Erna, who was blushing, kept her neck straight. It might have been because of her small stature or her appearance, but she looked like a young girl rather than a mature woman. The authoritative air of a princess of a country was nowhere to be found. From our divorce to our lost child, he has many wounds. So, Grand Duchess, please take good care of him. Gladys looked almost regal in the bright light of the mid-morning sun. She was like a beautiful saint from an old painting. Her platinum blonde hair, which was like Bjorn's, and her arrogant yet graceful smile overwhelmed Erna, who felt shabby sat next to her. And if I could give you one last piece of advice, Gladys said, holding up her teacup. Be careful not to make this mistake in the future. We will be in Lars soon, so you can't be so carefree. Today, fortunately, I was here to get you out of trouble, but it won't always be possible. Gladys stood up and looked down at Erna. She only had to endure that stare, but she couldn't find the words to say. Gladys politely said goodbye and moved away. Have a pleasant honeymoon, Grand Duchess, Gladys said as she went. The tea party ended ahead of schedule as Gladys complained of a headache and left. Erna didn't notice, but Gladys glared at her as she left, like Erna was responsible for ruining the party. Erna stumbled down the narrow corridors and cursed the open ocean, where she could only see the vast, flat horizon wherever she looked. She bumped into Bjorn and the delegation as she entered the first-class cabins. He turned and looked at her. They all did. She could feel their judgment. Did you enjoy the tea party? Bjorn asked. Yes, it was the Viscountess Forrester's tea party. Forrester? Bjorn questioned. There's no way you didn't know. Erna thought. Erna's eyes went stern. Her resentment toward her husband for sending her that awful tea party with those awful people transformed into bewilderment. You heard me clearly and you answered. Her shock was absolute. Erna. Bjorn said her name as if sighing and stepped closer to her. His eyes were on hers and he bowed his head deeply. It no longer contained warmth. Before accepting the invitations, you should really speak to Karen first. It was a soft tone, but she could still catch the thorns laced within the words. It was scolding. Erna parted her lips in a moment of sadness and resentment, but she could not readily refute him. She was reminded of Bjorn, how he had been so nonchalant, but Erna had been so enraptured by their time together. He looked at her with kind eyes, like she was her lover. It was so exciting for her, especially when their eyes met across the table. She felt so pretty when those moments came. She didn't know how many times she had adjusted and fiddled with her bow, but he didn't. Realizing that made Erna's heart sting. To him, with his wife sat opposite him, Bjorn was completely indifferent, to the point where he slipped into the room and threw out an answer to a question he did not hear. "Yes," Erna said, not being able to find the courage to confront him. She could not call him out in front of the delegation. He was their prince first and his wife second. They looked to him for leadership, and despite it being their honeymoon, she could not discredit her husband in front of everyone. "I'm sorry, Bjorn. I will be more careful in future." Erna held her trembling hands together as she apologized quietly. Only then did Bjorn give her a smile. It was a mix of a laugh of embarrassment and pity, much like what Gladys had done earlier. "Your Highness," the minister, who had been watching them, urged with polite impatience. Bjorn nodded his head and straightened. "Go and get some rest. I'll be back for dinner," he whispered affectionately, like her lover again, and then turned back to the envoy. Erna couldn't move, frozen to the spot until her husband disappeared round the corner. The sea was lost in the deep dark of the night. White foam scattered past the ship as waves crashed against the hull. The noise of it felt like a dreary note of despair, a noise that wasn't present during the day, like the light muted it. There was also the sound of a wrapper being opened and the lip smack of someone chewing on chocolate. Erna ate the chocolate she had been given however many days ago. She lost count. She looked out into the darkness as she ate. The cold bit at her cheeks and knuckles of the hand that held firm to the railing, but she didn't feel it. It was just past midnight when Erna decided to step out from the cabin to get some fresh air. It had been a pleasant enough evening, thanks to Bjorn's return, but for some reason, she just couldn't get to sleep. Was she angry? She was too sad to be that. So maybe it was sadness? That too didn't feel appropriate. Whatever it was, it felt like a sluggishness that wouldn't shake, a lethargy that sleep would not fix. So Erna came out onto the deck with a bag of chocolates in her hand. Lisa told Erna that when you're feeling depressed, you should eat something sweet. Lisa had been shocked to hear of the relationship between Viscountess Forrester and Princess Gladys. Her reaction was so sudden that even the head maid Karen flinched. Lisa was the only person on her side on this whole ship. Erna felt so lonely when she realized that. She had already prepared herself for the unwelcoming role of the Grand Duchess, but even her own husband didn't seem to be on her side, and that made her feel cold. Is he really a poisonous mushroom? While she chewed on the question, staring out into the endless darkness of the night sea, she popped another piece of chocolate into her mouth and chewed on that instead. The images of Bjorn Dniester formed in the shapeless dark, emerging one by one. The troublemaker, problematic prince. Flirt, prodigal son, bad guy. The Bjorn Erna knew was nothing like any of those things. Sure, he could be a little ill-willed at times, but he was never anything like his reputation. Some said he should have taken after his father, but he could never be like that. He could never be like that. But what if her judgment is wrong? Each time she blinked at them, her vision became a little blurrier. Even though she doesn't know the world, she still knows much. People often said that when they were talking about her mother, Annette Baden. She is naive enough to trust a man like that. She's not very smart. They always said stuff like that after she got with Walter Hardy. The poor woman who only found herself in the situation because she was so naive. Foolish Annette Baden. As she lay on her sick bed, withering away day by day, the whispers only grew in intensity. She was young at the time, but she was intuitive enough to understand why her mother was in a sick bed. It was the man who hurt her, his father. The memory of her mother, who eventually passed, shone in the stars. The grandmother and grandfather, who wept until they were out of breath, and the father that left the funeral after only a brief visit, also shone in those stars. My dear Erna, please go out and be happy, for your mother's sake. Baroness Baden had told her. There was no denying it. Erna knew that her grandmother and grandfather saw her as a replacement for their lost daughter. She felt like she owed it to them, as well as her mother, to live a happy life in her memory. A red rose from Bjorn. A shed tear from her grandmother. The second wedding of Prince Bjorn, who stirred up the whole country with his actions. She had no way of making anything happen. When that fact engraved itself clearly on her mind, the tumult of her mind eased. After catching her breath and quieting her mind, Erna looked ahead, to the front of the boat. Her tousled brown hair billowed in the wind with the hem of her coat. She still wanted to believe in Bjorn, the one who had offered his hand every time she was in trouble. Those hard eyes that contained warmth for her and a smile that felt like love. She wanted to trust her own judgment rather than the horrible rumors. To love her fate. Erna resolutely ate the last of the chocolate. It was so sweet that she was starting to get a little sick from it. She did as Lisa had suggested, and she was feeling much better. It was an overly big fate Erna had put herself on. She was the one who put herself on this path, not anyone else, so she had to take responsibility for where she found herself. There was no point fighting against it or hiding from it like a coward. Even if it meant swallowing a poisonous mushroom, Erna had an obligation to survive and be happy. She turned away from the sea and felt fresh determination. Be strong, Maine. Erna stepped away from the railing and headed back to her cabin. With each step, she repeated the mantra and felt it pump strength into her. The next morning, the boat arrived at its destinations, Lars, their first honeymoon destination, the home of Princess Gladys. Bjorn finished up by adjusting the sash and the emblem draped over his shoulder. Bjorn turned away from the mirror as he put on his gloves. He raised the sword and checked it for marks. There was no trace of the problem child anymore. He was a dignified figure in a crisp black uniform, blue belt, and dazzling golden ornamentation. Would you really mind going alone, Your Highness? The attendant asked. Bjorn had announced that he would be meeting the King of Lars alone. He was not to be accompanied by the Grand Duchess or any of the delegation. Everyone was nervous, but Bjorn was calm and focused. Are you afraid the Prince of Lichen is going to get whipped by the King of Lars? You Highness, whipped. It might happen, which is why it's best I go alone. Less embarrassment. Bjorn grinned as he strode across the bedroom with wide, graceful strides. The attendant just looked at him with wide-eyed worry. After disembarking from the boat and then taking a day to rest, they had been in the city for 3 days before they were finally able to meet with the king. They were staying at the Manster Palace, the guest house of the Lars royal family. Bjorn. Erna greeted Bjorn as he came into the drawing room. She had been sitting in a chair and stood up abruptly when he came into the room. She looked like she was seeing Bjorn off to battle. Are you sure you're okay? Erna asked. If it's not, will you accompany me? You only need to ask. Even though he had been joking, Erna's response was flat and serious. The ribbon in her hair swayed slightly. From the moment they stepped from the ship, Erna had showed a lot of determination to fulfill her role as the Grand Duchess. How is this? And how about that? She would diligently babbled about the things she thought a grand duchess should be. He said she was being absurd, but somehow that only made her double her efforts, and Bjorn found that increasingly cute. In the evenings, he found he had to kiss her more than usual, because even in bed, she would not stop talking about doing her duty. Late, he gently stroked his wife's flushed cheek. "If I get beaten up, it's all on you to avenge me." Erna blinked at him, her eyes going wide. "I beg your pardon." Her eyes narrowed. "You're making another joke." "A bad one." Bjorn giggled nonchalantly. Erna let out a small sigh and looked at her husband. He was an enigma in many ways, but one thing was certain. He loved making fun of his wife. "Don't worry, my dear," a long finger stroked her chin. "I fight to win and don't stop until I do." "Please don't joke like that, I'm really worried." When his gloved hand stroked her lip, she shuddered and pushed his hand away. She looked like someone who had been caught doing something they shouldn't. That made her so much more adorable. "It's because of me, isn't it?" Erna said, looking away in embarrassment. "It's because I married you." So the relationship between Lichen and Lars. Erna, his smile faded. "There is nothing wrong with the relationship between Lichen and Lars. Nothing in the past or future is going to change that." "Really?" "Of course." Bjorn was convinced. He considered the risks and knew that the alliance between Lichen and Lars must remain strong. It was to the benefit of both countries, and Bjorn was determined to keep it that way. Bjorn had considered this very carefully and had made up his mind long before the honeymoon was planned. He wished he didn't have to stop in Lars at all, but it was unavoidable. But it was fortunate that he only needed to deal with the king and be on their way as soon as possible. "I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help. You could help by letting me slip in from the back," Bjorn said quietly. "I beg your pardon." Erna glared at him in shock, surprise, and disbelief. She looked around for anyone that might have heard. They were alone. Bjorn found it amusing. Even after the first time he tried to turn her over, she declared that she was a lady, not an animal. She was worth the trouble of having to soothe her through most of the night. Even when she finally relented, she was not happy about the position. It gave him a little sadistic pleasure looking at her swaying beneath him. After giving her a passionate kiss on the cheek, Bjorn headed out of the room. Erna followed him and saw him off. She saw him off every morning and greeted him every time he came home. It was part of her wifely duties and that of a grand duchess. "Hey, Bjorn," Erna called after him, just as he was about to close the carriage door. "Will you be coming back late?" "Maybe. Can we still have dinner together?" Erna gave him her best puppy eyes. There was a moment's pause as they looked at each other, a battle of wills sparking between them. Then Bjorn surrendered and nodded. Erna smiled brightly. Erna waved a hand with a flutter as the carriage pulled away, like petals caught on the wind. Bjorn laughed. It was a soft laugh with a little warmth added to it. It was something different from his usual faded smile. "Congratulations on your marriage," the King of Lars said, though he never meant it. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Bjorn replied, playing along. The two played their parts expertly, like actors performing a well-rehearsed play. Their conversations flowed as naturally as a freshwater stream. The ministers who stood outside the door, trying to listen in, trembled nervously. "Although it comes too late, I must say that I am grateful of the proposal you sent to me, with Princess Gladys compliments. I regret that my will Gad already been pulled me along another course. I will remember that consideration for a long time to come." Bjorn wanted to get that out the way at the start, in the hopes that it would make things a little less awkward between them. Arthur Hartford's eyes creased as he took in the words. He felt he was being provoked by the prince, who always wore a smile like he had some deep plot going on. His eyes never gave away his intentions. They were always so cold and calculating. Did you really think you could use your daughter to meddle in the internal affairs of another country? The king imagined Bjorn was actually saying. Of course, it was an outrageous response to an act of faith, a helping hand to get him back his crown. But it was also laced with warning that he should not forget his trespass. As will I, Arthur said out loud, with a laugh in his tone. The king had expected Bjorn to have become spiteful over the years, but he seemed like the same Bjorn he had met when he came over to Lars and used Gladys as a means to tighten a snare around Lars. It was not my intention to meddle in the affairs of Lichen. I am well aware of the ferocity with which the wolves of Lichen can operate. I was trying to offer a hand of peace, to atone for my foolish daughter. I trust in your sincerity. In return, I hope you understand Lichen's intent. Bjorn said. Bjorn. Arthur let out a long sigh. I fully understand you're not wanting Gladys back, but you must put aside personal feelings and think rationally. Having you as the crown prince would be far more beneficial. You must see that. Having Leonid ascend would be no different. We would still maintain a friendly relationship, Your Majesty. Considering my brother would be a far more considerate and kind king, do you not think the situation would be better with him? You really have no attachments to the crown, do you? If I wanted to hold on to it, I would never have let it go in the first place. Bjorn smiled. Arthur's gaze narrowed as he tried to read Bjorn, but his face was cold, hard, and unmoving. Lichen's mad dog has returned, a name that had been given to Bjorn's great-grandfather, Philip II, the conqueror from Lichen. A gnashing enemy to everyone but Lichen itself, and his wolf banner is still widely talked about. Back then, one country would beat another, then later that country would beat the other back. That wasn't the case for Lichen. Its mad dog bit out at everyone, and no one was brave enough to try and muzzle Philip II. Lars was always the worst bitten. There was a brief moment when Lars was richer and more powerful than Lichen. During this time, the king of Lars led a cavalry charge right into the heart of Lichen and obtained the mad dog's surrender. That was the pride of Lars. It did not last long, as the following year Philip II led a massive naval engagement that nearly destroyed the entire navy of 3 countries. It became the cornerstone victory for the young king, who was barely 30 years old. He went on to conquer the entire continent and unite the countries, bringing peace. It was a close call. Reluctance and resignation eventually gave way, and the beaten looked upon it as an opportunity to prosper in their unity. The continent stabilized, industry blossomed, and an era of prosperity began. Fortunately, the light of a brighter future also fell on the wolves of Dniester, and their descendants took to the peace, unlike their ancestors. Worried that the wolves would bare their teeth again, a marriage was arranged between Bjorn and Gladys. At the time, Bjorn was being labeled as the second coming of the mad dog. The young prince was proving to be very much like his great-grandfather, a cold-hearted conqueror, another mad dog. He had not even started his era yet, and already people were becoming afraid of what he was going to do. So, when he gave up the crown, everyone but Lichen was relieved. Arthur nodded, shaking away the thoughts. In all honesty, Bjorn, if I cannot make you my son-in-law and put you on the throne, maybe it would be better if you were kept far away from positions of power. Then we have reached a consensus on what would be best for the both of us. Bjorn said, Best? Is this really what is best for you and Lichen? Bjorn faced Arthur, who eyed him suspiciously. Bjorn smiled lightly, and Arthur couldn't find a shred of regret in that smile. He did see the image of the mad dog in him, though. It has become a time of chaos, Your Majesty, a time where we need negotiators, not conquerors, to navigate the waves of tumult, to solidify the peace that is quickly spiraling out of control. Are you not confident that you can be a negotiator? Is that why you hand the crown off to your brother? It's not that I don't feel I am capable. I understand the burden of the crown, a weight that cannot be lifted once it has been put on. Bjorn looked out the window of the meeting room, thinking, I just feel my brother would be better suited to the role. I just can't justify dedicating my one and only life to values that are different to my own. What values would they be for someone who set aside the crown with no regrets? That's probably, I guess, living life to its fullest, enjoying everything it has to offer. Arthur looked at Bjorn gobsmacked. Was he really sitting before the king of another country and talking this nonsense? He burst out laughing. A very beautiful value indeed, and I don't suppose buying up Lars Bank is part of that? Oh, it's an honor that your majesty would take an interest in my small investments. Small investments? Yes. Didn't the Prince Alexander of Lars recently buy up the most famous horse from Lichen some time ago? The audacity of comparing Prince Alexander's hobby of racehorses and Prince Bjorn's attempts at merging with the Bank of Lars made Arthur laugh again. Leonid is well aware of the price both countries have paid for our unity. So there is no need to be worried, Your Majesty. There is no need for arranged marriages. The alliance will remain as strong as ever. You have my promise on the honor of the Dniesters. Sunlight broke through a gap in the clouds and shone through the windows into the meeting room. What a foolish woman his daughter had been. The regret deepened. Can I open the door now? Bjorn said, motioning to the door behind him with a tilt of the head. The ministers must be worried sick that you might have beaten me to death. Why do you put up with the awful rumors? Is it because you like to be seen as a troublemaker? Arthur tried to make light conversation in response to Bjorn's joke. I suppose you could say that, but please consider, I am on my honeymoon, Bjorn said with a smile. I understand your meaning, but why on earth did you get married the way you did? What a wonderful woman your bride must be. Karen let out a sigh as she rubbed the nape of her neck. The Grand Duchess had been sitting at her reading table, memorizing the Lichen nobility's family tree for several hours now. Karen had to stand by her side and give guidance where asked. How do you pronounce this family name? What crest does that family belong to? And what does it all mean? I'm sorry, Karen, are you tired? The Grand Duchess said with a look of concern. No, Your Highness. She gave a mechanical answer. Karen's disapproval was evident on her face, though. It would seem that the youngest member of the royal family, Greta, who was only 12, knew more about this than the Grand Duchess. I hear you and Bjorn have been together for a long time, Erna said, trying to make conversation. Yes, Your Highness, I have been serving the Dniester since they were young boys. Mrs. Fitz says you are very loyal. I think so too. Karen narrowed her eyes at the Grand Duchess. Yes, Your Highness, thank you. She got the impression the Grand Duchess was trying to say something. I understand that you are unhappy with me because you respect and love Bjorn, Karen. Erna still smiled softly. I know you think I am not good enough to be his wife. What? No, Your Highness, So I will study hard and I will work very hard to be the Grand Duchess that people like you are not ashamed of. All I ask is that you help me. Please. Karen swallowed dryly and sighed. Her tummy was all twisted and she couldn't stand it. She could do nothing more than accept the order. Erna seemed satisfied and turned her attention back to the almanac. The barrage of questions didn't come to an end until the sun had fully set. Then, Erna went to get ready for dinner with her husband. Karen was standing outside, getting some fresh air when a message came for Erna. It said that Bjorn was going to be late and that Erna should eat without him. Tell her later. Karen said, The Duchess is changing right now. It would be rude to disturb her. Hey, isn't that Jade? A maid said. They turned around to look and saw the maid of honor of Princess Gladys running toward them. The prince is embarrassed to take her out. Laughter followed the words. She deserves it. She is too much of a disgrace to Lichen to be seen in Lars. As each word was offered, the sound of laughter grew. Erna had been walking along the promenade that ran around the back of the building. She stopped to enjoy the shade of a tree. Lisa was with her too. The conversation of the two maids drifted round to her. Words that pitted the prince, who was forced to tour Lars all by himself. Because the princess was so useless, she couldn't be seen out in public. Those bastards. Lisa spat, and as she went to march on the other maids, Erna grabbed her wrist to stop her. She shook her head at Lisa. The disrespect was incomprehensible. Lisa couldn't resist. Something had to be done, but Erna looked at her with pitiful pleas. While the maids chattered away, Erna and Lisa stayed hidden behind the tree. While Lisa was boiling over with rage, Erna remained resolute. Lisa pouted as she looked down at the long evening shadows. Her mistress' honeymoon was passing them by, and Lisa was getting upset by it. Erna had already been left alone for several days in the palace, waiting for her husband with no clue as to when he would return. That was her daily routine, and if she was lucky, Bjorn would join her for dinner. For the most part, Erna was alone for the whole day. There were no gatherings for her to attend and no meetings that she needed to attend. She would spend her days walking alone or with Lisa. It was unfair that she would also have to put up with this disrespect. While Lisa thought about how much she hated the incomprehensible prince, the other maids gathered together and headed off. Only then did Erna let go of her wrist. "Look there," Erna whispered like she had some big secret to tell, and pointed up into the tree. When Lisa looked, she lost all of her heated anger and smiled. There was a fat-cheeked squirrel looking down at them from the branch of the tree they were stood under. "You have great eyesight," Lisa said. The squirrel startled at Lisa and ran up into the tree. Erna turned away from the forest of maple trees and faced Lisa. She could see the wide eyes reveal redness in them, and Lisa realized Erna's hands were trembling slightly. There was so much Lisa wanted to say, but didn't have the words. Fortunately, Erna's lapse didn't last long, and she moved on down the path covered in red leaves. They passed the bench where the gossiping maids had sat. Lisa briefly stared at the spot before chasing after Erna without saying a word. The late autumn day was short, and the sun was already casting long shadows. The sky has dyed a bloody red. "Thank you. I am in your debt today," Erna said, closing the book with a smile. "No, Your Highness. I'm just doing my job," Karen said. It was a very bland and formal answer. It was definitely a very different attitude to when she spoke to the much-praised Princess Gladys, who was, without a doubt, the most perfect princess. "I will get your bath run, Your Highness." Karen left Erna alone. It had been 10 days since they arrived in Lars, and only 3 of those she actually got to have dinner with her husband, if you counted the 1 day of rest they had when they first arrived. Still, it was fortunate that today she knew Bjorn was going to be late home. She would not have to bear the embarrassment of looking shabby after wasting hours waiting for him to return. She casually flipped through her notebook, only half paying attention to what was written on the pages, until she flipped past a diagram that showed the relation between Lars and Lichen's royal families. She had struggled to complete that with Karen's help. She tried her best, but the results were still disappointing. Excluding the nobles that were close to Gladys, there were only a few shabby remaining names. Erna would probably never meet any of them as they had shut themselves away from the social network. Erna closed the book with a heavy sigh. She decided that she would write to her grandmother in the hopes of changing her mood, but maybe they weren't the best choice. "Grandma, I am having a wonderful honeymoon." After that one sentence, Erna struggled to find anything else to write. She couldn't worry her grandmother with the truth. She was also frustrated because she had no idea what a fun honeymoon was, so even a lie was out of her grasp. After a long while, Erna finally had a letter she thought her grandmother would be happy to read. It was laced with several lies. She told her grandmother that Bjorn was an affectionate and caring husband. She found Lars more accepting than she first thought, and she is busy traveling all over a new world. Thinking of how her grandmother would enjoy the letter, Erna smiled. By the time Erna sealed the letter, her bath was ready. At least she knows her duties in the bedroom. The mockingbird's words ran through Erna's head. She wasn't willing to reveal the shame of her husband's marks all over her body. Resolute in her thinking, Erna lowered herself into the steaming bath. When the prince came on his honeymoon with Princess Gladys, they went everywhere together. Do you remember? The two of them were the brightest protagonists everywhere they went. They were a perfect match. Perhaps it was because of the splashing water. The memories came unbidden. Anna stared blankly at the sloshing water, and when she closed her eyes tight, trying to wipe the memories away, they only came on stronger, pushing her to tears. There was a sudden knock at the door. Karen did not come into the bathroom, knowing that Erna wanted to be alone, but she brought good news. Bjorn had returned. Everyone, go away and rest. The maids had followed him to the bathroom and looked at each other as if they didn't know what to do, like they had never gotten such an order before. They hesitated, but in the end, they all retired without question. When the door closed, Bjorn let himself fall onto his wife's bed. She wasn't there. Maybe she hadn't finished her bath yet. Bjorn spread out on the bed, facing the ceiling, and let out a long sigh. It had been a long day that had started with luncheon with the foreign minister. Then it was off to speak to the acquisitions team at the bank. Then finally a little social visit with Alexander, Princess Gladys' second brother. A troublesome day that ended with a splendid finale. As with all three of her brothers, Alexander is very protective of his sister. Bjorn had been constantly pestered by Alexander when he first broke it off with Gladys. Endless threats and promises of retribution, but that was before he knew what Gladys had done. When he was finally told, he only pestered Bjorn more, this time with endless streams of apology. Even tonight, in his drunken, fugue state, he cried and cried on Bjorn's shoulder, cursing fate for driving the best couple in Lars and Lichen apart. Bjorn wanted to argue that it wasn't fate, but a practical joke played by his sister and her poet, but he decided against it. Mostly because he was waiting patiently for the gold coins the prince was going to deposit. It was certainly a decent amount worth showing patience for. How come you married such a woman? Such a woman had become a derogatory term used to describe Erna. It was just funny to Bjorn. It was especially funny as it often came from the mouths of those who supported a princess who had a child with another man. Damn Hartfords, Bjorn cursed. The royalty and nobles were anxious about the Grand Duchess of Lichen standing next to their perfect little flower of Lars. They will never see that kind of woman defeat their princess. Mostly because Bjorn would not let her be ridiculed like that. Bjorn? Bjorn looked over and saw, standing in the doorway, Erna. Fresh from the bath and wearing a bright smile, he thought she looked exceptionally bright today. Bjorn motioned for Erna to sit next to him. She waited patiently for her maids in waiting to leave before entering, then hurried over to the bed. Are you drunk? Erna said, dejectedly. No, Bjorn said with a laugh and grabbed Erna around the waist to pull her in close. As she collapsed into his arms and threw her arms around him, Bjorn could smell the sweet scent of her. It was soft scent that softened his heart after spending all day hardening it against the attacks of the nobility. He pulled Erna in close and hugged her. Erna flinched and stiffened, but didn't put up any resistance. Did something happen? Erna asked. She had been studying him carefully. No, Bjorn smiled. It wasn't a lie. The profits he gained for Lichen today were insurmountable. It was a day where nothing could go wrong, even when dealing with Gladys brothers, who were sympathizers to him. That's good. It was a response of distrust, but Erna nodded her head with a smile. I'm fine too. I took a walk in the forest behind the palace with Lisa. Karen helped me study Lars and Lichen's royal family, and I wrote to my grandmother. Erna chatted with a smile, like she was proud of her day's routine. Oh, and I tried the traditional cake of Lars at tea time. It was delicious. Almond cookies too. When I went for a walk, I packed it and shared with Lisa. I also have something to give the humph. Bjorn suddenly leaned in and kissed the lips he couldn't take his eyes off. Erna tried to turn over, but was still trapped in Bjorn's arms. A madman, that was Bjorn's self-assessment. How else could he explain how he was running amok around women like he'd never been around them before? He didn't mean to, it was just the way it worked out. He really wanted to know everything about this woman ever since he first hugged Erna. No, it was when he first heard her sweet voice calling his name. Clearing his thoughts, he looked down at Erna, who was swaying beneath him with a mixture of desire and adoration. He gripped her soft hair with a firm enough grip to stop her from moving her head from side to side. "You are learning well. You should look at me," Bjorn said. Bjorn looked at her anguished face. She was obviously excited, but he could feel her body tense every time he moved into her. Why? Bjorn's eye narrowed with scrutiny. His annoyance at his stiff wife grew as much as it did at not taking the time to get undressed fully. He let out a heavy sigh, bit her shoulder, and then flipped Erna over. "Bjorn," Erna protested. Bjorn held her waist firmly and leaned in to kiss the nape of her neck. "You're good at this, Erna. Do you not see?" He hugged her limp body and whispered into her ear like he was praising a child. Bjorn leaned down and bit into Erna's neck. Erna twisted away from the pain, but the betrayal of her own body was what upset her. The sensations in her body were all a kind of similar pain. She didn't have to be swayed by the gossip of others. She knew what this marriage would entail and what would happen. She was caught in Gladys' shadow on this honeymoon that wasn't really a honeymoon. She was invisible in Gladys country. She was sure she was doing well. He said so. She looked back at her determination to become stronger, and she was. Bjorn gave Erna a delicate kiss on the bite mark he just left and turned her back over. He looked down at her as he pulled off his tie. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he looked down at Erna's beautiful, tiny frame, his straight flush. Enjoying her glistening form, he moved a hand to brush away the sweat-soaked hair from her face. "Erna." As he brushed her cheek to try and soothe her, Erna trembled like she had a chill. When he saw the reluctance and the flinching away, he realized something, and a name came to mind. An unwelcome name of a disgusting man. Walter Hardy. The man's face came to Bjorn's mind and overlapped with the memory of a young girl quivering in the rain under the old clock tower, body beaten and bruised at the touch of a disrespectful man. Bjorn looked at his frightened wife with a slightly dazed expression. He felt renewed contempt for Walter Hardy, and shame crept in at his own behavior toward Erna. It's all right, I do like it. It's just a little." Unable to find the right words, Erna reached out a hand and cupped Bjorn's cheek. Her hand looked so small against his face. The fear had risen in her after feeling Bjorn's arousal and the smell of alcohol on his breath. She knew she did not have to fear the man, because she knew very well that Bjorn would never hurt her, but all the same, the feelings came up unbidden. "Bjorn." Erna plucked up a little more courage and stroked her fingers through his fine, silky hair that tumbled between her fingers like fine sand. He just sat there and frowned at Erna. He did not try to stop her. "Just slow down a little. Can you do that for me?" Bjorn looked at her blankly for a moment and let out a long sigh. This situation, this woman. Most of all, he didn't hate anything about it. Instead of answering, Bjorn wrapped Erna's hand around his cheek and kissed her wrist, where he felt her pulse beating. He found himself thinking about Walter Hardy and all the lecherous wretches back home. clambering over themselves like wolves fighting over a helpless doe. They ranted and drooled over Erna, who had been thrust into the marriage market. "Thank you, Bjorn." Erna put her hand on the back of his neck and pulled him in for a kiss. Bjorn lifted his head and Erna smiled. As if to prove her resolve, Erna put strength into her arms and pulled Bjorn onto her. She whispered soft words of provocation. Bjorn was dazed for a moment, but then let out a hot sigh and laughed. It was like he was drunk without actually drinking. The whole affair, which had started in a hasty display of half-adorned clothes, ended in an intimate atmosphere of red haze. Bjorn kissed her flushed face and stroked her wild hair. Every time he did, Erna would look away, avoiding eye contact. She was like a well-behaved seductress. Her ambivalence was both cheeky and cute. Bjorn got up from the bed, but Erna grabbed his arm. He turned to look at the tiny woman. "Don't go. Bjorn, would you sleep here with me?" Though her eyes were soft and pleading, her voice as strong and clear. "Rest, Erna," Bjorn said and gave Erna a kiss. "Come on, let's rest together." Normally Erna would have left it at that, but she felt a stubbornness build inside her and she was showing no signs of backing down. "Erna, I'm uncomfortable sleeping with someone else." Bjorn removed her hand from his wrist, but she only grabbed him by the hem of his shirt with both hands. "Me too. Then you understand?" "Yes, but we're a couple. Shouldn't we do things together even if they're uncomfortable? They say that a marriage is a journey two people take together down a thorny path." "Who says that nonsense?" "The Archbishop did." In that moment, Erna looked like she was going to cry. She was being persistent and clung to it. Bjorn forgot his irritation and smiled. "Erna, that's a plausible sophistry from a man that has never walked a thorny path his entire life. But he's married to God." Even though she was talking nonsense, Erna was as serious as ever. Bjorn wished he could lay a whole bush of thorns on the Archbishop's bed and see what he made of it after that. "Let's try a little, please." "Why should I?" "Because you are my husband," Erna said firmly. "What does a husband mean to you?" Bjorn's question contained doubts. "It means family, my lover, my closest friend. It's a lifelong companion that supports and loves. They provide dependence, love, hope," Erna said without hesitating. Did the Archbishop also say that? Bjorn made up his mind to dress the man in thorns. "No, that's my opinion." That clear answer quickly quashed the chance of war between religion and the royal family. After standing there for a long moment, looking up at the ceiling, Bjorn let out a long sigh. Erna flinched, expecting him to get angry, but she didn't let go of his shirt. "So, if we're planning on sleeping together, are you also planning on bathing together?" "Yes." Surprised, Erna let go of him. "You can go now." Bjorn just stood there and stared down at the young woman. It was because her eyes were filled with such innocence, but also something new, a strength that wasn't there before. Impulsively, he leaned down and hugged her. She hugged him back and then realized what he intended, but was too weak to fight his grasp. He lifted the woman like she was nothing and carried her off to the bathroom to run the bath. It was a deep autumn night when the thorny path began. Bjorn woke from a pleasant dream. Not one that he could remember, but the feeling of it remained as an after-image. The feeling of warmth from a fireplace, or sunlight streaming in through a crack in the curtains, or feathers brushing his neck. The sensation of feathers was all too real, and when Bjorn twisted his head to see what it was, he found Erna snuggled in close. Her breath blew across his neck and gave the tingling sensation. "I will never make your bed uncomfortable." Erna had made that promise when they decided to walk the thorny road together. She curled up at the very end of the bed as they went to sleep. Then, little by little, she edged her way closer, until she was right up against Bjorn. Bjorn carefully sat up and looked down at the resting angel. She looked so innocent in her slumber, like she knew nothing of the world's troubles or her own. When did she put her nightgown back on? Even the ribbon was tied with a neat little bow. Confirming that he still had time to meet his morning schedule, Bjorn rested back against the headboard. It was a little uncomfortable, but nowhere near as bad as he suspected. The first night, he had a little difficulty, but that was mostly due to the unfamiliarity of it. As the nights went by, he found he was getting more and more comfortable with it, and now, apparently, he was starting to have good dreams, even with Erna laid up against him. After a little time had passed, Bjorn looked down at Erna. She was still sleeping soundly. He took her all in, from the thin shadows of her eyelashes and the narrow shape of her delicate face, and to the small hand rested on the pillow by her face. It was such a small-looking hand. She was a petite woman, but he had never really stopped to properly study how small she really looked. A moment later, Bjorn could hear the maid dropping off the tea into the next room. "Erna," Bjorn spoke softly. Slowly, Erna opened her eyes, and as she looked up at Bjorn, a welcome smile spread across her face. It was one of those moments that made walking the thorny path worth it. "Good morning, Bjorn," she said softly. "Good morning, Erna." Lisa quietly closed the door to the suite and stomped her feet in joy. She didn't know how many times she pursed her lips to stop herself from calling. 2 drinks. She felt like she wanted to shout to the whole world. "Look, those who despise the Grand Duchess. 2 cups on the tray today. 2. Lisa could barely contain her excitement as she raced away down the halls, looking for someone to share this news with. The first time she knew the two had woken together in the morning was when the little serving bell had been rung. She went to the bedchamber, expecting to see the Grand Duchess. Instead, it was Bjorn, sat up on the bed and half naked. Erna was still asleep beside him. When Lisa told the head maid that there would be 2 lots of tea prepared for the Grand Duchess bedchamber, she was dumbfounded. Isn't it only natural for married couples to share the same bed? It seemed that this was a very special event, to have the prince wake up in another's bed. The servants that had been working for the prince for a long time were the most shocked. "Good morning, head maid," Lisa said to Karen. Her enthusiasm stunned the head maid, who looked at her incredulously. "You don't have to take His Highness's tea this morning. I just brought his morning tea along with the Grand Duchess to her bedroom." Lisa smiled. "The 2 of them have become so close. My heart has become so satisfied. Is yours, head maid? How many times have I told you not to waste your energy on this?" Karen replied to the young maid provocation. Lisa only answered with a raised eyebrow and a formal curtsy before turning from the head maid and scampering away with a frivolous gait. Karen's head throbbed at the thought of all the change the country bumpkin had brought to the royal family. She endured it only because her pride at serving the next king had collapsed. This was starting to feel like a bottomless pit of disgrace. Just as she was checking over the breakfast menu, Princess Gladys' maid came knocking at the kitchen door. Jade came with a letter from the princess. Did the princess really give this order? Karen said, eyes wide after reading the letter. "Yes, of course. Can't you see? It's Princess's handwriting," Jade said. "Then, I will trust you and wait." Karen waited until Jade left the back door and could no longer be seen before turning her eyes to the letter again. She read it through again and again, committing it to memory before chucking it on the fire. She felt bad about being a spy, but if there was anything she could do to help the princess, who still had feelings for the prince, she would do much worse. She only needed to inform Gladys of the Grand Duchess' schedule, and considering she spent all day behind the fence of the palace, it wasn't an overly difficult chore. Princess Gladys had given Karen orders to make sure the Grand Duchess would come out to the lake behind Manster Palace. "Good morning, Karen," Erna greeted the head maid with a smile. Karen looked at the pair with despair as they sat across from one another, talking in low tones. It was mostly Erna doing the talking, with Bjorn giving the odd, short answer. It might have been the amber autumn light, but the pair looked so warm and friendly together. Karen couldn't take her eyes off them. As the time for Bjorn to be heading off to his first rendezvous, the servants all gathered together to see the prince off. Erna was there too, to wish her husband a pleasant day. "Will you be returning late today?" Erna said. She didn't want to seem like she was begging or whining, and spoke with a clear voice. She also didn't forget to smile. "Maybe," Bjorn said. He went through the day's events in his head and dismissed Erna's expectations with a clear, concise answer. I see," Erna muttered. She played with the corsage brooch, tied to a lace shawl, Gladys' words springing to the forefront of her mind. Bjorn's tastes are in the simpler, more elegant things. Feeling intimidated, she looked up at the prince, who was still standing beside her, and sighed with a sullen face. Bjorn looked at her and their eyes locked. She felt compelled to speak. "Am I too old-fashioned for liking pretty little things like flowers and lace?" She decided to be open and honest. "So, I want to know what you think." She prided herself in getting better, thanks to Mrs. Fitz, and she was willing to let go of her stubbornness. She felt like she was falling short still. Even to Erna, who was not familiar with these things, Gladys felt like the pinnacle of grace and sophistication. "Why are you asking me that? It might be out of fashion, but it's fine as long as you look pretty." "Really?" Erna's eyes went wide. "Am I really pretty?" "I feel like you're not asking because you didn't know. Are you trying to be boastful?" "No, not at all." Erna didn't know how to explain. Erna never really knew what other people truly thought of her outside the gossip circles. Her grandmother had told her that only shallow and vulgar people put so much emphasis on their outward appearance, and Erna had lived by that teaching. "Well, each person has a different standard of beauty, so I mean, in your eyes, you're pretty," Bjorn said, cutting her off. "Anyone with eyes would say the same thing, so you can wear whatever you please, my wife." His tone was so casual, but a soft smile pulled at the corners of his lips. Erna tried to enforce the teaching about a lady always being graceful, but she had no chance at holding back the smile. Pretty. Her heart swelled like a balloon at that short, simple word, and she felt like she was going to float away into the sky. "Thank you," Erna said. "You are really handsome too." "I know," Bjorn replied. Before she could think of any way to respond, Bjorn climbed into the carriage. Erna waved a hand that had been rubbing her hot cheeks. When she saw Bjorn's grinning face look out to her, her heart pounded so loud, she was sure he could hear it. As the carriage departed, Erna was left to her feelings of happiness, mixed with regret, an aftertaste to the sweet words. "Pretty." Erna chewed on the word with every step. When she stood at her window, and when Lisa brushed her hair. Just when she thought the day was going to be a lonely one with that word, a knock came to the door. It was Karen. Horse hooves slowly chatter along the promenade of the lake, accompanied by the soft mutterings of noble ladies exchanging light conversation like chirping birds. How fast time flies. Soon even the autumn leaves will be gone and winter will be upon us. I know. No sooner was I enjoying summer than autumn came along. How long do you think the Lichen delegation will remain in Lars? All eyes turned toward Gladys as Prince Alexander's wife changed the topic. She was as calm as the weather, riding her beautiful white horse. I think maybe 4 days. Then Lars can be at peace again. To think they allowed Prince Bjorn to stay at Manster Palace after what he did to Princess Gladys. Gladys had been so gloomy of late, and she seemed so fickle. Ever since her terrible ex-husband announced he would be coming to Lars on his honeymoon, people wondered how he could do such an insensitive thing. The hour was slowly approaching and Gladys was starting to worry. Had Jade failed to deliver the letter? Or maybe Karen was not as loyal to her as she seemed. The composure Gladys had been fighting to maintain this entire time slowly started to crumble. She felt a twist in her stomach. She knew she shouldn't be spying on the Grand Duchess like this, and to top it off, casting such a devious plot was beneath her, but she couldn't help what her heart felt. She had waited so patiently for Bjorn to come around and take her back, so when the news came that he would be marrying Erna, the news struck like lightning. She is a good woman, and I will cherish her, Bjorn had said about Erna. Why couldn't I be like her? Gladys thought. Bitter regret ate away at her like tiny biting flies with ravenous appetites. All of them bore the face of Erna Hardy, a poor country bumpkin with a shallow desire to be more than what she deserves. Gladys surveyed the promenade with cold eyes, looking for the girl. She felt like Erna had stained her heart, a heart that had never once hated, or was jealous of anyone. If Bjorn had intended to hurt his ex-wife, he had done a perfect job. Oh, look, someone's coming over there. Gladys looked, doing her best to hide the strife within her, and saw a wiry little woman with a hat filled with flowers and ribbons. Karen didn't betray after all. Gladys swallowed the feeling of relief and shame, for fear that they would rise too close to the surface and give her away. At the same time, the woman enjoying her walk looked right at Gladys. "Where's Erna?" Bjorn asked. His eyes narrowed when he saw his wife's room empty and called for the maid. She came running and hid a smile under her rigid expression. Her Highness went for some fresh air, down by the lake. "Your Highness," the maid said. "Lake? Yes, the one behind the palace, Your Highness." Yes, of course." Bjorn nodded as he remembered the lake road. He never went there himself, not something he found enjoyment in. Nothing out there to see except water, trees, and squirrels. The story Erna told of the chattering squirrel came to mind, and Bjorn let out a chuckle. There was something about Erna that made him feel it was hard to put a name to, but he liked that she spoke of the acorns and nuts squirrels ate while they were having sex. Thinking nothing more of it, Bjorn sat down in front of the desk that was under the window. The chief maid hurried in and stopped at a respectful distance. "Forgive me, Your Highness. I was not told you would be returning so soon and have nothing prepared." "It's fine, Karen. I came home on a whim," Bjorn answered calmly. He held out a blue note placed in the middle of the desk. He had broken of negotiations that were supposed to have taken most of the afternoon. It was too nice a day to waste his time with someone that started the negotiations with such a lousy bluff. "Karen, what do you think of my wife?" The maid swallowed dryly. "I don't dare evaluate Her Highness." Bjorn looked up from the piece of paper that had several different family names scrawled on it, linked by lines and dots. "Really?" "Yes, Your Highness." "Strange," Bjorn said, placing the note paper back on the table, "because it seems to me like you already have." He looked at Karen with cold eyes and a gentle smile. The glass conservatory that looked out over the lake had been built for Princess Gladys. It was a present to demonstrate how the royal couple loved their one and only princess. It was a house of eternal spring that made you forget what was going on outside. Come to think of it, it was here that I received the letter of proposal from Lichen. It was such a beautiful letter. I don't think I've seen a letter more beautiful since. I'm sure you understand. You must have received something similarly beautiful, Gladys said. Erna couldn't see any shadow on Gladys' smiling face, as if she was recalling fond memories. The other noblewoman didn't seem to care. This was no coincidence, Erna was convinced. Karen had advised her that she should visit the lake, telling her how the calm water reflected the colors of the trees so beautifully, and it was a place loved by all of Lars' royal family. Since it was so close, she didn't need to make any arrangements or seek permission. The sudden kindness from the woman she knew disliked her made Erna very suspicious, but by the time she realized the plot, she was already looking at Lars' princess. I received flowers, Princess, a very pretty rose, Erna said. She was very calm, mostly because she had been through this already. She was able to maintain a calmer demeanor than the messy tea party, now that she realized what was going to happen. Really? You got married and didn't even receive a proper marriage proposal? Bjorn, really? A man who writes such beautiful letters can be so heartless. The princess let out a theatrical sigh. Erna no longer avoided those eyes. The moment Gladys invited Erna for tea, she suspected what the princess was really doing. Instead of choosing to run away and hide, Erna decided to face such obvious malice. "Can I show you my favorite flower?" Gladys asked. Erna noticed the princess' intentions and calmly responded, "Princess Gladys, I think the only reason you called me out here is because you have something to tell me." Erna said flatly, "What are you talking about, Grand Duchess? I just want to show you my favorite flowers." "You seem like the type of person who really enjoys flowers." Gladys smiled brightly at Erna. Erna looked away and tried to gather her thoughts. The flower bed Gladys stood before was filled with lily of the valley. It was the only flower in the bed. Mrs. Fitz's voice came to mind when Erna had asked the old woman if she could use the lily for a bouquet display. No, absolutely not. Erna never guessed why at the time, but now that Gladys stood before a bed of the flower, she guessed the reason why. "It's such a beautiful flower," Princess Gladys said. "It is my favorite flower. I guess you like them too." Gladys pointed to Erna's hat, where there was a lily of the valley. "We have so much in common. We both have the same taste in flowers and the same taste in men." That might have been a bit wide. "I'm sorry." Gladys' voice became lower and her words more brutal. "There are pink lilies over here, in this next bed. It is a precious flower that is only found in Lars. You may take a few as a gift if you like." Gladys calmly led Erna around the rest of the greenhouse on a meaningless tour, all the while talking non-stop about flowers. Erna remained calm and followed. "Do you know, Bjorn was such a beloved crown prince." Gladys turned on Erna suddenly. She was no longer smiling, "and I want to return that crown to Bjorn. If we were to reunite, Lichen's public opinion of Bjorn would turn around and he would be allowed to retake his position as the crown prince. There is no one in the world that is more deserving of the position, and I know that is what the people of Lichen really want, because they still love him. They watch him and hate him for the things he is doing. That is the reason I so fervently wanted our reunion," Gladys said, with cold and contemplative eyes. "Why are you telling me this?" Erna asked. "I don't know. Maybe to help you understand what I am trying to achieve." Bjorn would have known, if he had listened to her a little more, that she never cheated on him, not once. She had already been pregnant when they got married. They wouldn't be broken, and they could still shine brightly. Since he is married again, all this has been in vain. It would seem the Grand Duchess is able to give Bjorn something I never could. Gladys narrowed the distance to Erna with small, thoughtful steps. Erna's eyes were red and blinked rapidly. Finally, she felt like she had pulled herself out of the mud. "I don't believe you would be using such a great man for something as trivial as paying off your family's debts and raising your status." Gladys continued, "I hope this woman gets hurt. Gladys thought. Gladys hated herself for being so vindictive, but she wished it all the same. Even if she couldn't have the seat next to Bjorn again, at least don't let it be this woman. So let's just… Princess, Erna cut Gladys off. There is something I want to ask you. What's that? Gladys said, turning to face Erna. I know that a woman should not speak of any man but her husband. Erna looked directly at Gladys. Erna wasn't sure what was best, even after thinking on it for so long, but one thing was clear. As it was, she couldn't live in the shadow of the princess for the rest of her life. Erna realized that much, and somehow, in this unfamiliar world, she had to make a place for herself. She couldn't live as she had when she dreamed of returning to Buford after only a year. I understand that Lichen and Lars hold different standards of etiquette, but I would like the princess to follow after Lichen. I beg your pardon? Gladys' eyes narrowed at Erna. And princess, I didn't know Bjorn from when he was a crown prince. Buford is a pretty remote place. It takes a while for news to come in. The first I saw of Bjorn was when I came in from the outside. That was my first impression of Bjorn, and that will be the way I will always see him. Erna stood straight. I am well aware that I cannot offer anything to my husband but family debt, but you see, Bjorn chose me. So I have to believe that there is something I can offer him, something that he sees. So I am going to do my best for the Bjorn I know. You're really going to stand up to me now, Grand Duchess? No, I am just speaking honestly, from the heart. Erna looked away and Gladys followed her gaze to the flower bed. I appreciate your offer of the pink lilies, but I too like the white ones. Erna could feel her glove hands getting cold. And I will not be reducing the ornamentation of my hat because it's pretty enough as it is and Bjorn likes it. Erna's voice was as clear as the autumn sky. Grand Duchess, Gladys said, as Erna turned to leave. You really think you know your husband? You have no idea what a cruel and terrible man Bjorn Dniester really is. Gladys' perfectly pale face was flush red with anger. Erna turned to look at the princess and cocked her head slightly as if considering or thinking. If Bjorn was such a cruel and terrible man, why do you want him back so bad, princess? Gladys had no reply and just stood there before Erna as she bowed politely, leaving Gladys standing alone in the greenhouse, biting her trembling lip. Flowers, ribbons, and delicate lace decorations around the young woman's bodice swayed as she walked away, flapping like the wings of a butterfly, flying over the greenhouse. Stop! Stop the wagon! The shouts of a maid called out. As soon as the startled coachman stopped the carriage, Erna and her maid burst out and made their way to the neatly trimmed grass. The coachman didn't know what was going on until Erna fell to her knees and started throwing up into the bushes. Water, fetch water, the maid called back to the coachman. He jumped down from the driver's seat with a canteen in hand. The maid snatched it up and gave it to Erna, who didn't get back to her feet until she had rinsed her mouth out several times. Please drive carefully. I feel like I am on a cloud, Erna said, climbing back into the carriage. The coachman nodded obediently and took up the reins again, urging the horses to go careful and slow back to the palace. Lisa propped a pillow for Erna and watched the scenery slowly drift by. As warmth came back to her hands and feet, Erna felt a little better. Are you all right? Lisa asked. Ever since the Shia tea with the Princess of Lars, Erna's complexion had looked pale and was deteriorating all the time. Lisa, I don't know what's going on, Erna muttered. It's this place, Your Highness. Everyone in the royal family is crazy. If we go crazy, we can do it together. It'll be more pleasant that way, Lisa said, adding another cushion. Lisa didn't know what happened in the greenhouse, but Erna must have done the right thing. It's not wrong to bite back at the dogs of Lars, even as they try to nip at your ankles. I believe the head maid is conspiring with the princess. If not, Then this really is a messy coincidence, Lisa said, her eyes looking at Erna with ponderous thought. You can't wait. You must let His Highness know right away. No, Lisa, Erna said with a shake of her head. What happened at the lakeside must remain a secret, please. Taking up Lisa's hand, Erna pleaded with her maid. Aren't you upset? I'm upset. Then why? Because I am so upset. Lisa didn't understand. She thought that if you were upset and it was caused by someone else, then you have to fight. Even if it meant rolling around in the mud, pulling your hair out, you have to fight and fight to win. But Lisa couldn't go against Erna, not when the woman looked at her with the big, blue eyes. Thank you, Lisa. Lisa returned Erna's smile and looked out the window. Not too far away, she could see Manster Palace come into view. The Lars villa she so desperately wanted to get away from. Karen paced about the palace halls with an unusually jittery gait. She was powerless to do anything to help the princess, and she couldn't stand still knowing the Grand Duchess would be back soon. Bjorn never raised his voice, not once. He didn't even show the slightest hint of anger, and somehow, that made it worse. Bjorn had looked at her for so long, in absolute silence, until he touched Erna's notebook and suddenly Karen lost all composure and collapsed. Karen knew what was in that notebook. She had been by the Grand Duchess' side whenever she wrote in it, which is why she knew what Bjorn was pointing at. It was always difficult to conduct any social gatherings without the influence of Princess Gladys and the royal family as a whole. Their family was so interlaced within Lars, it was difficult not to create a few rifts between acquaintances. Karen had left out all those details, of course, because she wanted the Grand Duchess to be left outside, on her own. Bjorn picked up the notebook and flicked the pages casually. Of these two, which one is better? He put it down again as if he had been considering the menu. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I wasn't good enough, Karen pleaded. Bjorn leaned forward over his desk and steepled his fingers before his chin. Unwilling to raise her head, Karen stared down at the floor. Fetch me a cup of tea, please, was all he said. They had been standing in the Grand Duchess' bedroom for a long time. She left without a word, and when she got out into the hallway, she slumped onto the floor. She was numb and thought that if she was to ever be in that situation again, she would not be so lucky. Just as the sunlight started to turn red, the Grand Duchess returned. Hearing the horse hoofs, Karen ran to the front door. Erna looked at her as she climbed out of the carriage. How was your walk around the lake, Your Highness? Karen said. Yes, Erna said thoughtfully. It was rather pleasant. Thank you for suggesting it. Karen's eyes went wide with fear as Erna smiled faintly, passing the maid without so much as glancing at Karen. Was it because Princess Gladys never showed up? Karen thought. Karen followed after the Grand Duchess, keeping her eyes on the back of the woman, looking for some clue as to what happened. The hope she had was quickly dispelled. She could instinctively tell what happened at the lake just by the way the Grand Duchess was presenting herself. She seemed confident, almost arrogant. Most people had written Erna off as a naive country bumpkin, but the more Karen got to know the Grand Duchess, the more she saw that was not true. Well, Your Highness, the prince has returned, Karen said. She decided that it was best to play her role for now. Erna's eyes widened in surprise and she looked out the window, expecting it to be dark already, but it was not. Erna cleared her throat. Bjorn? She said to herself. Yes, Your Highness. He said he came home early due to schedule cancellation. Should I get dinner prepared for the both of you? Erna didn't answer right away. She was overjoyed that Bjorn had come home already, but she was still feeling the effects of her tea with Gladys. She didn't know if she could handle food right now. Yes, Erna snapped. Please prepare dinner. Erna's bedroom was empty. She said she was going to retire early after dinner, but she was nowhere to be found. Bjorn looked about the room carefully and leaned on the back of the chair that had been nearly tucked under the writing desk. The notebook still lay upon it. Foolish girl. Bjorn fingered through the pages of the notebook again and looked at the elegant scrawl. At the back, Erna had segregated the pages to show families she could be friends with and families she could not, based on their support of Princess Gladys. All the families were under Princess Gladys, and on her side was written one simple little thing. There is no place for me so long as Princess Gladys remains. Bjorn understood Karen's influence on that one page alone. Erna, none the wiser, worked hard with a bright smile. Just as he was thinking about throwing the notebook into the fire, the door opened and Erna came in looking pale. Are you sick? Bjorn asked her. No, I don't think so, Erna said, approaching him. Her smile seemed to revive her a little, but when she saw Bjorn's hand resting on the notebook, her face became fierce, like an angry cat. Why are you looking at that? It's private, Erna shouted, snatching up the notebook. Bjorn was faster and stood tall, holding the notebook high above his head. He skipped around the room out of Erna's reach. Bjorn, this is not gentlemanly of you at all. Erna glared at him with eyes full of resentment. It's not a secret diary, is it? No, but it's still mine. It's rude to read it without my permission. Erna pouted. Bjorn's lips tilted sharply up into a mischievous grin as he looked down at his wife, who looked dejected. You're such a smart girl for coming up with such a clever little chart. What do you mean? Who do you plan on socializing with, your maid? The squirrels? What a mess. Bjorn laughed. Too late he realized he had gone too far when Erna went stiff and looked hurt. I don't know what you think, but I tried really hard. Erna said. It sounded like she was close to tears. Erna clenched her fists and stepped away, toward the window. What a mess. The sarcastic remark scratched at her heart like shards of glass. It felt like her stomach was being stabbed again. Erna, Bjorn said softly. The voice calling her name did nothing to stir her from staring down at her feet, wringing the hem of her dress in balled-up fists. Don't cry, she thought to herself. Keep your pride, don't cry. Her eyes were hot, but maybe because of her will, the tears did not come. At the moment she wanted to turn around, Bjorn's hands were already around her waist. She wanted to pull away, but Bjorn pulled her in close and comforted her with a hug. He sat her down in the chair of the writing desk, and just as she was determined to stand back up again, she was surprised to see Bjorn grab another chair and sit down opposite her. He took off his jacket and undid his cuffs. What are you doing? Erna said. Take this, Bjorn said. He offered Erna his fountain pen. Erna looked at it as if it was going to bite her and took her own pen from the writing desk. Bjorn opened up the notebook to the offending page and pointed. Move them, he said, pointing to a few names. These 3 families, move them across to your column. Erna struck a line across the page. But the 3 families in question were considered to be the closest relatives of Princess Gladys, according to Karen. That's right. But why? Erna said, fiddling with the pen. Are they people of character? Almost. They are people who have already spent my money. As always, there was something in Bjorn's response that caught Erna off guard, which he gave quietly. Erna's new education went well into the night. When Bjorn pointed to a name, Erna moved it across and Bjorn went into deep explanation about the family, using concise words easy for Erna to understand. When Bjorn had finished and put down his pen, Erna closed the lid of the inkwell and looked at her new notes. It was a crazy mess of lines and small words, but it was looking a lot more well-rounded. Erna had more than a few names in her column now. You can learn the details from Karen. I've already spoken with her, Bjorn said. It was something she wasn't sure about, but Erna nodded her head deeply. Before she knew it, her old wounds faded, and she was filled with excitement. Her heart did not stop pounding easily. Thank you, Erna said. She found it hard to lift her head again, to look at her husband. It wasn't like earlier, when she was filled with anger toward him for snooping through her things. I will work hard and do my best, said Erna shyly. That's my Erna, Bjorn said as he brushed her cheek and gently raised her head. When you talk to someone, you should be looking at them. His voice was cool and soft. It permeated an energy that warmed Erna and filled her with laughter. Just like your favorite saying, ladylike, Bjorn stated. His lips were bent into a cozy smile. Erna enjoyed this moment, seeing that smile on his face. Bjorn always wore a loaded smile, but this time, his smile was different. Is it better for you and Lichen if I remain quiet and doing nothing while we are in Lars? He nodded. Then after, when we leave Lars for the other countries, I will work just as hard and do well. Is that all right? Bjorn nodded again. Are you going to be as busy? Why? So that we can actually do things together. It's my first time traveling anywhere in my life. Erna closed her eyes and smiled shyly. What do you want to do? Will you join me if I tell you? We will see. It was not a definitive answer, but Erna's face lit up with excitement. First, I just want to go for a walk with you. A street or a park in a foreign country would be so wonderful. Bjorn was a little relieved that this was the most exciting thing Erna could think of. He nodded and accepted. I would love to find someone where to eat together and drink tea, too, in a pretty place. Is that all? What? The excitement on Erna's face paused for a second. Is that all you want to do? And Erna struggled to think of something wild and exciting. Let's talk a lot, intimately. Bjorn didn't see the value in her thoughtful wishes, but he was willing to give in to them. Fine. He heaved a sigh and gently caressed Erna's cheek. Let's do it. Erna looked at him and her eyes lit up. Like a flower opening its petals, her grin brightened the room. Very pure and pleasing to the eye. Erna's letter came along with the first snows. Receiving the letter from the maid, Baroness Baden hurriedly found her glasses and sat in the armchair in front of the fireplace. Mrs. Grieve, who received word of the letter's arrival, came into the drawing room also. You have no idea how warm my heart is at hearing Erna is doing so well, the Baroness said, handing the letter to Mrs. Grieve when she finished. The strange sense of incongruity was no longer present, and the letter felt more Erna-like. It was more so when they had moved on from Lars. It was said that they would be moving on to yet another country by the year's end. My lady, she really has fallen into her role as the Grand Duchess, Mrs. Grieve said, returning the letter. Erna talked about the strangeness of the world in her letters, and Baroness Baden soaked up all the information as the maid poured her tea. That was a nice change that came with her granddaughter being the Grand Duchess. Baroness Baden had refused the extra staff, but it was hard to refuse the stubbornness of the royal family. The repairs to the mansion, which had begun at the moment the marriage was announced, were already completed, and the number of servants increased dramatically. Ralph Royce, who had been a coachman in name only, finally had a beautiful wagon with which to work his magic on. The mansion was turned from a run-down, dusty house to a beautiful country estate, and it was all thanks to Erna. Her birthday is in a few days. Will she be able to celebrate properly in a foreign country? Mrs. Grieve said. Erna now has the most reliable family in the world. She will have a very special 20th birthday. I do hope so. The two old ladies looked out the window at the slowly falling snow. It was the same window they would look out of as Erna built the biggest snowman for her grandmother and grandfather. The prince was a habitual offender. He played the caring husband when he wanted to, but mostly he acted like he completely forgot his wife existed, just like today. The prince is such a good husband, Lisa said sarcastically. She had gotten so used to saying it, she wasn't even aware she kept doing it. She figured there was no man alive that enjoyed the same freedom as Prince Bjorn. Huh? What did you say? Erna was busy poring over tourist brochures for the city they were in. She looked up briefly to give Lisa a smile. She did not look unfortunate, like a grand duchess that had to enjoy her honeymoon with her maid, because that's what she was right then. Nothing, Lisa said. When the tea they ordered came, Erna put down the booklet. The hotel's tea room was famous for its fancy china and colorful confectionery, and it was presented exactly how it was shown in the booklet. She had planned on having tea with Bjorn this morning, but last night's card game went far into the early hours of the morning, and by the time the Grand Duke returned to his bedchamber, he was blind drunk and Erna was about to get up to get ready for breakfast. Oh my, it looks so pretty. How can I be expected to eat it? Lisa said. She should feel sad that Erna is having to have tea with her maid, rather than her husband, but the cakes made Lisa forget all about her feelings of annoyance at the Grand Duke. Eat as much as you want, Erna said. Lisa paused, reaching for a brightly colored lemon slice. Something in Erna's words felt threatening, and Lisa was unsure if the Grand Duchess meant for Lisa to scoff down all the cakes, knowing what a sweet angel she was. All day that had been following Erna's plan as diligently as they could, spinning a web all across the city, stopping only to enjoy the little things she spotted on their meticulously planned out tour. She was so different to Bjorn, who was lazy and insensitive. It was not such a loud laugh that made every eye in the tea room turn to look at her. The other visitors couldn't take their eyes off Erna, because she looked so beautiful, not that Erna noticed. Lisa wondered why Erna wanted to visit a place known as the Sewer Museum. She supposed it didn't matter, so long as the Grand Duchess enjoyed it. It might be because they were going to have to sail to get to the museum. Lisa thought about the look on Prince Bjorn's face when he finds out that his wife's itinerary ended with a visit to the sewers. "Your Highness, why are those people standing in line like that?" asked Lisa. There was a long line of people going past the display window of the tea room. It went all the way down the street and around the side of the large building. "They are going to climb to the top of the dome of that cathedral there," Erna said, pointing. The cathedral stood diagonally from the hotel tea room, and on its top was a large golden dome. Lisa could see tiny little dots walking around it. The cathedral was built 200 years ago and built by the Queen when she was to get married to the Prince of Lichun. It is said, if you go to the top with your loved one when the bell rings, that love will last forever. When the cathedral was built, the royal couple of Philia did the very same. Erna spoke like she had lived in the city for years. She had studied up on Philia as soon as she found out she was going to be visiting on her honeymoon. It was also the biggest reason she was looking forward to coming here. "Oh, my, then you should be going with Prince Bjorn, not me." Erna looked up at the dome and nodded. "Yes, I will." She had already made plans to do so when they laid together in bed on the boat over to Philia. It would be her birthday in 10 days, and she didn't want her 20th birthday to go unnoticed after getting marred to Prince Bjorn. He had agreed to climb the cathedral with her, and Erna felt embarrassed after worrying so much about being rejected. It was hard to show joy at that moment, with Bjorn moving so roughly. It was a romantic conversation shared with such a barbaric situation. Looking back on the last 3 months, Bjorn was always more willing to do things when asked during their love-making. Should she remind him of his promise? After thinking about it for a moment, it was a promise made with sincerity as they looked into each other's eyes. He even gave her his sweetest smile. There is the chance that he could have forgotten his wife's birthday, though. "Shall we go?" Erna said, after examining the clean plates in front of them. Erna gave a smile that would light up the sewers of Philia. Erna was coming. The sound of her footsteps alone would have been a gentle whisper, but she came with her maid. The busy pace went right up to the door. There was a gently knock at the same time as the door opening. She was such a strange and obstinate lady who would enter without permission and display pointless manners when doing so. Bjorn, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Erna spotted him on the couch, in front of the fireplace, reading a magazine. He folded it up and looked at her. She was in a green velvet dress, with ribbons and frills. She looked like yet another gift box today. Did your guests leave on their own feet? Erna looked around the room slowly, asking the sharp question with a soft smile. Well, maybe. What a relief. I thought they might have stumbled out on all fours, she said sarcastically. Bjorn chuckled as he tossed the magazine on the table and moved his leg off the sofa. Erna quickly seized the free seat and sat down next to Bjorn. Bjorn, I went on a boat trip today through the sewer museum. What? Bjorn couldn't believe what he just heard. The sewage museum. You didn't know? I went there this afternoon. It was amazing. Did you know there is a huge network of big, long, complicated tunnels right under our feet? It was just like that novel I read about the main guy escaping through the tunnels. While Bjorn was marveling at the fact that someone thought it was a good idea to make a museum for such a thing, Erna continued to recite all the mysteries she had learned from her trip. I took a boat ride and the guide taught me how to find things that fell down drains. She seemed particularly proud of that. And then you came back here, from the sewers? Bjorn inched his way along the couch, opening the gap between them. His perfect little gift box was a sewer adventurer. Erna watched him shift away and wrinkled her nose. What are you doing? Do you think I went swimming in the sewers or something? Is that what you think, you, the one who broke his promise and went off to get drunk and play cards? Erna shifted along the sofa after Bjorn, closing the gap he had just created. Each time he moved, Erna would too, until she was practically sitting on his lap. Bjorn laughed as he let himself fall off the end of the couch, wrapping his hands around Erna's waist and dragging her with him. She still smelled of sweet flowers. Your hat looks sad, Bjorn said, removing her cumbersome hat and tossing it onto the table. I don't think it was meant for the sewers. He removed her cape from around her shoulders and started rolling up her dress. Erna laid quietly on his body and gasped when she felt his hands on her garter belt. Can't you just look at me for a second? Erna said, grabbing his wrist. Lisa worked really hard on this dress. But you're prettiest when you're naked. Bjorn unwound the garter belt very carefully. Erna was not very appreciative of the compliment. Oh my God, Bjorn, you say such insulting things. How would you feel if I said that to you? Erna fired him an angry glance. Don't tell me. Erna hurriedly placed her hand over her husband's slightly parted lips. No, don't answer. Bjorn kept quiet as she'd hoped, but his silence was much filthier than the answer she'd tried to block. It was early in the morning on the day before Erna's birthday. Are you going hunting with the princes of Philia today? Erna asked. Yes, Bjorn said simply. Until tomorrow? Yes. Did I not tell you? No, I thought that was another time. Really? Bjorn turned his gaze back to the newspaper. Reading while eating was one of Bjorn's many little habits that Erna was really starting to take a disliking to. Would it be so much to ask for a little face-to-face time with her husband? When will you be back? Erna asked. Tomorrow. The hunt finishes later today, so should be about lunchtime. Erna took up a teacup, trying her best to not let it rattle with her shaking. Bjorn smiled at her, not noticing. It was such a warm smile and made her feel like they were real lovers. Most of the events Bjorn had gone to over the last 2 months had been purely publicity events, so Erna couldn't really complain and make a fuss. It wasn't like he had any control over them. Bjorn looked at Erna more and more often, and he would share more stories of his doings. This helped Erna in gaining confidence toward her husband. He's not forgotten. Her husband's schedule was always going to be complicated, fulfilling his role as the Grand Duke and Prince of Lichen, so there was no point in feeling disappointed. Erna decided to think on the day they would have together when he came back. Just then, a maid came into the room. "Your Highness, an urgent telegram." She looked at Bjorn as he studied the details of the telegram. She looked him over, examining his hunting clothes for the first time. From his red jacket to polished black boots, Erna looked him over slowly. She stopped when she came to his hand, jotting something down on a piece of paper, which he then folded and handed to the maid. "Bjorn, there's something I want to get, a letter." "Letter?" "Yes, tomorrow. Would you write me a letter that I may cherish and keep?" The ribbons in her hair swayed gently with the motion of her head. In her mind it felt like such a grand request, but saying it out loud made it feel quite petty and small. Bjorn looked at Erna for the longest time, while after the maid had left with his response to the telegram. He got up, straightened jacket, and made to leave, all the while giving Erna a wide smile. "Bjorn, the letter. If you want something," Bjorn said, cutting Erna off, "just say it. That's all there is to it." His tone was not harsh or admonishing, but was stern enough to make Erna feel shame. But words and letters are different. Erna had to work up a lot of courage to speak back to him, who stopped at the door and turned to her with a sigh. "What's the point of sending a letter when we see each other every day? I will be back tomorrow. Anything that could be said in a letter can be said then." "That's not the I will be back tomorrow." He bent down and gave her a kiss. Erna felt like a child who had been denied a toy on their birthday. There was no displeasure in it, but she couldn't help but feel sad. She nodded and he smiled at her like a father to a daughter and left. Erna went out to see her husband off, as she always did, and stood sentinel at the door until the carriage had gone out of sight. She pondered waving her hand, but quickly dismissed the thought. It was the last remnant of pride she had left. The guns sent a pang of sudden noise, and the hounds barked and yipped as they sprinted off into the woods. Bjorn and the two princes of Philia encouraged their horses to follow, their hooves thundering on the dry grass field. They came to a stop as the track dove into a dark wood. The hounds gathered, constantly barking and yipping. In their center was a freshly dead rabbit. A servant gathered the kill, wading through the puddle of basset hounds. The three princes continued to follow the track into the woods, filling the winter-bitten land with busy sounds, driving prey out into the open. I was going to come visit Schubert during the opening ceremony of the spring fair. I can't tell you how happy I am that you decided to come to Philia first, Maxim said. He was one of the Philia princes. So am I. It's a pleasure to come and witness your sharpshooting skills, Bjorn said, with a polite smile. There had been a poor show of games so far, only 2 pheasants and 3 rabbits so far, but their shooting skills had been far above average. The negotiations between our 2 countries for the issuance of bonds is coming along nicely. When they told me that you were heading it, I just had to have you visit for a round of hunting, Prince Maxim said as he looked up at the wolf and eagle banners. Although it was a slightly antagonistic relationship, calling each other mad dogs and bald eagles, the union between Lichen and Philia was like that of 2 allied nations rising up against a common foe. Such were the times when great powers unite to keep in check the traditional powers, and although it hurt his pride a little to admit, Philia needed Lichen's support to help them out of financial difficulties. That's the job of the financial minister. Bjorn suddenly stood in his saddle, bringing the shotgun to bear. A pheasant broke cover, scared out by the noise of the oncoming hounds. It started climbing into the tree's canopy, but Bjorn brought it down quickly, and the hounds fell upon it. I'm just here to enjoy my honeymoon. Bjorn gave Maxim a smile as if nothing had happened. It was an extremely brazen display, even though he had to be aware of who was holding the money for the Lichen delegation. However, the Filia royal family announced that they would be forcibly converting interest rates on government bonds and implementing new taxes to impose on securities. That was the unfortunate thing about Bjorn. He wore his heart on his sleeve. The two princes of Filia exchanged glances and started to coordinate their opinions. Crown Prince Maxim was about to speak when the rush of the hounds scared something big out of the brush. A small deer bounded onto the track and looked at the hunters. The Crown Prince brought up his gun, but was stopped by his brother, who pointed to Bjorn. Maxim got the meaning and waited to let Bjorn take the first shot. There was no sound of a gunshot from him, though. He was just staring down at the doe and showed no signs of going to shoot his prey. Moments later, a much larger deer came out onto the track. Maxim sent a questioning glance to Bjorn, who simply shook his head to dissuade the others. They took his meaning and didn't raise a single threat. The mother doe had clearly come looking for its wayward fawn. While they looked on in silence, the baby approached its mother, looking for comfort. While the doe escorted the fawn back into the forest, Bjorn simply watched them leave. At first, it seemed like he had shown mercy, but to those who knew the mad dog of Lichen well, it was a disconcerting look because you could never hope to guess what was going on behind those cold, calculating eyes. "Do you want to catch it?" Maxim asked. Bjorn smiled like the warm spring sun, and the fear of those who saw deepened. What does a baby deer mean to him? Was it because it ran right out in front of them? Or maybe because it lived in a forest that had been cut down? "No, don't touch it," Bjorn said, kicking off his horse and riding on. The two princes of Filia watched him go and gave each other disgruntled glances. Maxim ordered his steed to follow first, with neither of them able to come to any conclusion or idea what the mad dog of Lichen was about. Maxim really hated this mad dog, a perverted mad dog. The snow had fallen nonstop since the morning and Erna had been out in it. She finally stopped for lunch after making 5 snowmen about the front garden. She inspected her dainty snowmen lined up, expressionless. She had made them, one by one, while she was waiting for Bjorn to return. Erna was still excited about her birthday, which no one else knew about, but she was starting to feel a little lonely. Bjorn will be back soon, and even though she never got her letter, she was excited to climb up to the cathedral dome together. But even that was looking a lot less likely. The snow fell and everything became a colorless silhouette, perhaps to reflect the disappearance of her lingering feelings of sadness. She had become so used to being disappointed and let down, she no longer felt anything. Not even her red hands felt cold anymore. Bjorn wasn't coming. She was alone. After calmly accepting that fact, Erna turned to head back into the palace. It was probably best she didn't tell anyone today was her 20th birthday, then they wouldn't be able to find it funny that she spent it by herself. It came to the late afternoon when Erna decided to go out. The servants of her entourage, who had been expecting a day in the city, had become lazy in their unexpected day of rest. So Erna was able to sneak out, passing by them like smoke. Erna slipped through the main gate of the guest house and looked up at the brilliant white, cloudy sky. Last year, she celebrated her birthday with her family around a crackling fire. The table was full of delicious food and realized only now how happy she had been. Rubbing the tears from her reddened eyes, Erna began walking down the snow-covered road. She had neglected her duties, Karen realized while organizing the ducal couple's tour. It was the one thing Mrs. Fitz specifically told her not to forget: the Grand Duchess' birthday. She stared at the calendar. She couldn't figure out what to do and where to start. The Grand Duchess never showed any signs and not once mentioned her upcoming special day. All she had done all day was wander around the garden, making small snowmen. Karen went to find the Grand Duchess' personal maid, Lisa, who was found in the maid's restroom. She was braiding a maid's hair, with a long line of maids waiting their turn. "Lisa, did you know?" "Know what?" Lisa said, not looking up. "So no one knew?" "Unbelievable. The Grand Duchess' birthday." "Right. Everyone, follow me." Karen clapped her hands and put on a stern voice. "Come on. Everyone, we have a lot of work to get done." Well, this is the end of the line, Erna thought to herself as she stared out at the city. There really was nowhere one could look without seeing men and women smiling at each other frivolously, touching each other without hesitation. Erna stood up straight. As her eyes darting around the snowy landscape, her face became stern at the shameful situation. It was just then that the bells rang and all the couples started kissing. Erna didn't know where to look. Even as she couldn't turn her gaze away, she rolled her eyes here and there. The debauchery of the city seemed to know no bounds, as the bells rang out as if heralding the end of the world. "Oh my God," Erna said. The bells stopped ringing and were replaced by the laughter of all the couples she shared the balcony with. She had hoped the dome would be empty when the snow came, but it was still quite crowded, and although she was hoping to spend her birthday by herself, she felt more alone than ever. She wanted to leave immediately, but the climb up had taken a lot out of her. She didn't think it would be a good idea to climb down all those stairs with wobbly legs. She might lose her footing and end her life right there, at 20. Although she wanted to die in that moment, she didn't mean it literally. Deciding to sit out on the bench in the corner, out the way, she would only hang around long enough to allow the strength to return to her legs. New lovers came out onto the dome to replace those who were filtering out. They meandered to the edge and looked out over the view. Erna decided against going to the railing and put her butt back on the seat. When she realized there were so many close lovers, she could feel sadness overcome her heart. There was nothing to be upset about. Her birthday would come again. They can't all be special days, but Bjorn had forgotten. No, she couldn't be sure that Bjorn ever remembered in the first place. Even though he looked right into her eyes, she couldn't be sure he was actually seeing her. Erna realized she needed to admit to herself that she didn't mean anything to him. How can they be lovers who would share moments like this together if Bjorn didn't think anything of her? Erna let out a long sigh and held herself straight, as if trying to support her collapsing heart. Straightening out the hem of the dress and adjusting the sit of the heat on her head, it was all for nothing as a gust of wind made her efforts in vain. Resigned, Erna put her hands in her muff and tried to huddle away from the biting wind. She had picked out her clothes specifically for this trip, but it never seemed to feel like enough. Erna frowned and turned to look at the couples, cluttering the view with their immoral presence, snuggling close to each other. With a click of her tongue and a sigh, she waited for the bells to ring at the end of the world. "I think she went out. What should we do now?" the maids were saying. Lisa, who had been bright-faced, burst into tears. There was no holding them back. The rest of the maids were also concerned, even those who disapproved of the Grand Duchess. Lisa found the Grand Duchess chambers empty when she went to apologize for forgetting her birthday. They searched all over the palace, and she was nowhere to be found. The Grand Duchess had ran away from home. Think carefully, where could the Grand Duchess have gone? Karen asked Lisa. "I don't know. How can you, of all people, the one person that followed Her Highness everywhere she goes, not remember her very birthday?" Karen scolded. She was choked up and her anger soared, but Karen couldn't have a go at Lisa too much. She had forgotten to. It was easy to blame the young maid. She was the Grand Duchess' personal maid. Head maid. A young girl came rushing in. It's the prince. He's back and looking for Her Highness." The situation Karen had feared the most was coming to pass. She rushed the search parties on and, with Lisa, went to meet the prince. being carried there on very shaky legs. Bjorn was stood on the balcony, arms folded, looking down at the 5 snowmen Erna had made for him. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. It's all my fault," said Karen, bowing deeply. Her Highness disappeared, but don't worry, every member of staff is out looking for her. "My wife disappeared?" Bjorn frowned at the 2 maids. "Why?" Erna looked at the door, as if willing it to not be true. It was because her hands were numb with cold. She couldn't operate the door handle properly. There was no way it could be locked, with her trapped on the roof. She grabbed the cold metal of the handle again, with a firm grip and nothing. The door was as it was before, locked tight. She could hear the padlock knock against the door as she jiggled the handle. "Hello," she called out. "Is anyone there? Please open the door." She banged on the door and shouted, "Could this day really get any worse? Is anyone there? Please open the door. I'm still out here." Her voice echoed out into the darkness, and her only reply was the silence of the cathedral. Erna looked about her with a blank expression on her pale face. She had wished for a birthday to remember, and it came true, though not in the way she expected. Giving up on the door, Erna headed over to the railings and looked down on the city. The height made her dizzy. "I should have gone down earlier." She looked down in dismay. Always she thought of staying just a little longer, and now it was too late. "There are still people up here. Please, can someone open the door?" She shouted down to the streets, hoping that someone passing by might hear her. She gave up after a while and slumped down on the bench. The dirt and grime left be 100 footprints stained her dress, but she didn't care anymore. She had no energy left. As she wept for her fate and through her blurred vision, white points danced in the sky toward her. It wasn't until one landed on her cheek that she realized it was snowing. Just her luck. "It's fine. I didn't want to see you at all anyway," Erna said aloud, thinking that she was going to be stuck there until the morning. If she survived till morning. The sudden thought made her stomach give way. Erna looked around with the eyes of a lost child and raised her soiled hands to her face. Her sobs were muffled by the snow drift. "I'll go by myself." At that order, the hurried footsteps on Bjorn's heels stopped dead in the dark cathedral. All eyes were focused on him. "Your Highness, please. It's dark and the stairs are very steep," they protested. "No," Horn snapped. The prince approached the cathedral's curator with an outstretched hand. He bowed his head instinctively, then realized what the prince was after and handed over the keys and lamp. "I'm going alone, wait here." He strode over to the door that led to the stairs up. As he sighed, his breath came out as a thick white cloud that quickly evaporated. "Hey-ish. All this because I didn't celebrate your birthday." When he first heard of his wife running away, he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed too absurd, so childish. She was a princess of a country, in a foreign land. It really was absurd. If she wanted to cause such a stir, she could have at least warned him first. He remembered the one present his wife had asked for. She wanted to go up to the dome, like all the other lovers, and kiss when the bells rang. He couldn't believe he recalled that request, and in such detail. He remembered her flushed cheeks, the shy whisper of her voice as she spoke, and the bright smile on her face. That was when he got the idea that she must have come to the cathedral. It was already several hours after the attraction had closed, but Bjorn got a strong feeling in his gut that was where he needed to go. When he got there and found no sign of Erna, he felt the need to check the dome. It didn't make sense for anyone to still be up there, especially on this snowy evening, but he had to check. He needed to be sure. He got to about halfway when his steady breath faltered and he started panting. Resting for a second, he laughed to himself. "Couples that rise to the top will be together forever," Erna had said. Stupid churches and their stupid superstitions. It was like that all over the land. Damn Philia. Damn stairs. Damn. He was about to say Erna, but stopped himself. With each step he climbed, he became more and more exhausted. His thighs burned and his breath was hot. It was getting harder to believe that Erna had made this climb herself, with her dainty feet and heavy lace dress. If it had been any women other than Erna, they would probably given up by now. Bjorn struggled up the last flight of stairs, his mind scattered everywhere, trying not to think of the burning in his thighs and the tightness growing in his calves. He pushed himself to take one more step, until he was finally standing in front of the door. Pausing for just a moment to catch his breath and control his breathing, Bjorn undid the lock and pushed open the iron doors that groaned as they moved. He stepped beyond the door and out into a completely different world. It was so quiet and serene, you could hear the snowflakes land. It was cozy and cold and felt unrealistic. Bjorn paced around the balcony until he found a bench nestled behind a gargoyle. Upon the bench was a small bundle wrapped up in a blue cape and shivering. Erna? The name came out like a soft sigh. Bjorn felt like it was a sin to disturb the calm up here. Bjorn? A pale face peered out from the cape. Bright red eyes and soaked cheeks considered him. He was furious, but he was also relieved. He hated being here as much as he was grateful that he was here. While his emotions fluttered wildly like the snowdrift caught in an updraft, Erna came out of her cocoon. Is it you really? Erna said. Why are you here? Questions and resentment filled Erna's eyes like the tears did. Bjorn stared down at her, taking her in, and she filled his cold gray eyes. He stepped toward her, slowly. I came to wish 20-year-old Erna a happy birthday. An annoying young woman, who he didn't understand in the slightest, who was always so pitiful and yet so pretty, his wife, and he really had no idea what to do with her. Happy birthday, Erna. The compliment came out as a soft whisper and fell like Graupel on her. Soft and cold, like winter snow. A sharp cry broke the serene calmness of the rooftop. Erna scrambled off the bench and backed away from Bjorn, leaving dainty footprints in the snow. How can you say such a thing? Why are you like this? How ridiculous. What the hell am I to you anyway? She shouted. Why did you have to remember? He had forgotten. Why are you here? She hoped to never see him again. Why did you come all the way up here? Why? She had swallowed the poison mushroom, and this is what she got for it. Her emotions exploded through the cracks in her heart and assaulted him. Resentment, hatred. The fact she could name these emotions, even though she lived her life to do no harm to others, made Erna hurt even more. She loved him, even though she knew he didn't have the same feelings for her. Erna realized the moment she saw Bjorn before her. She should hate him, but she couldn't help but see her salvation. With just one kiss, all her sorrow and pain will melt away. He was like the noble prince in all the fairy tales, coming to the princess's aid in her most dire situation. She knew it wasn't like that. Her life was no fairy tale, and even though she was hurting, she wanted it so badly to be like that with him. She hated herself more for that. Go, she shouted. Leave me alone. I hate you, and I never want to see you again. At that, Bjorn approached her, and Erna felt his cold hand on her cheek, wiping away the tears, and even though it was cold, she suddenly felt very warm. Bjorn forced her head around, even though she fought him as much as she could. He had pulled out a handkerchief and began drying her tears. Unable to fight him anymore, she let go and cried for a long time. She couldn't help think how ugly and red her face must be. I waited, Erna said after a long time. I waited for a long time, in case you came. That's why she had stayed, what had held her back. She was able to admit that to herself, and she opened up. Why can't you think of me as a special person? She did her best to blink away the tears. Even if it's not love, can you maybe give me a little, just a little bit of your heart? She couldn't bring herself to say the words out loud. She still clung to a fraction of her pride. Bjorn was looking down at her, both his hands wrapped around her cheeks, and the bell began to chime. She looked up at him again, who had been looking away at the sound of the bell. If you climb the stairs together, then your love will last forever. That's what the bells seemed to be saying. Just as all the countless couples who had been teasing her heart all day had done. Can't you even kiss me? Erna sniffed. She wanted to forget for a moment what she looked like and hoped something could be salvaged. When the second bell chimed, Bjorn broke into laughter. You said you didn't want to see me. Yes. But why? Kissing is done with your eyes closed. Erna became urgent. The bells would not ring forever, and she was suddenly filled with anxious, nervous desperation. Bjorn leaned in close, and at that moment, when the feeling of anxiety climaxed at the realization of what he was doing, the second his lips touched her, a heat rose that melted away the cold and the snow. Erna closed her eyes and leaned into the kiss. It felt like the bells were blessing their love, and like the fairy tale kisses, she felt all the anger and hatred melt into love and passion. A kiss that promised an eternity of happiness. Her heart fluttered like butterflies, even though she was still filled with bottomless misery. She knew this was just an illusion. There would be something else later, but for now, she was willing to believe it was real enough. It was slow going down the stairs. Bjorn could hurry down them pretty quickly, but he had to go slow for Erna's sake. He had taken the lead with the lamp in his hand and habitually looked back to make sure Erna wasn't struggling. It was when the end was near that they could hear voices. Erna was hesitant, and when Bjorn realized it was because of the commotion she caused, he laughed. Even after causing such a scene, she dared act all demure. Bjorn wrapped his coat around his wife and gave her a hug. If you don't want to see me, I suggest you close your eyes, Bjorn said softly. You're good at that. He added the joke to try and calm her flustering. Bjorn moved forward and opened the door. Erna stopped resisting and buried her face in his arm, as if trying to hide from the people outside. I can't believe she was really up there, exclaimed the curator. Wading through the crowd of people that had gathered to watch the spectacle, Bjorn strode past them all and to the waiting carriage. He bundled Erna inside and climbed in after. He held her tight for nearly the entire journey. Erna was laid up in bed with a cold for 3 days. When she was able to get up, she could only make it as far as the breakfast table. Fortunately, you have not turned into the ghost of the Grand Duchess of Lichen, Bjorn joked. Erna adjusted her clothes, making a fuss. She wore a shawl over her dress, which was embroidered with various flowers, her favorite being on a brooch. Her hair was loosely braided and tied up with a pink ribbon. She spoke less than usual at the breakfast table, much to the delight of Bjorn, and although she found the energy to come to the breakfast table, she was still emaciated. She emptied her plate of food step by step. Will you be late again today? She asked. Putting down the teacup she had been holding for a long while, she looked at her husband, who had finished his breakfast a while ago. Bjorn was about to stand up, but decided to sit back down and leaned back. What are you thinking, Erna? He asked calmly. Why? Even if I were to tell you, you'd just forget. That's... Bjorn paused as he noticed the smile on Erna's face. You think now's the time to be joking on such matters? Of course, I would say it more elegantly, but I only feel good when you listen to me. Erna's expression was serious. It seemed like Bjorn was in the doghouse after the way he treated Erna. It was not an unfair assessment. Then why don't you say it in an elegant way? I'll listen to you, Erna, Bjorn said softly. Erna was still drummed up the courage to speak her mind. I just want to have dinner with you. If you have time. The confidence she finally found was undermined by her hoarse voice, which shattered the elegance in the words. I will, Bjorn agreed, after thinking for a second. He had no other meetings scheduled for that day, and the good thing about the impatient bald eagle was that they would finish up pretty quickly. "Can you look me in the eye and say that?" Erna said. All notions of cheer was gone from her, and she fixed Bjorn with a stern gaze. Bjorn looked Erna dead in the eyes and repeated what he had said. Satisfied, Erna smiled with relief. "How about tomorrow? I would like to travel with you," Erna said, pushing her luck. "No, I don't want to," Bjorn said. He could see she was in no fit state to travel yet. Erna looked like she had been slapped in the cheek unexpectedly. All her aspirations suddenly dashed on the floor. "Why, didn't you say you would listen to me?" "I did listen to you, and I said no." "Are you trying to make fun of me by treating me like a child?" So I hope you don't still see me as a young girl. You might be 20 now, but you are still younger than me, only by 5 years." It was hard to tell when he first saw this woman, but she can be quite the talker. Even being ill was no hurdle for her talkativeness. Once she started, there was no stopping it. "Why don't you treat me kindly sometimes? Like now, like this? And what else? It would be nice to hear something romantic sometimes." Unable to miss this rare opportunity, Erna found the courage to say so much more. "Romantic?" Bjorn stood from the table and adjusted his coat. He looked like he went back to that same old prince who had just forgotten what they had been talking about. The look on his face stung, as if he was looking down at an immature child. Erna changed her mind about giving Bjorn an example and went out to see him off, like she always did. She ignored his order to go back to bed. It was only fair. He ignored her all the time. What was fair for him was for her too. "See you later," Erna said. "Don't be late." She looked Bjorn in the eyes when she reminded him. Her eyes were big and wide and sparkled as they caught the light of the sun. Bjorn looked back at her and nodded once, before setting the carriage off. He couldn't help but laugh when his route took him past the old cathedral. There had been a little fuss, but in the end, everything was back in its place. Light and fresh, without any unnecessary emotional exhaustion. Bjorn liked the fact that she was an easy and clear woman. By the time he was satisfied that this somewhat impulsive marriage was a good choice, the carriage stopped outside the royal palace. It was late in the afternoon, when the Grand Duchess was having afternoon tea in their guest house, that she received an unexpected visitor. In the parlor, Erna came face to face with a polite man, bowing before her. People lined up behind him, each with a colorful box. "First of all, please have a seat," Karen said, leading Erna to the sofa in the middle of the room. "It's a gift from the prince." Erna's eyes grew wide as she sat, and Karen whispered in her ear. A middle-aged man, who had been waiting, approached as soon as Erna was seated. "It is our honor to present to you Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Lichen, with these wonderful jewels." He bowed again as he spoke clumsily in Lechinian language, as ordered. "We have selected only the very best for you, Your Highness." When he smiled with a face full of pomp and pride, he sent a glance to the others behind him. They had been waiting patiently in the shadows of the parlor. "Please take your time and choose," as he stepped back. The revealed jewels. Such jewels that were so gorgeous and beautiful enough to make your head wander. "Bjorn," Erna called as soon as he entered the drawing room. Bjorn stopped when he noticed the jeweler was still standing guard outside the parlor. He should have left ages ago. Erna was sitting on the sofa, surrounded by people holding boxes filled with sparkling colors. "You haven't chosen yet?" Bjorn looked at his watch, bewildered. The jewelry had arrived on time, which should have given Erna plenty of time to choose. It would seem the Erna was incredibly indecisive. I just can't do it." Erna ran up to him and grabbed his sleeve. She looked like she was begging him to take her away from this. He couldn't believe she had gotten stuck choosing a simple accessory. My wife, you must hurry and choose. I'm sorry, I just can't. Why? I don't know about these things. They all look so beautiful. It's impossible for me to choose one. As she continued to speak, Bjorn could feel his impatience rise, and he was getting angry. Looking at Erna, he could see the confusion on her face, and she would probably cry if he raised his voice even slightly. If it's that hard for you to decide, then take them all. No way. That's not what I want at all. Never. Erna flushed. I already received so many gems when we got married. I couldn't possibly. I'm not that greedy, really. Erna, can't you pick for me, please? I wish that I could, but you see, you have a much better eye for these things than I do, so I know whatever you pick will be the most special jewel. He nodded with his chin at the jeweler who had been watching them, and he came over. Bring the most expensive one. The jeweler's eyes widened slightly at the prince's command in Felion. He quickly regained his composure and stepped forward with a box containing a blue diamond necklace. This is a necklace I have made recently. I am proud to say that this is one of the finest and unique gems in Felia. I'll take that one, Bjorn said. Bjorn had cut off the jeweler before he had chance to finish explaining. He was disappointed at not being able to share the work he had put into it, about how unique the gem was and the fascinating technology used to cut it and set it, but he accepted the prince's request. A little while ago, what did you say? Erna asked as she examined the necklace with both fear and joy. Romantic words. A smile spread across Erna's face. Bjorn studied that smile for a long while. The eyes of his wife were so beautiful that the jewels of Felia could not compare, and they were full of him. Felia was the last country on the tour, so Bjorn had no more duties to fulfill as prince. What remained of the honeymoon was a week of rest. Erna paused at the door, reaching for the doorknob, and looked at her husband. He was laid out on the couch, reading a book, with a half-empty bottle of wine on the table. He had been like that for so long, just like a part of the furniture. She walked across the room to him. Bjorn looked up at her and smiled, then immediately went back to his book. He did not even move his legs so Erna could sit down. She had to make do with another chair. Erna realized that she had been with the prince every day since they got married, had been perfectly healthy, until recently. Bjorn didn't rise from bed until around noon, where he would sit, reclined, reading a newspaper and slowly sipping on some tea. He would get up for some lunch, then would go horseback riding, play cards, or drink. Then he took a nap. Most of the time he spent with her was in bed. Wow, I hope you didn't sit down so hard you hurt your back, Erna said. You know best about my back health, Bjorn said unexpectedly. Is it not boring to lie around all day? Erna habitually fiddled with the ribbon in her hair. I'm working hard, Erna. On what? It doesn't look like you're working. Resting, conserving stamina, regaining my strength. Why, what are you going to do? Something very obscene. He looked at Erna with hooded eyes and a dirty smile. Erna flinched away, pulling her shawl in tight and shifting back into her seat. We just did that. Bjorn laughed at Erna's reaction, and she pouted at him. Not wanting to speak anymore, she cast her eyes down to her hands. Whenever he had that grin on his face, the corners of his mouth pulled up just so. She went numb. All thought disappeared, and only the thumping of her heart remained. Erna rolled her eyes about the room until the heat in her cheeks faded. All her senses were directed at him, and she could only hear the turning of pages and a low chuckle. She hated the fact that she still reacted in such a manner, even at the smallest hint. After a while, she was able to look at Bjorn again without feeling her cheeks flush and her heart race. He was bathing fully in the sunlight, and she could see through his shirt to the beautiful body underneath. Erna quietly approached him and lifted the hem of her dress. It kept falling. What are you doing? Bjorn turned his gaze from the book to Erna. "The gown is being weird," Erna said in a small whisper. "Do you not like wearing it?" Erna continued to fiddle with the hem of the dress. Bjorn eventually put the book down and leaned over, dropping the hem of the dress Erna had been fiddling with. Shocked, Erna opened the front of her gown and tried to hide her face, as if she just saw something she really shouldn't. The straps of the dress were done up tight, and the whole thing became a tangled mess. It looked like Erna had been done up in a bow. "Have you come to refill your stamina?" Bjorn asked. Bjorn grabbed her around the waist as she tried to return to her seat. Erna lost her footing and fell onto his lap. He suddenly lost interest in the book he had been reading and let it drop to the floor. He gently stroked the back of Erna's head, who he held gently in his arms. "We have only a week left," Erna said. "Isn't it sad to spend all day stuck indoors like this? Do you still have something you wish to see in the city? Was the sewers not interesting enough?" "It's not that." Her shawl flowed to the floor, over the book dumped on the floor. "We haven't done very much together, so why don't we go out together this afternoon?" The ribbon that had her hair tied up quickly followed the shawl and rested on the floor. Before Erna realized, Bjorn was unbuttoning her gown. Erna frowned and started to wriggle, but Bjorn adjusted his seating position while holding her. "If we go out, what are we going to do?" Bjorn said, stroking Erna's hair. "I don't know. Let's just look around the city together," and Bjorn's hands slowly made their way down and cupped Erna's chest. She felt numbness come to her mind, and she couldn't remember the rest of what she was going to say. "And buy a gift. I want to buy a gift," she said with renewed strength. If she let this continue any further, she would have wasted another day stuck in the bedroom. "A gift?" Erna nodded vigorously, knowing she couldn't miss this opportunity to do something more. "A gift for my grandmother. Just get Karen to do it." "No, I want to do it myself, can I?" Erna pleaded. Although Erna is mostly docile, she had a way about her, a tenacious spirit that would always rise to the surface when she wanted to get her own way. She looked at Bjorn with big, sparkling eyes and a hint of a pout. She looked like she was about to cry at any moment. Bjorn nodded and Erna's face lit up again. "Thank you," she said and wrapped her slender arms around his neck. "You know, once I got to know you, I could see that you are a much nicer person than you first seemed." "Me nice, are you okay?" Bjorn laughed. Even though he was overly generous with describing himself, he would never have called himself nice, but Erna nodded confidently. "You have always helped me when I needed it the most. Anytime I get upset, you seem to do your absolute best to cheer me up. You might not think it, but you are really good at the things you put your mind to, and you know your limits. Whether you're playing cards or speculating on horse racing, you play to win." Bjorn felt like he had heard those words before, but not in a nice way, from Leonid. He always said that Bjorn was cursed to die from alcohol poisoning across a cards table, but Erna said it as if it were something to be proud of. "Don't forget you, Erna. You're working exceptionally hard too." "Me?" Her eyes twinkled. "What about me?" She felt a blush of embarrassment. "You have a beautiful face," he said, kissing her rosy cheeks. "And a beautiful chest." He kissed her chest, even as he massaged a breast in his hand. "And a beautiful..." Erna's bright smile narrowed as Bjorn went through his list, and as his hand made its way down her front, she quickly kissed him to stop him from uttering the next words she didn't want to hear. Bjorn giggled through his lips as he returned her clumsy kiss. She was now frowning a lot, but he thought it was cute. Lisa finally got the chance to show off everything she had learned from reading countless magazines and perusing shop windows. Erna rarely wore any proper clothes, so when this mission came to her, right when she was getting bored, she jumped at the chance to dress Erna for her date. The Grand Duchess, the country bumpkin princess, was going to show everyone that she was more than just a rural girl with a rural maid. The results will be the most satisfactory. When she was done, she wanted to take a picture so that she could remind the prince of how beautiful his wife was. Go ahead, Erna. The wicked prince broke Lisa's heart once more. When going out as a couple, it's proper to do things together. What a horrible husband to make his wife travel all this way just to be left alone in a mall. Lisa ground her teeth. Could this be happening? Was the prince really going to break Erna's heart like this? Yes. Okay. By the way, Bjorn. Erna's eyes wandered the crowded lounge of the department store before returning to rest on Bjorn's face. The book he brought to read was already open on the table. Can I ask for some advice? Erna said. Advice? Bjorn replied, not looking up from the book. I want to get the royal family a gift, but I have no idea what to get them. She had been thinking on this little problem all the way to the department store, but had no idea what she was going to get. She thought it would be better if Bjorn was there with her, but it seemed like he had no mind to do any shopping together. Well, I'm sure if there was something they wanted, they would just go out and get it, Bjorn said absently. Erna looked about the lounge of the department store, feeling a sense of loss. The department store far outshone the one she used in Schuber. It was a bright, colorful place, filled with well-dressed men and women. People were sat, having tea at a table around a palm tree, and from somewhere, the sound of trickling water. The sunlight shone in through tall windows and further doubled the atmosphere of peace. At first glance, they did not seem like the grand ducal couple from Lichen. Bjorn didn't like bringing too many people about with him, creating a fuss of people who would just hustle and bustle around him. He liked it peaceful. Erna liked this fact. It made her feel like a proper married couple, just out spending time together, but that just seemed like a pipe dream right now. Well, what gift would you like to get? Money? Bjorn nearly answered immediately, without giving it much thought. Useless. Erna stood up from the table, calm, before passing through the entrance of the lounge. Erna involuntarily turned around. Bjorn was still just sat, reading his book, turning the page and sipping the tea he had just been served. Bjorn had finished his book by the time he realized Erna had not come back yet. He was getting bored and stood up from the table. Where's Erna? The attendants that were close by quickly followed him. I believe Her Highness is still looking around on the 3rd floor. Bjorn nodded and turned for the stairs that led up to the 3rd floor. Many eyes turned to consider him, and even though this was a department store that catered to the nobility, it was very unlikely that anyone in Philia would recognize him. Even if they did, they would not harass him. It's not polite. As he reached the 3rd floor, he slowed his pace and looked about. The department store was circular in construction, with a void down its middle so that you could see across an entire floor without much getting in the way. We will find the Grand Duchess, Your Highness, and then… there she is, Bjorn said, pointing. There was a woman in a red dress, standing in front of a store on the opposite side. She was too far to get a good look at her face, but Bjorn didn't doubt his vision. Erna had been pacing in front of the store for a while, before finally deciding to go in, just as Bjorn reached her. He looked at the shop sign. It was a crafts center. Are you planning on learning how to draw? He muttered. At that moment, Bjorn thought about the red-haired man that Erna had planned on running away with in the middle of the night. The aspiring painter. Bjorn paused for a moment and looked at where Erna had been standing. He gripped his cane with a tight fist briefly. By the time his attendants caught him up, exchanged puzzled glances, and Bjorn stepped off again, making to enter the store, but Erna was already on her way out. Bjorn, there you are. She greeted her husband with a warm smile. I was just about to come back. I am done shopping. Did you finish your book? Yes, Bjorn said, escorting his wife. The moment dropped into an awkward silence, and the smile Erna had been wearing faded a little. So she broke into a long-winded version of how she picked out all the gifts. Bjorn listened moderately. It was an evening of no special note. After leaving the department store, they took a short walk along the river and had dinner. Erna smiled brighter and brighter with each passing moment, right up to when they rode the carriage home. Bjorn watched her as she described all the places she had explored before. She was mesmerized by the scenery that flowed past the carriage. The flowers and feathers in her little, brimless hat fluttered in the slight breeze from the open window. Bjorn tapped on his cane as he peered out the window at where Erna was looking. Fancy buildings, gas lamps, and people. It was just like any other city. He felt strange, watching Erna speak so fondly of the ungodly landscape of the winter city. It wasn't really a problem, but for some reason it still bothered him. When the irritation reached its peak, the cathedral bells rang. She sat back from the window and laughed with the joy of a child. She felt the embarrassment of that day come rolling back. The sight of her from that day softened his heart. "Do you want to go up again?" Bjorn asked. "No. Once is more than enough." She looked at him with docile eyes. "Still, there must be a reason why everyone else does. It just seems like a whole lot of extra effort." When he smiled, Erna smiled back at him. His heart felt lighter and Bjorn relaxed deeper into his backrest. They can come back here anytime. They were a married couple after all, and they would be sharing many, countless seasons together. "His Highness is ready. Hurry up," the head maid ordered, and the other maids bustled about on pattering feet. It was the last night in Philia, and there was to be a party to say farewell to the Grand Duke and Duchess of Lichen. Even the maids who despised the Grand Duchess showed unwavering loyalty to the couple. It was a matter of show. No outsiders should see the slander the maids spoke of the Grand Duchess. They did not want to see the wife of the once Crown Prince of Lichen disgraced. Erna was dressed up and adorned with all the new accessories she had bought. With each adornment, she looked more and more beautiful, more and more regal. Even the maids couldn't hide their surprise. There was no sign of the ignorant country girl. She looked like she had always been among true nobility. No one dared to think that just a few months ago, she was a scandal-ridden bumpkin, tossed to the bottom of the marriage pile. Once the maid had fitted the necklace gift, Lisa came forward with the last piece of jewelry. It was a tiara that the queen had gifted her. Erna looked at it nervously. "It's a very dear treasure to me. Please cherish it." Although she had been embarrassed, Erna had curtsied and promised the queen she would look after it. Although Erna had inherited several other tiaras, she cherished this one the most. When she got married, it was this tiara she chose without hesitation. "It's done, Your Highness." Lisa backed away. Erna got up and left the room. She passed through the long hallway, and when she came to the stairs, Bjorn was waiting at the bottom. As they made eye contact, she felt the fear melt away, like snow in the summer sun. As she came down the stairs, she held out her hand to Bjorn and smiled with excitement. It was a night that passed like a beautiful dream. The splendid world always stole the breath from her, but she was fine as long as she was with him, with Bjorn, with this man who always held her trembling hand. Everything would be fine. She wanted to believe that, even when she was hurt, because she loved him. With Bjorn, Erna forgot everything. The only thing that filled that forgotten feeling, the tension and the fear that still plagued her heart, was Bjorn. It was not something that could be seen, only felt, and Erna really did. That dazzling, brilliant night often came to her. Erna saw that night in the sunrise over the sea as she stood on the deck, in the familiar, yet unfamiliar streets of Schubert and in the still overwhelming, unfamiliar palace. Then everything became fine like magic. The love she felt was as bad as her husband, sad, sometimes hurt, but it was also alluring like him. When the waters rose and the branches of the tree filled with leaves and became good again, Erna knew it would hold true. She maintained that firm belief until winter turned to spring.